Fueled by a burning hatred for those monsters, Isuki Tenma had a total nightmare of a childhood, watching his own mother get brutally slaughtered in one of their savage attacks. For over a dozen years, the guy lived in total isolation, nursing his thirst for revenge and waiting for the day of his class awakening, a crucial ceremony that grants humans insane, godlike powers. And on that fateful day, while tons of people walked away disappointed because they couldn't awaken or just got trash-tier abilities, Isuki actually pulled it off. But here's the catch. His brief moment of joy instantly vanished when he realized he'd been granted something way more terrifying than any high-tier class: the ability to copy skills. With this broken power, he can analyze and steal the abilities of any opponent, opening up a path to infinite growth to finally get his bloody revenge. Big thanks to Nguyen Ngakla for donating a bon me. Now, back to the story. The horrific memories start rushing back. That day, countless bizarre black stones rained down from the sky. Right after that, massive pillars of purple light shot into the sky, and defensive barriers were deployed everywhere. But real hell broke loose when the monsters known as the Calamity Beasts shattered those barriers and invaded the human world, led by the Demon of Destruction. Like sitting ducks, they slaughtered humanity without mercy. In that bloody, chaotic memory, desperate screams rang out. "Run, Dad!" The streets turned into a literal hell on earth. Those glowing blue monsters trashed everything in sight, leaving people running for their lives in pure panic. One massive beast let out a terrifying roar, charging forward with pure, murderous intent as a swirling vortex of blue energy exploded around it, brutally swallowing a woman who was desperately holding her child in her arms, trying to shield them. As her life faded away, the mother's hand went limp in absolute agony, gasping out her final words: "Run." "Isuki, Mom!" He jerks awake from the horrific nightmare, gasping for breath. The guy sitting next to him keeps shaking him, calling his name. "Isuki! Isuki!" His female friend turns around, looking totally worried. "What's up with you? Why are you just spacing out like that?" But he just brushes it off. "No, it's nothing." She tilts her head, her deep blue eyes locking onto him with pure suspicion. "Are you sure?" He still hasn't recovered from the dream, and a single tear unconsciously rolls down his cheek. Confused, she asks, "Then why are you crying?" His four-eyed buddy leans in, whispering to bail him out. "You're just super tired, right? Normally, you'd be fast asleep by now." But of course, they had to call a sudden school assembly today. And seriously, look at that guy up there. His outfit is so cringe. Up on the stage, the speaker begins lecturing them about the history since the Calamity Beasts first showed up. Some humans managed to obtain the power to fight back, earning them the title of Awakeners. 10 years ago, the absolute worst Calamity Beast attack went down right at the north bank of the Lam River. Awakeners from all over the globe teamed up to cross the river and push them back in a historic clash known as the River Crossing War. Even though the attack slowed down after that, the number of black stones falling from the sky lately has been spiking like crazy. Another massive invasion, on par with the River Crossing War, could hit us at any moment. His glasses-wearing friend leans back over, whispering with a smug, know-it-all look, "Yo, that's Izumi Nento. He's the actual commander-in-chief of the Northern Continent." Seriously, how do you not know him? Aren't you literally from the Northern Continent? Izumi Nento. Sounds familiar. I always pictured him as some hunched-over old geezer with a massive beard. But he looks way weirder than I thought. "Yeah, I get you," the friend replies, but despite his goofy look, he's actually the very first Awakener. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't know a thing about the Black Stones or the Calamity Beasts. His buddy's eyes light up with pure fanboy admiration as he hypes up his idol, and get this, he's the strongest Awakener alive. Even Wajin, the guy who literally holds the title of humanity's light, was his student. Up on the stage, the commander continues. Recent studies show that even ordinary, unawakened people have a real shot at becoming an Awakener simply by touching one of these stones. And today, I'm giving every single one of you that exact chance. Awaken your power and dedicate yourselves to the fight against the Calamity Beasts. With those final words, he waves his hand, unleashing his insane power. The ground cracks wide open as a brilliant golden light shoots into the sky, while his bodyguards keep a super tight perimeter around him. The students lose their minds with excitement as a massive black stone rises straight out of the ground. Whoa, is that magic? Dude, that's not even the craziest part. This feels like a total dream. Oh my god, please let me awaken. His glasses-wearing buddy grabs his hand, grinning from ear to ear with pure hope. Did you hear that, Isuki? We finally got a real shot at becoming Awakeners. But before his friend can even finish his sentence, Isuki silently starts walking up to the front. His two friends stand there completely clueless, shouting after him. Hey, don't leave us behind. Wait up. Isuki, get in line properly. But as Isuki walks right past his female friend, his back radiates an absolutely chilling vibe. A creepy, ominous red glow flashes in his eyes, leaving her frozen in shock as cold sweat runs down her spine. A twisted, wicked smirk creeps onto his face. Finally, the day is here. At the testing station, a student touches the massive black stone, but there is zero reaction. The examiner coldly shouts, "Fail." Next, the crowd below starts whispering in a panic after seeing their star student fail. That guy literally broke the school record in his freshman year. If even a physical beast like him cannot pull it off, there is no way in hell I am making it. But wait, maybe physical stats do not even matter? Well, it is way too early to give up. Another female student pulls her hand away from the stone, completely devastated and full of regret. Meanwhile, the examiner keeps urging them on with the same deadpan face. Next, next, next. Gloom and panic fill the air as one person after another fails miserably. Yo. Seriously, not a single person has awakened yet. Next. Man, I thought this would be a piece of cake. Don't tell me our entire school is gonna get wiped out. Ignoring all the chatter, the examiner in dark sunglasses loudly calls out the next name. Next up, Oshi Hikaru. Down in the crowd, worried murmurs break out the second Hikaru's name is called. No way. I do not want that guy to awaken. He is literally a massive bully. If he actually awakens, we are in deep trouble. Oh, look, the stone is. Up on the platform, Oshi Hikaru touches the stone. Suddenly, fierce blue lightning bolts explode out, wrapping around him as everyone watches in absolute shock. He smirks, thinking to himself with pure arrogance, with this power, both Izumi Nento and the beauty standing next to him will definitely have to acknowledge me. Just then, his status screen pops up, confirming Oishi Hikaru, race, human, level, 0, class, elementalist, gift, lightning element, rank, 2, status, undisclosed, attack, 3, agility, 4, defense, 2, mana, 3, total, 12. The blue-haired assistant observes from afar and reports through her communicator, well, we finally got one. At level 0, the total stats are usually 5, but his is all the way up to 12. Well, I guess that is better than nothing. Standing on the high platform, soaking in the glory, Oishi Hikaru lifts his chin arrogantly and barks, "Hey, old elementalist, got nothing to say to me? The very first Awakener here?" Suddenly, a dark figure dashes past him at a dizzying speed, making Oishi jump back in shock. He cannot believe someone actually dared to crash his moment of glory. He whips around, his face twisting with rage as he screeches at the newcomer. "What do you think you are doing touching that with your filthy hands? Do you want to die?" Ignoring the threat entirely, Isuki calmly walks up and touches the stone anyway, making the crowd below lose their minds. Who is that guy? He is cutting in. Wait, isn't that Isuki from Class 5? He is so dead. Once Oishi targets you, your life is basically over. But in stark contrast to the noisy crowd, elementalist Izumi narrows his eyes, sensing a strange aura radiating from this student. That kid. I can feel an unbelievably intense flood of emotions coming from him. Isuki places his hand on the freezing stone, his bright red eyes flashing with rock-solid determination. And that is why I will never forget my hatred for the beast Calamity. I have carved every single detail of that day into my mind. Seeing this, Izumi cannot help but gasp. His determination is on a whole different level compared to the others. Suddenly, the commander's pupils contract. He stares wide-eyed in absolute shock at the bizarre phenomenon unfolding right before his eyes. Behind Isuki, a massive surge of deep blue energy gathers, forming the majestic phantom of a sword-wielding god of war. The black stone begins to transform, glowing brilliantly as it gets enveloped in a giant, lotus bud-shaped burst of blue energy. A blinding light explodes, engulfing the entire school grounds and forming a magnificent protective barrier. Everyone is left stunned by the pillar of light stretching hundreds of meters high. Below, the students look up, mouths agape. Holy crap, this is way more epic than when Ishi awakened. In the crowd, his two best friends cheer with joy. The guy with glasses laughs out loud. Just as expected, Isuki, the female assistant, stammers, this. This phenomenon only happens when the rarest class of all the Order Breaker appears. Meanwhile, Izumi lets out a knowing smile. I'm really looking forward to seeing just how far he can go. Witnessing this grand spectacle, Oishi Hikaru grinds his teeth in fury, his face twisting with jealousy and sheer humiliation. Meanwhile, Isuki's consciousness drifts into a mysterious, spiritual realm. Sitting atop a blue lotus, he wonders, where am I? Did I actually awaken? Just then, a system screen blinks to life in front of him, showing his details. What in the world is this? Name, Isuki. Race, human. Level, 0. Locked. Class, Order Breaker. Gift, Nirvana. Nirvana. Special grade. Level is locked. Stats increase as skills are acquired. Removes all negative status effects and completely heals all wounds. Right after, another skill notification pops up. Skill, Absolute Mimicry. Rank Z. Analyzes enemy attacks to unlock perfect counter skills. Isuki stares at his completely blank stat board, totally lost. He mumbles, in pure shock. Status. Attack. 0. Agility. 0. Defense. 0. Mana. 0. Total. 0. Everything is a flat 0. But right then, a flood of new notifications pop up one after another. Z-rank skill, Absolute Mimicry. Acquired. Special gift, Nirvana activated. All stats boosted by 200. Attack, from 0 to 200. Agility, from 0 to 200. Defense, from 0 to 200. Mana, from 0 to 200. Total, from 0 to 800. He finally gets how his power works. Isuki smirks, full of confidence. So that's how it is. Whenever I copy a skill with Absolute Mimicry, Nirvana boosts my stats. Even if I can't level up like everyone else, I'll still get crazy strong in my own way. He clenches his fists, eyes burning with pure determination, ready to crush whatever rough road lies ahead. I don't know where I rank among other awakened, but there's no doubt about it, I'm gonna slaughter that disaster beast. Back in reality, he is now officially an awakened. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light explodes from the stone, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Crap, that's too bright. My eyes. Right from the center of that brilliant blue light, Isuki's figure slowly emerges, standing tall amidst the swirling shards of energy. Oishi Hikaru takes a step back, sweat pouring down his face as he stares in utter disbelief. That guy. There's no way. The blue-haired assistant trembles, covering her mouth as she stares at the testing device, totally overwhelmed. These stats. They're insane for a rookie. It's hard to believe, but that kid is definitely. Cutting her off, Isuki stands tall and proud, adjusting his tie with the badass, arrogant vibe of an absolute king. The girl gasps out her final words. The strongest rookie awakened in history. His status board flashes a mind-blowing number that leaves everyone dizzy. Tenma Isuki's status board displays a ridiculous, mind-boggling score that completely shatters everyone's expectations of what a rookie can do, blowing everyone else out of the water, leaving them absolutely speechless. Oishi Hikaru grits his teeth, his face twisted in pure, jealous rage. That bastard stole the cheers that were supposed to be mine. Losing all control, Oishi hurls a lightning strike straight at Isuki in front of everyone. A loser like you belongs at the bottom forever. He screams with bloodlust as the lightning crackles. I'm wiping you out with the skill I just unlocked, Silver Snake. Isuki calmly watches the incoming attack as the system immediately starts analyzing it. Rank C skill detected. Silver Snake. Absolute Mimicry activated. Analysis progress. 27%. Isuki's eyes flash with intense focus as streams of data run through his mind. 57%. 69%. The lightning crashes down, blasting the wooden floor to pieces. But even though the strike hit dead center, leaving a scorched black mark, Isuki is already gone. The crowd looks around in utter confusion. One student gasps, "Wait, where's Isuki?" There was a sudden flash of light, and then Tenma just vanished. Where the hell did he go? Suddenly, Isuki's shadow looms right behind Oishi. The system pings. 88%. Oishi breaks into a cold sweat, his entire body freezing up in sheer terror. He's behind me? Damn it, I can't even move. Isuki leans in close, whispering menacingly into his ear, his eyes glowing a sinister red in the dark. "If you were that disaster beast, I would have slaughtered you 100 times by now. Consider yourself lucky you were born human." Oishi collapses to the ground, trembling, while Isuki casually walks away. The crowd whispers in awe. "Tenma, how did he even do that? Did Oishi's legs literally turn to jelly out of fear? Ha ha. Dude, shut up. We'll get wrecked if he hears us." Isuki strolls casually past the students as the system pings. 99%, he thinks to himself. Since it's just a C-rank skill, the analysis went by pretty fast. Blue sparks of electricity crackle around him as a notification pops up. Analysis progress, 100%. C-rank skill acquired. Lightning Breaker. Two guys nearby cover their eyes, and one of them jokes, "Wait, it's glowing again? Good thing I brought my sunglasses today." Sitting inside his mental space, Isuki reflects. Looks like I get dragged into this realm whenever an analysis wraps up. Analysis of Silver Snake complete. Acquired, Lightning Breaker. The skills detail board pops up. Lightning Breaker. Level 1. Active effect. Allows the user to absorb C-rank and lower lightning attacks directly into their body. When releasing the absorbed lightning energy, agility is boosted by 50%. Current absorptions, 0 out of 3. Passive effect. Every time a C-rank lightning attack is absorbed, agility permanently increases by 5%. Current bonus, plus 0%. Acquired the Thunderbreaker skill. First, all stats plus 10. Negates all negative status effects, and completely heals all wounds. Itsuki stood tall, shining brilliantly as he spread his arms wide, swirling blue electricity completely enveloping him. A stark contrast to Oishi, who was sitting pathetically on the ground. Oishi's jaw dropped in absolute shock, and the bodyguards were totally frozen. Itsuki was now completely covered in crackling lightning. The sparks were way brighter than Oishi's. How the hell did he even learn a skill like that? Itsuki's stats kept climbing as the system updated. His stats are shooting up like crazy. Status. Attack. 200. Up to 210. Agility. 200. Up to 210. Defense. 200. Up to 210. Magic power. 200. Up to 210. Total stats. 800. Up to 840. The sky suddenly turned pitch black, and everyone looked up in pure panic. It was literally just sunny a second ago. Wait, is that rain? No, something's falling. A massive black boulder plummeted from the sky, ripping through the storm and heading straight for the school. Monsters started crawling out of the giant rock. The green-haired girl screamed out orders. Why the hell are these boulders landing here? Right on school grounds. The school assembly is officially canceled. Everyone, evacuate the campus immediately, just like we practiced. There's no doubt about it. Their target is me. The girl with glasses spun around, her face pale as a ghost. We need to get out of here too. Fighting isn't exactly our thing. The man calmly replied. If we run too, everyone will panic. Look over there, that schoolboy is cooler than any of us. As the crowd fled in absolute chaos, Itsuki walked right against the flow, heading straight toward the danger, leaving the girl wondering why the hell he wasn't running. The massive rock slammed violently into the schoolyard with a deafening crash. The impact shook the entire ground, sending up thick clouds of dust. His friends tried to drag Itsuki away, and the four-eyed guy screamed, "Hey, a Calamity Beast is coming! We have to get out of here!" But Itsuki, with a dark expression full of killer intent, coldly replied, "I'm going to slaughter every single one of them." His friends sobbed, begging him, "What are you even saying? You're going to die if you don't run. Rikuru is right. You literally just awakened. You're no match for them. Leave this to the other awakened." Itsuki turned to look at her with unwavering eyes, giving her a brief, reassuring, "Trust me." Her guy friend grabbed her, his face pale as he desperately dragged her away, shouting, "Fine, don't blame me if you end up dead." But deep down, he wondered, was it really okay to let him go? The enemy was a Calamity Beast, literally a walking weapon of mass destruction. Itsuki flashed a confident, menacing grin. He thought to himself in pure excitement, "My very first opponent after awakening is." Blue sparks crackled all over Itsuki's body as he looked up at the sky. "The one that slaughtered my parents. Man, I really lucked out." The monster's info popped up. Frost Soldier, rank 1369. Level 8. Gift. Rank 2. Defense increased by 100%. If the enemy's attack exceeds its own defense, the gift is neutralized. Skill, Frostfire. Rank 3. Status, Attack, 15. Agility, 10. Defense, 120 plus 120. Magic Power, 30. Total, 295. Itsuki dropped into a battle stance, his eyes glowing red with provocation. Should I give my brand new skill a test run? Itsuki lunged forward, unleashing a lightning strike as he roared his skill name, Thunderbreaker. The devastating blow collided dead-on with the monster. With grim determination written all over his face, Itsuki roared in his mind, "I won't let." The frost monster shattered. Itsuki threw a powerful finishing punch, screaming, "Anyone else die!" The monster was sent flying with a massive crash, slamming hard into the school building and causing a huge shockwave. As dust billowed everywhere, the onlookers stood frozen, and the assistant's jaw dropped in absolute disbelief. Itsuki is way too strong. Maybe we don't even need to run anymore, sending it crashing into the school with just a single blow. A complete newbie who just awakened literally blew away a level 8 Calamity Beast. Nento thoughtfully analyzed Itsuki with sharp eyes. That kid's speed and power are on a completely different level compared to other level 0 rookies. But even so, defeating a Frost Soldier is impossible. They have two extremely annoying abilities. First, a gift that boosts their defense. And second, suddenly, the monster let out a deafening roar as a fierce blue flame erupted, scorching the air. It was a skill called Frostfire, capable of turning a human body into ash on contact. Watching Itsuki get engulfed in the flames, his friends screamed in pure horror. "Itsuki!" Oishi laughed like a psychopath, his twisted face full of smug satisfaction. "You brainless idiot. You seriously didn't know your place. Now burn to ash." But right in the middle of that sea of flames, Itsuki's system was calmly at work. Target is using Frostfire. Analysis progress, 1%, 12%, 25%. While he stood perfectly still, taking the hit, his cold, sharp eyes locked in as he realized, "Looks like my analysis speed spikes every time the enemy's skill hits me." 39%. 57%. The green-haired assistant was breaking out in a cold sweat, not believing her eyes. Even a level 10 awakened wouldn't stand a chance if they took a direct hit like that. His flesh began to peel away, exposing his white bones. Isuki gritted his teeth and endured the agony. 77%. To think a newly awakened genius would be slaughtered by a Calamity Beast before he could even grow. So, this is what it feels like to be burned alive. It must hurt like hell. 81%. In the depths of this agonizing pain, the haunting image of his mother flashed before his eyes. "Mom?" Nento narrowed his eyes, watching closely as he muttered in disbelief, "Tenma, Isuki still hasn't used his full power, has he?" Suddenly, Isuki snapped his head up with fierce determination as his body regenerated. "Once this analysis is done, you're dead meat." Analysis progress, 100%. The crowd buzzed with hope again as the Blue Lotus appeared. But isn't it too soon for a rookie who just awakened? I was so stupid to put any hope in that guy, even for a split second. Look, that Blue Lotus is appearing again. Tenma might show us another miracle. Isuki stepped out from the Lotus platform, his body completely healed. He wondered to himself, "All right, what kind of skill am I getting this time?" 94%. 199%. A flood of new stats popped up on the notification screen. Bonefire analysis complete. Obtained Black Ice Wall, level Black Ice Wall. Level 2. Active effect. When activated, it consumes mana to continuously coat your body in ice, capable of blocking fire-type skills of B rank or lower. Passive effect. Defense increases by 10% when blocking fire-type skills of B rank or lower, currently at 0%. Obtained Black Ice Wall. Level 2. All stats increased by 20. Clears all negative status effects and completely heals all wounds. Status. Attack increased from 210 to 230. Agility. Increased from 210 to 230. Defense. Increased from 210 to 230. Mana. Increased from 210 to 230. Total. Increased from 840 to 920. Clenching his fists, he could feel the raw power surging through him. Just a moment ago, even my all-out attack couldn't put a scratch on its defense. But with this massive attack boost, I can definitely crush it. A brilliant blue light radiated from the energy lotus, wrapping the entire schoolyard in its glow. Isuki floated inside his spiritual space, his body packing defined muscles and bursting with sheer energy. His friends jumped up and down, celebrating wildly. Thank God he's alive, let's go. That guy is totally going to pull this off. A complete recovery. It's a straight-up miracle. The green-haired assistant was completely stunned, trying to wrap her head around it. Does he have a self-healing skill? But wait, I thought he was using a lightning-type skill earlier. They say the World Eraser is the most mysterious class, but Tenma stands out in a league of his own, even among them. Her eyes were glued to Isuki, burning with absolute curiosity. To pull off a perfect recovery like that, would he still regenerate if his limbs were chopped off or his brain got blown to pieces? Man, I'm dying to know the limits of this self-healing power. The skeletal minion let out a savage roar, lunging forward once more with murderous intent. Isuki calmly raised his hand, and a wall of black ice rose up, shutting down the flames. Black Ice Wall. The blue flames slammed violently against the ice, triggering a massive steam explosion. Emerging from the thick smoke, his glowing red eyes darted forward at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, leaving trails of brilliant blue light in his wake. A lightning-fast strike shattered a chunk of the monster's body. Isuki summoned a colossal ice sword and delivered a decisive, thunderous downward slash. The monster was completely blown to pieces, its bones scattering everywhere amidst the crackling blue lightning. The spectating students could only watch in dumbfounded shock. He had zipped right behind the Calamity Beast in a split second. It was practically teleportation. Only an awakened could even track his movements. Oishi broke into a cold sweat out of pure terror. The assistant stood there, completely frozen. I couldn't catch his movements at all. Is this guy really a rookie? It was exactly like what happened earlier. Izumi Nento watched Isuki in awe after his resounding victory. Not only did he construct a solid armor to shield his body, but he can also forge weapons into any shape he wants. It was a god-tier skill that blended both offense and defense. In the middle of the ruined schoolyard, Isuki stood in silence as his friend Rikuru ran up from a distance, calling out in a panic. Isuki! Rikuru rushed over and threw his arms around Isuki. He let out a huge sigh of relief. Man, I'm so glad you won. I was worried sick. What about Seiya? Isuki looked around and asked, completely puzzled. Huh? She didn't show up? Rikuru replied thoughtfully. Just a second ago, he was watching with a face that looked like he was about to burst into tears. Isuki locked his eyes on Seiya, who was standing in the middle of the crowd far away. He thought to himself, feeling anxious. Wait, no way. Is he actually mad? Meanwhile, Assistant Choha was still completely stunned by the sheer power of this kid, who just casually took down a monster that even a level 10 Awakener would struggle with. Nento immediately barked out an order. Choha, stay behind to help clean up, and let the principal know that I'm taking this kid with me. Rikuru tried to reassure Isuki. No way Seiya is mad, just because you won, man. He's probably just terrified of you leaving him in the dust, so he went to test his limits on the Awakening Stone. Isuki could only sigh and reply. Yeah, I hope so. Out of nowhere, Izumi Nento walked up to Isuki. He sized the kid up before speaking. You're Tenma, Isuki, right? Isuki stood face to face with the intimidating commander-in-chief. The air grew heavy and intense as they stared straight into each other's eyes. The crowd of students started whispering and buzzing over this crazy-looking sight. Whoa, look, Izumi Nento is actually talking to him. Is he about to take him in as his student or something? No way, dude. The only guy who ever became his disciple is Taiwajin, the strongest human alive. So no matter how insane Tenma is, there's zero chance that's happening. Seeing that the commander-in-chief wanted some privacy, Rikuru awkwardly excused himself. All right, I'll go find our ride. Catch you later. With only the two of them left on the field, Nento spoke up, looking highly intrigued. You're pretty special, kid. Isuki tilted his head, repeating the word with pure skepticism. Special? Nento's eyes turned dead serious as he felt the intense, dark aura radiating from Isuki, as if the kid's heart was absolutely overflowing with rage and raw hatred. He stared straight into Isuki's eyes and asked point-blank, I want to know the reason why. Isuki fell completely silent. Dark memories from 10 years ago suddenly flooded back. 10 years ago, my parents were slaughtered by those Calamity Beasts while trying to protect me. A painful flashback of a young Isuki appeared, his face drenched in tears as he witnessed the horror unfolding right before his eyes. He recalled that fateful moment of his life. I was a hair away from being killed myself. But an Awakener jumped in and saved me at the last second, right before my eyes. He choked up, remembering the exact moment his mother vanished into a sea of flames. I watched my mother slip away. Her last words to me were, you have to walk the rest of this path on your own, okay? The little Isuki back then stood frozen in the middle of the ruins, his soul completely shattered. Mom, Dad, they died because of those things. Pain twisted into absolute, blind rage. The young boy screamed out in pure bitterness. No. The towering, menacing figure of the demon Ringa loomed large in Isuki's mind. He gritted his teeth, knowing this beast was the root of all evil. His eyes burned with a venomous red glare as he recalled the oath he made all those years ago. On that very day, I swore that I would personally rip this demon to shreds. In the present, Isuki gritted his teeth, a single tear rolling down his battle-hardened face, and butcher every last one of its kind. Nento quietly watched Isuki, then asked in a low, gravelly voice, even when your heart is completely consumed by hatred, you still shed tears? Isuki wiped away the tear with the back of his hand and explained his strange condition. Ever since I watched my mother die in that tragedy, my left eye stopped crying entirely. But my right eye, it just cries on its own. Because of that, I can never forget my raw hatred for those Calamity Beasts. Nento gave a slow nod, then threw out a completely unexpected offer. How about it? Do you want to be my disciple? I'll get you into the Savior Alliance and help you gain the ultimate power to get your revenge on those Calamity Beasts. Isuki blinked in surprise, repeating the words. The Savior Alliance? Nento began explaining the details of this massive organization, which was built to fight the Calamity Beasts more effectively and scientifically. The governments of the 5 continents gathered the strongest Awakeners from around the globe to form this group. Think of it as the official military designed to hunt Calamity Beasts. And its members are called the Saviors. Saviors are loaded with resources, like private training grounds and high-tier weapons, on top of being guaranteed crazy high pay. Even the rookies pull in 10,000 gold every single month. That's enough to buy a brand new car. Of course, that kind of insane treatment doesn't come for free. Saviors are expected to be constantly on the front lines, slaughtering Calamity Beasts and keeping civilians safe. Isuki thought to himself, to be honest, I couldn't care less about the fat paycheck or the resources. The only thing that actually matters is, clenching his fist, his eyes blazed with pure determination, being able to shred those Calamity Beasts right on the front lines. I'm definitely joining the Saviors. Izumi Nento then laid out the absolutely brutal selection process. The Savior Alliance hosts an exam every February called the National Savior Alliance Tournament, with over 10,000 contestants. The contestants will be graded based on their performance, but only those who make it into the top 100 will earn the right to become saviors. Isuki jumped right in and asked, so, what's the highest record score in history anyway? Nento went quiet, his eyes turning deep behind his mask. Looking at that won't really help you as a benchmark, kid. But then, he pointed at a massive number popping up. The absolute highest record is 115,000 points, set by Taiwajin 11 years ago. You'll pass the exam if you hit 30% of that score, and you'll grab first place if you reach 50%. Isuki froze when he heard that familiar name, as the image of the legendary hero flashed through his mind. Taiwa Jin, the strongest awakened one, known as the light of humanity. Is that the guy Marie Kuru mentioned? Nento gave some serious, heartfelt advice. Jin is on a whole different level. Comparing yourself to him will only lead to despair. But keep your head up, you actually have what it takes to stand on equal footing with him. Isuki looked straight ahead, boldly declaring his grand goal. I'm going to surpass Taiwa Jin. Izumi Nento fell silent. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if observing a promising seed that had just sprouted. He looked back on the past, seeing the reflection of Taiwa Jin, who had become legendary. Young folks are all trying to follow in your footsteps, but just chasing from behind won't win the war against the Calamity Beasts. One day, someone will surpass me, just like a new sun rising to replace the setting one. Nento looked at Isuki with high expectations. I really look forward to that. The dawn that Jin had been waiting for was finally showing up. The two stood before a massive, brilliant spherical structure. Isuki gasped in awe. Whoa, what on earth is that? Nento started explaining the true nature of the invasions. Those monoliths are like portals connecting our world to the realm of the Calamity Beasts. So, if you just slay the monsters and leave the monoliths intact, new Calamity Beasts will just keep pouring through. He pointed toward the magnificent building. This facility was built specifically to quarantine the monoliths we haven't destroyed yet. Awakened ones regularly sweep and clear out the Calamity Beasts that crawl out of there. By doing this, the barrier's scale is kept under control, and it doubles as a training ground. Isuki nodded as he scanned the entrance. So, this is a training facility? Nento replied. Yep. We call them stages. But the level and the number of Calamity Beasts that spawn inside can't be controlled, so it's pretty dangerous in there. The haunting sight of monster corpses and shattered weapons laid out before them, especially since the Calamity Beasts in this stage right here are seriously formidable. Out of all the rookie stages, this one has the highest mortality rate. That's why they call it the Rookie's Graveyard. The digital board recorded the glorious achievements of those who came before. Back when Jin was still an awakened rookie, he cleared it in 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Stage challenge. Successful. Category. 10-player challenge. Player. Taiwa Jin. Time. 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Clear record updated. Nento looked at Isuki and threw down a challenge. If you're planning to beat him, you'll need to do it in 3 minutes flat. Isuki silently made his way toward the entrance gate. Nento called after him. If you can clear this stage in under 3 minutes, I'll take you on as my disciple. The arrival of the two sent a buzz through the surrounding crowd. Look, is that Master Izumi? Is that the rumored rookie walking with him? No way. Unless he's an awakened of Taiwa Jin's caliber, there's no way he's worthy of walking beside Master Izumi. Isuki glanced around, secretly surprised by everyone's reaction. Huh? Is this guy really that famous? He paused in front of the difficulty display. Level 10 Calamity Beasts inside the stage. Level 10? That's only 2 levels higher than that skeleton soldier. I wonder how strong it actually is. Isuki nonchalantly kept walking under their judging stares, but even so, it seemed like nobody else around had any intention of entering the stage. Why is that? The crowd began to mock him. Is that rookie seriously thinking about entering the stage alone? With that kind of confidence, he's definitely got a high-ranking awakened carrying him. Man, I wish they'd carry us too. He's probably just here to hit on the pretty receptionist. Just because he's got a decent face, he thinks he can act all high and mighty. Isuki walked up to the reception desk, where a gray-haired girl looked at him with skepticism. I'd like to enter the stage. Sure thing. How many challengers in total? He tilted his head and answered resolutely, just me. The entire place suddenly fell dead silent at his answer. The receptionist frowned, raising her voice in frustration, thinking Isuki was just messing around. Stop joking around. That's not funny at all. Are you trying to harass me? If you came here just to flirt, you're wasting your time. Sure, this might be an artificial stage, but it's still extremely dangerous. You could get seriously hurt, or even lose your life in there. What the hell is she even talking about? Isuki wondered, completely clueless. The onlookers burst into mocking laughter. Yo, look at this guy. He actually came here to hit on her. Ha ha ha. There are always some losers who mistake a dungeon for a dating spot. Well, they usually get chewed out and slink back home with their tails between their legs. Isuki stared coldly at the girl, his voice flat and deadpan. You seem to be misunderstanding something. I have absolutely zero interest in you. I literally only came here to clear this stage. Blushing, the receptionist covered her face but still tried to save face. Look, you don't have to act all tough just because you're embarrassed. I'll give you my number, so just go home for now. Suddenly, a menacing aura erupted from Isuki. His eyes darkened with a threatening glare. Don't make me say it again. I don't give a damn about your number. Just let me into the stage. Trembling, the girl handed him a registration bracelet, her voice shaking. Fine. But don't blame me if you end up dead. Isuki grumbled to himself. She should have just let him in from the start instead of making him repeat himself over and over. The crowd started whispering again as they watched him prepare to enter. What a dumbass. He could have actually gotten her number. Seriously, now is not the time to play hero. A level 0 rookie trying to challenge a level 10 stage is pure suicide. I bet he'll run back crying in less than 1 minute. Standing before the heavy steel door, Isuki could still hear the endless gossiping. Man, that guy looks insanely confident. Though, he also has a special rank gift, so maybe he can actually pull it off. Another Awakened countered. Gifts are just extra bonuses. The most important thing is still your level. No matter how special your gift is, it's completely useless if your level is trash. Isuki calmly raised his arm, preparing for the final step. My personal info is already registered on this bracelet, so once I scan it, I'm in. With a sharp beep, the system notification lit up. Awakener Tenma Isuki's entry request has been approved. He cracked his knuckles, exhaling a puff of white steam, ready for action. My promise was 3 minutes. All right, let's get this party started. The numbers on the digital scoreboard began to shoot up from 0. The race against time was officially on. Isuki dashed forward like lightning, leaving trails of blazing energy in his wake. He stepped into a massive, jaw-dropping area. The inside of this place is way bigger than I expected. This is my first time entering a dungeon stage, even if it is just an artificial one. Isuki focused all his attention, gearing up for his very first real encounter inside the gate. Here it comes. Suddenly, a massive wooden entity materialized out of nowhere. The system panel popped up. Kodama. Level 4. Gift, none. Without wasting a single movement, Isuki lunged forward, unleashing his overwhelming stats. Attack 49. Agility 48. Defense 53. Mana 24. Total 174. He swung his razor-sharp iron axe, slicing the monster clean in half. He flashed a smug grin. After all, an axe is the ultimate counter for some stupid trees. How does it feel watching your buddy get chopped right in half? Standing tall and proud before the surrounding pack of monsters, Isuki barked, "Bring it on, you rotten blockheads." Outside, Choha anxiously asked her father, "Dad, there are so many other rookie stages. Why did you let him enter this exact one?" Nento replied, "He said he'd surpass Jin. So, I just sent him to the very first stage that Jin challenged." Choha declared, "Unless he breaks past the absolute limits of humanity, there is no way in hell he's ever surpassing Jin." This made Nento think to himself, so, does Choha actually believe Jin has already transcended humanity? The assistant continued to reminisce with a tense look on her face. "I used to think Jin was just nice and easygoing, but then I saw him slaughter a level 97 Calamity Beast in a split second. The look in his eyes back then, the vivid image of glowing red eyes flashed hauntingly in her mind, cold, isolated, and transcendent. Those eyes. They didn't even look human. The silhouette of the legendary Jin appeared, radiating like a supreme being. They looked like the eyes of a literal god. Nento silently pondered Isuki's potential. That kid's potential is easily on par with Jin's. But right now, he's nothing more than an unpolished gem. If Jin is like a godlike savior who protects everyone, then Tenma is a demon entirely consumed by raw hatred, a complete contrast to Jin. He made this quiet assessment as he watched Isuki holding the severed head of a monster. Inside the stage, Isuki sighed in disappointment at how pathetic the monsters were. My absolute defense can't even activate against trash-tier Calamity Beasts like this. Suddenly, a massive shadowy figure with glowing crimson eyes rose up right behind him in a menacing stance. Isuki quickly spins around, unleashing a blinding lightning slash to counterattack. Looking at the monster collapsed at his feet, he coldly wonders, is that it? Is it over already? Isuki narrows his eyes, examining the monster's corpse with growing suspicion. A level 10 beast disaster, and it's only this week? No way. If it were that easy, this place wouldn't be called the Rookie's Graveyard. There's definitely something else lurking here. Just then, the system screams with a flashing red alert. B rank skill. Self-regeneration detected. Absolute simulation activated. Beginning analysis. Analysis progress, 5%. Isuki suddenly feels a massive surge of energy erupting right behind him. The wood monster from earlier rises again, now twice as big, leaving Isuki completely stunned. I literally sliced off half its head. How the hell is it still regenerating? Suddenly, the stats of the reborn monster pop up, showing overwhelming power. Reborn Kodama, rank 520. Race, Kodama. Level, 10. Special type, lowered physical defense by 50%. Self-healing greatly increased. Stats, attack, 110. Agility, 100. Defense, 60. Magic power, 180. Total, 450. He thinks to himself, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Isuki immediately activates his class's defensive skill, Dark Wall Activate. He dives straight down from the sky like an arrow to stop it from regenerating. I have to deal massive damage right now. Analysis progress, 17%. He tears through the air with consecutive slashes as the analysis progress hits 19%. Isuki braces himself, channeling all his energy into his razor-sharp iron gauntlets as he charges at the beast. A blinding blade light cuts through the darkness, pushing the analysis progress to 21%. The monster's body is sliced open by the powerful strike, exposing deep cracks that begin to leak energy. With glowing red eyes, Isuki flashes a manic, bloodthirsty grin. We're not done yet. I'll mince you to pieces so you can never regenerate again. He unleashes tens of thousands of crisscrossing slashes at godlike speed, trapping the giant monster. Finally, the Kodama's body shatters into 10,000 pieces, completely obliterated by Isuki's terrifying power. Standing amidst the drifting energy fragments, Isuki pants heavily, thinking, that should be enough. Keeping Dark Wall active for this long is draining my mana. But right after that, the ground violently shakes as the giant wood monster rises again, stronger than ever, letting out an earth-shattering roar. He quickly flips backward to dodge the razor-sharp roots. The progress bar shows 60% as he snaps in frustration. Seriously? It's still not dead after all that? What a pain in the ass. In this critical moment, Isuki's eyes light up as he spots an opening every time the monster regenerates. The analysis speed of absolute simulation spikes. He begins to calculate his next move, determination written all over his face. He thinks, I'll deactivate Dark Wall to save mana, and use Thunder Dash to dodge its attacks while keeping my distance. Dragging this out until the analysis is complete is my path to victory. But, looking at the analysis bar at 75%, Isuki grits his teeth under the pressure. I don't have much time before my 3-minute limit. It's time to go all in. He unleashes a sudden burst of energy, activating both Thunder Dash and Dark Wall at the same time to push his offense to the absolute limit, forcing the monster into constant regeneration. This will speed up the analysis process. Knocked flat by the monster, Isuki grits his teeth through the bone-chilling pain. If absolute simulation can't activate when my mana hits 0, I'll die right here. The progress bar hits 80%. He flips through the air, dodging a swarm of sharp roots as the progress climbs to 85%. Isuki braces himself, charging headfirst at his foe as he tells himself, but if I die here, then that's all I was ever worth. His eyes burn a murderous crimson as he prepares for a final, decisive strike. An explosive collision erupts as raw lightning slams directly into the monster, unleashing blinding flashes of light. Blown backward with his face covered in blood, Isuki groans in agony as countless roots impale his body. Damn it. The progress bar reaches 99% as he feels completely drained. My mana is completely empty. But suddenly, a sly smirk creeps onto his face as the notification flashes at 100%. Triumphant, he thinks, just as I thought. Absolute simulation doesn't need mana to activate. This match is my win. A massive lotus of blue energy explodes, and the system panel flashes. Analysis of self-regeneration complete. Acquired skill, Chain Blast. Instantly, the skill details pop up. Chain Blast, Level 2. Active effect. Consumes mana to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius. Power scales with the amount of mana consumed. Passive effect. Every time Chain Blast defeats a living creature of level 1 or higher, all skill ranges increased by 1%. Standing in the center of the Divine Lotus pedestal, Isuki's fully healed body absorbed the backlashing Lotus Burst. Number 2. All stats boosted by 20. All debuffs cleared, and every single wound is fully healed. Staring down at the terrified monster, the final system prompt popped up. Activating the Lotus Burst, Isuki calmly clasps his hands, focusing all his power into a single point. Boom! A massive explosion shaped like a giant fiery lotus swallows up everything in a raging sea of flames. The wooden monster gets blown to smithereens, turning into straight-up ash under that insane heat. Standing in the middle of the smoke, Isuki wipes the blood off his lip and coldly shrugs. Lotus Burst isn't half bad. He looks down in disbelief at the massive crater he just made. All this power with just 1/3 of my mana? Clearing out weak Calamity Beasts is gonna be a breeze now. But man, I never expected absolute simulation. Suddenly, a glowing green crystal drops. Isuki just stands there, totally clueless. Wait, what on earth is this? Meanwhile, on the outside, the receptionist frantically stares at the timer, hitting 2 minutes and 9 seconds. It's been almost 3 minutes since that rookie went in, and there's zero sign of him. We need to call the rescue team right now. Choha is sweating bullets, her anxiety peaking. I don't think he'd actually lose to level 10 Calamity Beasts, but seriously, clearing the stage in under 3 minutes is basically impossible. Suddenly, the entire system flashes with a brilliant green light, displaying the message, "New record achieved." Izumi, Nento, and the crowd are completely stunned. His eyes widen in disbelief as he gasps. No way. Choha's jaw literally drops as she stares at the actual results. Did he actually clear it? The crowd in front of the leaderboard is losing their minds over the unbelievable timer. It's under 3 minutes. Stage clear. Stage level 10. Challenger Isuki Tenma. Clear time 2 minutes and 14 seconds. New record updated. The stage gate opens, and Isuki walks out in his ragged clothes, sporting a cold-ass stare. He completely blows past everyone else on the leaderboard. Rank 1. Isuki Tenma. 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Rank 2. Jin Taiwa. 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Rank 3. Soheitin. 7 minutes and 17 seconds. The crowd goes wild, whispering in total shock. No way, did he actually survive? Is that green liquid Calamity Beast blood? Dude, he beat Jin Taiwa's time by a whole minute. Even Lord Izumi is. Isuki stands right in front of Izumi Nento, looks him dead in the eye, and demands, "So, are you going to officially train me now?" He lets out a cold smirk, the dried blood on his face only making him look more badass. "Well, sensei?" Under his mask, Nento smiles with satisfaction, leaving Choha standing there in absolute shock. Outstanding work. Exactly what I'd expect from my disciple. Choha thinks. Is father actually smiling? How long has it been since I last saw that? Meanwhile, the other students just won't shut up. Wait, so he's Izumi Nento's disciple? No wonder he shattered Jin Taiwa's record. But even if he is, as long as his level doesn't go up, he's got zero room to grow. Suddenly, the receptionist from earlier approaches, her face beat red with apology as she hands over an elegant wooden box. "This is your reward for breaking the record. Please, take it. And I'm so sorry for being so rude to you earlier." Isuki calmly accepts the gift, his eyes softening a bit. "For me? Don't worry about it." A level 0 rookie taking on a stage like that definitely looks like a suicide mission. I'm a total stranger, so it wouldn't have mattered to you if I died. But you still tried to stop me. That shows you actually cared. Hearing Isuki's gratitude, the girl blushes and bows her head. Thank you so much. Oh, it's nothing. Suddenly, Choha completely ruins the vibe. She turns on her heel and yells, "Hey, Tenma, keep up or I'm leaving you behind." Crossing her arms, she glares at Isuki with a strict look on her face, warning him not to get cocky. Don't get ahead of yourself just because you became my father's disciple. But yeah, I guess a stage of this level is way too easy for you now. Maybe we should crank up the difficulty? Nento nods in agreement, staring out at the massive structures in the distance. You're ready to challenge the advanced stages now? Isuki asks, surprised. Advanced stages? As the three of them walk across the campus, Nento breaks down the harsh reality. Level isn't the only thing that determines a Calamity Beast's power. The most crucial factor is. He points toward a projection of ferocious monsters. Their species, the ones without intelligence that just move on instinct, are easy to handle. But then, an image of warrior-like monsters pops up, radiating pure pressure. Some of these monster species are just as smart as humans, maybe even smarter, making them way more of a pain to deal with than your average disaster beasts. Choha then chimed in after her dad to explain more about how this world works, that Awakeners and disaster beasts are basically the exact same species. But right now, only as humans are supposed to have classes. Josh, in other words, their stats vary depending on the monster species. She narrowed her eyes at Isuki, breaking the news about the next challenge. High-level stages have these insanely strong monsters or super smart disaster beasts. Their difficulty is on a whole different level compared to normal stages. And since most of the high-level stages in the northern continent are in District 4, that's your next destination. Any other questions? Isuki's eyes flashed, dark thoughts swirling in his head. Did those two beasts I just beat have zero intelligence? And they didn't even scream when they got attacked. Does that mean they don't even have pain receptors? But smart disaster beasts do feel pain, right? A dark, sinister aura began radiating from Isuki, making Choha pale with fear. What the hell is this terrifying aura? What on earth is he thinking? Meanwhile, in another area, a crowd was whispering about some big shot. Hey, did you hear? Lord Izumi is planning to let him challenge a high-level stage. That guy who broke Taiwajan's record should be fine, right? But almost all the high-level stages in District 4 are under that man's control. More importantly, every Awakener who entered the high-level stages there has gone missing. Rumor has it that man killed them all. That man? You mean Kinoshita Raiji? One guy asked, while another quickly covered his mouth. Looking pale as a ghost, he hissed, "Shh. You're gonna get us killed if he hears you. I mean, after all, that guy is." Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, the man named Kinoshita Raiji was kicking back, living the high life. He had a lackey wiping his shoes. Kinoshita Raiji, the son of the Northern District 4 governor, took a sip of red wine, looking incredibly arrogant. When his lackey asked when he would set out, he scoffed. Every single stage in District 4 is under my thumb. I'll go whenever the hell I want. Raiji smirked with utter disdain, exuding a tyrannical, aristocratic vibe. Waiting in line is for the peasants. Meanwhile, cutting back to Isuki, he slowly opened the gift box with a soft click. Under the cool shade of a tree, the three of them sat together, chatting. Isuki was stunned when he saw what was inside. This is from back then? Nentu watched his reaction and asked, "Have you seen a karma stone before?" Isuki looked at the green crystal on the ground, then compared it to the stone in his hand. Yeah, after defeating the disaster beasts inside the stage, something exactly like this dropped. No, wait, it's a little different. He held the stone up to the sunlight, observing quietly. It's green. But Choha suddenly jumped to her feet, her eyes wide with shock. An intermediate karma stone? In a rookie stage? Isuki frowned, wondering, what exactly is a karma stone anyway? Choha sat back down and began to explain patiently. Let me break it down. Karma stones are also known as EXP stones. Come to think of it, you're still a complete rookie. An illustration popped up, showing the laws of this world. When a disaster beast or an Awakener dies, their corpse releases karma, an invisible energy that you can basically call experience points. Absorbing it raises your level. In other words, a karma stone is a crystallized form of that karma. An Awakener can absorb the energy from the stone. Using a karma stone to absorb the karma inside is one way to level up. But here's the weird part. Karma stones aren't supposed to just spawn naturally like this. Choha stared thoughtfully at the sky, trying to figure out why it was in that stage. Maybe it was Tenma's gift. Nentu suddenly looked at her. Isuki stared blankly at Choha and asked, "A gift?" Nentu chimed in to explain the anomaly. Normally, the karma of the defeated is absorbed directly by the one who beat them. But even though Tenma defeated those two disaster beasts, he didn't level up, meaning that karma was never absorbed. However, once karma is generated, it doesn't just vanish into thin air. He looked at Choha and Isuki, dropping a bombshell theory. If my guess is right, the karma of the disaster beast that attacked the school was absorbed by the Awakeners who were present there, which means us. Meanwhile, the stone in Isuki's hand glowed with a brilliant green light. A stage, on the other hand, is a completely closed space. Tenma couldn't absorb the karma he generated, and there was no one else around to receive it. So it condensed together and became a karma stone. Watching Isuki from behind, Choha wondered in absolute confusion. How could he seriously not be able to level up? Like, how on earth are his stats actually going up? It makes zero sense. Out of nowhere, Izumi Nento cut her off with a stern voice. "Choha, an Awakener's gift is top secret and must never be leaked. You didn't forget that, did you?" That made her pale instantly. "I'm sorry," she squeaked. As he turned his attention back to Isuki, Nento advised him carefully. "I'll let you decide whether to keep that karma stone for yourself or sell it. I've got a commander-in-chief meeting for the southern continent, so I'll be gone for a bit. In the meantime, Choha will look after you. But before I go, there are a few things I need you to remember." He laid down some ironclad rules. First, keep our relationship a total secret. Second, never reveal your gift to anyone else. Third, conquer at least 6 high-level stages before I get back. Fourth, do whatever you think is right without a single shred of hesitation. No matter what happens, I've always got your back. Isuki let out a confident smirk. His determined eyes locked onto his master as he replied, "Understood, master." Scene cuts to a new location. At the Firestone Execution Ground in the North 4th District, blocked-off students were screaming in absolute rage. "Hey, we got here first. Why the hell can't we go in?" But the sunglasses-wearing guards coldly announced, "This stage has already been reserved by the son of the Kinochita family. Go home for today." A green-haired student, refusing to back down, argued right back. "Who gives a crap? Just because he's loaded, he can do whatever he wants? He's not even here yet. Why can't you just let us in first?" Suddenly, a massive figure named Takeru loomed from behind, his glowing red eyes radiating heavy pressure as the student kept shouting, "I don't care who some rich brat is. If you guys don't let us in, I'm reporting this to the Awakener Association." Without saying a single word, Takeru swung a devastating punch that ripped through the air, heading straight for the students. His face was twisted in pure brutality. His bulging, muscular arm unleashed an incredibly powerful blow. Boom! A shocking impact crushed all their resistance in the blink of an eye. A blonde student fell to his knees, his face completely pale. No way. My B-rank Earth spike skill didn't do a damn thing to him? Takeru stood there like an absolute steel wall, coldly sneering. "That garbage didn't even scratch me." Shaking like a leaf, the victim looked up, cold sweat pouring down his face at such monstrous strength. Earth spike can pierce through literally anything. Is this guy a freaking monster? Showing zero mercy, Takeru loomed over and grabbed the poor student by his head. He squeezed ruthlessly, making the kid spit blood and scream in agony. Cough. The surrounding crowd whispered in absolute horror. A level 7 and 8 duo got crushed instantly without even putting up a fight? That giant is insanely strong. That's Ogatakeru, one of Kinochita Raiji's 4 pillars, and a level 12 metal element mage. Level 12? No wonder. Takeru lifted the limp body up with utter disgust. He growled like a beast. "I won't show mercy to anyone trying to sneak into this stage without Raiji's permission. If you dare resist, I'll make sure you share the exact same fate as these two." Standing arrogantly among the rubble, he tossed his head back and commanded, "This trash can just rot right here. Don't even think about helping them." His lackeys burst out laughing, mocking, "Takeru, man, Don't go too far. The other garbage is watching us. If you keep beating up these weaklings, you're gonna get reported to the teachers. Bwahaha. Takaru scoffed in pure contempt and tossed the body aside like a piece of garbage. Humph. Right then, Isuki stepped forward out of nowhere and caught the falling victim. His deadpan expression left Choha completely speechless, while the crowd's jaws dropped. Who the hell is that guy? Did he not hear us tell him not to help? Wait, level 0? He is dead meat. Hey, that gorgeous girl next to him looks kinda familiar though. Takeru glared at Isuki, his eyes dripping with bloodlust. Hey, newbie. I said nobody passes without Raiji's permission. If you don't want to end up like that piece of trash, then shut your damn mouth and get lost. Isuki stared straight back at him, calmly analyzing. I get it. So I can't enter this stage unless I beat you first. Meanwhile, Choha scrambled to grab her phone. I'm calling the manager of the North 4th District right now. This kind of behavior is absolutely unacceptable. But Isuki reached out and stopped her. His eyes flared with a sharp, determined blue light. No need. Master told me I could do whatever I think is right, without a single shred of hesitation. He handed the injured student over to her, calmly instructing, I'll leave their treatment to you. Suddenly, Takeru started breaking a sweat, feeling an uneasy chill as he stared at Isuki's hidden status window. This guy. Who the hell is this guy? He's literally level 0, but he's not flinching at all. He's actually standing right in front of me. Does he have some kind of rare class or what? He tried to calm his nerves by sizing up their stats. Wait, why am I sweating? Rare class or not, I'm literally 12 levels higher than this scrub. That stat gap is just impossible to close. Oga Takeru's status window popped up, showing a massive total stat of 6,505. Takeru glared at Isuki, his eyes widening as he felt the absolutely terrifying murderous aura bleeding off the kid. Before Takeru could even blink, Isuki rushed him like a literal hurricane, his shadow burning straight into Takeru's terrified eyes. Instantly, Isuki slammed a heavy punch straight into the giant's face, making a massive impact. Whoa! The crowd of watching students gasped in pure shock, screaming, Holy crap, this guy is way too fast. Is he seriously level 0? Dude, I'm level 8 and I don't think I can even track his movement. But the moment Isuki's fist made contact with Takeru's skin, weird white smoke started drifting off him. Isuki's eyes narrowed in surprise as his punch came to a dead stop. He blocked it with some metal armor skill. Takeru smirked, his metallic hands clamping onto Isuki like a vice. He growled, Nice speed, kid, before throwing a heavy punch straight down. A shockwave erupted as Isuki quickly leaped backward. But that's not gonna cut it. Sliding to a halt in a defensive stance, Isuki calmly recalculated his strategy to take down an opponent over level 10 or Sisei. I need to boost my agility. Time to use Lightning Break. Right then, the system screen lit up, updating his stats and initiating the copy process. Name, Isuki. Race, human. Level, 0. Fixed. Total stats, 1000. C rank skill. Detected. Metallization. Absolute copy activated. Analysis progress, 1%. Isuki lowered his stance, getting ready. His eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. Is this guy dangerous enough to trigger my absolute copy? Guess I've got to stop holding back. He vanished, rushing forward like a ghost. The analysis bar jumped to 5%. Normal attacks aren't going to cut through those metallic parts. In that case, I'll aim for the soft spots. The ground cracked beneath Isuki's feet from the insane force of his leap as he launched himself into the attack. Takeru swung his massive metal fist downward, sneering with pure contempt. Just a weakling with 0 power and 0 speed. Suddenly, blue sparks of lightning erupted around Isuki. He accelerated in the blink of an eye, completely catching Takeru off guard, who thought that was his top speed. Lightning Break. The lightning charge strike slammed right into Takeru's ribs, making his eyes bulge in sheer panic. Wait, lightning element? I'm not giving you any time to harden your skin, Isuki thought. A relentless storm of rapid-fire punches rained down on him. The analysis bar rapidly surged. 25%, 37%, 59%, 66%, all the way to 100%. The crowd watching was absolutely mind-blown. Whoa, how is that guy using someone else's skill? He's too fast. I can't even track him. No way. Is that level 0 actually about to wreck Oga? Takeru gritted his teeth, his face twisting in absolute disbelief as he endured the pain. Damn it. I can't even get my metal armor up in time. How the hell is a level 0 this fast? At this rate, I'm gonna lose. Backed into a corner, he roared in sheer desperation under Isuki's crushing pressure. Damn it, I can't even move. Hey, you idiots, don't just stand there watching, help me. Blinded by pure rage, Takeru funneled every last drop of his remaining strength into one final, desperate move. I've got no choice but to use times that. A massive wave of energy erupted from him as he let out a ground-shaking roar. Arr! Takeru's entire body transformed into a gleaming sheet of black metal. The system pinged. Analysis progress. 88%. This guy just metallized his entire body. I should actually thank you, kid. I've never been able to pull off full-body metallization before, but you pushed me to my absolute limit. He stood there arrogantly, flexing his ultimate defense. My metallized parts boost my defense by 50%, and my special perk grants another 50% boost when I'm standing still. In other words, my defense right now is easily over 500. Takeru's eyes flashed with pure malice. He sneered at Isuki. I was planning to rip you in half, but since you helped me master this new skill, I'll make your death quick. On the sidelines, two students whispered, shaking in fear. Over 500 defense at level 12? Nobody at his level can even scratch that defense. He's a literal monster. Man, I really thought that level 0 guy was about to pull off the win. While everyone else was panicking, Isuki just stood there, casually smirking. Analysis, 99%. If my guess is right, full-body metallization drains a massive amount of mana. 98%. If you dumped all your stat points into defense, your mana shouldn't be that high. Takeru felt 99% humiliated. He glared at him with furious, bulging eyes. Damn, what a total joke. Is this guy seriously a 0-star? His intuition is way too sharp. Analysis progress has reached 100%. Isuki radiated a brilliant aura. Don't sweat it. I won't use some lame tactic like wearing your mana down to 0. I'll wrap this up real quick. Analysis progress at 100%. Suddenly, that giant blue lotus bloomed again, shrouding Isuki right in the middle of the battlefield. Look, it's that blue lotus again. Tenma is about to get even stronger. Everyone held their breath, watching the glowing energy lotus bud. A lotus? Is this seriously a 0-star skill? It doesn't even look like an attack skill. How the hell is he going to beat Oga with this? The system screen popped up with a completion alert. Metallization analysis complete. Acquired. Purging darkness. Purging darkness. Level 1. Active effect. Fires a perfect sphere on a fixed trajectory. The sphere travels at a speed of 1 meter per second, piercing through all enemies in its path. Ignores defense. Passive effect. Every time an enemy with higher defense than the user is defeated by purging darkness, its flight speed increases. While Isuki was quietly calculating his moves, he assessed the situation. Ignores defense. If I land a hit with this, I can definitely deal massive damage. The only catch is the speed is just 1 meter per second. Even a regular person could easily dodge this, so timing the strike is absolutely critical. Well, against that punching bag who can't even move, I don't even need to worry about the timing. His gaze suddenly turned ice cold, a wave of pure killing intent surging out. That absolute defense he's so damn proud of. I'm going to crush it into tiny pieces. Right after that, the status board updated with mind-blowing numbers. Acquired. Purging darkness. Level 1. All stats plus 10. Removes all negative status effects and fully heals all wounds. Status. Attack. 250 to 260. Agility. 250 to 260. Defense. 250 to 260. Mana. 250 to 260. Total. 1,000 to 1,040. Isuki raised his hand toward Takeru as the energy lotus burst open around him. All right, let's see you try to dodge this. Activate. Purging darkness. The crowd around them started whispering in disbelief. I've never seen that skill before. So this is the outlaw. The class, rumored to be the most mysterious of the 4 professions. Can a skill used by a 0-star really pierce the protection of a level 12 defense expert? Look at that confident face. It's got to be an unbelievable technique. From the center of the lotus, a jet black orb began to form, radiating a mysterious glow. The orb drifted forward slowly, heading straight for the giant. The onlookers snickered mockingly. Ch, is that it? Just a tiny little ball? Are you kidding me? How disappointing. Takaru smirked with utter disdain. Standing confidently in place, he sneered. You think a pathetic little ball like that can make me move and ruin my buff? How naive. He tensed up, showing off his polished metallic armor as he growled menacingly. If this is your trump card. The orb lightly touched Takeru's chest, his arrogant grin still plastered on his face. Then you're about to die a pathetic death. But all of a sudden, his grin vanished, replaced by pure terror as the orb sank deep into his metallic flesh. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. His steel-like defense was completely pierced, making him scream in agony. Gah! Isuki stood there, looking down at his collapsed opponent. He coldly spat. I told you to dodge it. Since you're a human, I only aimed for your arm. If you were a Calamity Beast, I would have aimed straight for your neck. Takeru clutched his arm in agony, screaming, My arm! He turned his back and walked away, without even glancing at the frozen lackeys. What are you guys just standing around for? Get him to the hospital. Now. Did you not hear me? His eyes flashed with a chilling ruthlessness that sent a shiver down their spines. I told you to scram. Terrified, the bodyguards scrambled to carry their boss on their backs and fled the scene. Cheers erupted across the entire area. He won. He actually won. Great job. He totally deserved it. A few awakened rushed over to eagerly pitch their offers. Hey, want to party up with us? With 3 people, we can clear the gate in no time. No, party with me. Just the 2 of us, so you'll get way more experience points. They tried their best to convince Isuki. Are you planning to challenge the fire punishment grounds with only 3 people? All the Calamity Beasts in there have defense stats on par with Oga. We have a healer. We can keep restoring your mana so you can fire those orbs endlessly. Isuki narrowed his eyes, plotting. He realized he just hit the jackpot. Defense on par with Oga, huh? This is perfect. The projectile speed of Purging Darkness increases every single time I defeat an enemy with higher defense than mine. I am gonna jack up its speed right here in this stage. Seeing him stay quiet, the other 2 impatiently urged him. Come on, just tell us who you're picking. Isuki's face went dead cold as he snapped. I am going solo. His declaration left the crowd completely shocked. Soloing a high-level stage like level 15? Has this guy gone completely arrogant just because he beat Oga? They glared at Isuki with pure sarcasm, sneering. Yeah, I get that he is strong, but there is a limit to being this cocky. Guess we are not up to his high standards. Let us find another group. Meanwhile, Choha hurriedly ran after him to stop him. She anxiously warned him. Look, I know you have the skills to take them down. But is your mana even gonna last? Every single monster in this dungeon has defense on par with Oga, you know? Isuki calmly shrugged. I will be fine. Don't sweat it. Choha's face flushed red as she snapped to hide her worry. Who the hell is worried about you? I'm only asking, because my dad is gonna blame me if you end up dead here. Whatever. I am going to treat the injured. Knock yourself out. Before walking away, she did not forget to throw in one last warning. And remember, the Stone Tribe is brainless, but they pack up and swarm you, so watch your mana consumption. Isuki just nodded and placed his hand on the console. Got it. Immediately, the system chimed. Entry request for Awakened Tenma Isuki has been approved. As the gate ground open, Isuki stared deep into the darkness ahead. There really were way more monsters than usual. Massive stone beasts immediately began closing in on him. Just what you would expect from a high-level dungeon. The levels and stats of these monsters were on a whole different level. One of the beasts lunged at him, roaring furiously. The system immediately displayed its information. Stone Statue rank 927. Stone Tribe, level 9, grade 2 monster. Skill, converts all mana into defense. Status, attack, 115. Agility, 50. Defense, 295. Mana, 0. Total, 460. Isuki raised his hand, preparing to unleash his decisive strike. Let us see if these guys satisfy the passive condition of purging darkness. The purple lotus bloomed brilliantly once again. Activating purging darkness. The tiny black orb slowly floated forward, heading straight for the stone monster. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through its rock-hard body. Stone statue, level 9, has been defeated. The orb suddenly accelerated to extreme speed, shooting straight through a succession of other targets. Purging darkness's projectile speed increased by 100%. Isuki smiled smugly. Just as I thought. The ferocious pack of stone monsters roared and lunged at him. But Isuki stood there, totally chill, in the middle of a crackling current. These slow pokes with trash evasion are the absolute perfect prey for purging darkness. The system constantly flashed victory notifications. Stone statue level 9 has been defeated. Projectile speed of purging darkness increased by 100%. Stone statue level 8 has been defeated. Projectile speed of purging darkness increased by 100%. After clearing out the mob of minor monsters, Isuki stood amidst the ruins, checking his mana status bar. 110 out of 260. He did the math in his head. Casting Purging Darkness once cost 50 mana, which means I only have 2 shots left. He calmly assessed the battlefield ahead and sized up the situation. 2 are rushing me, and 1 is still hiding. Remaining enemies, 3. Which means, immediately, Isuki gathered blazing energy into his palm, with absolute determination written all over his face. I have got to take down both of them, at once, with just 1 orb. A shattering explosion erupted. The attack ripped through the ground, kicking up a massive shockwave that blinded the area. Using the dust cloud as cover, he charged straight at his target, shouting with resolve, "Now!" Isuki's eyes flashed with a blood-red, murderous light. He roared as he unleashed his ultimate move, "Take this!" The energy orb obliterated every obstacle in its path as the system chimed with consecutive victory notifications. Stone statue, level 9, has been defeated. Stone statue, level 10, has been defeated. Projectile speed of purging darkness in Isuki collapsed to the ground, panting from sheer exhaustion. This complete depletion, right before running out of mana, is brutal. I hope I get a mana recovery skill someday. He sat up, looking at his newly upgraded skill sheet with satisfaction. Now that the speed is 5 meters per second, I can easily catch up to fleeing enemies. Purging Darkness, level 1. Current projectile speed increased by 500%. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over him. Isuki shuddered slightly and turned around. The ground shook violently, dust swirling wildly under the colossal weight of the newly appeared enemy. A towering stone entity loomed before him. A red warning popped up on the display. B rank threat detected. Giant Golem, rank 28. Stone Tribe, level 15. With a total stat of 777, Isuki pulls off a slick flip, dodging a bone-crushing stomp. He immediately buffs his stats. Since this thing is an absolute unit, he triggers Lightning Break, boosting his agility by 50%. Facing a monster this huge, he pauses to scheme his next move, wondering if he can actually one-shot this behemoth with just Shadow Purge. Narrowing his eyes, he studies its massive stone body and mutters to himself, "Maybe if I aim right for the head." Spotting an opening in the monster's heavy swings, Isuki leaps high into the air and yells, "Gotcha!" A massive opening. But the second his energy sphere flies out, Isuki suddenly realizes he completely miscalculated. Oh crap, the sphere is way too small. Even if it pierces through, it won't do much damage at all. The monster lets out a deafening roar, swinging its massive arm and whipping up a howling wind that tears through the air. Sent flying into the air, Isuki breaks into a cold sweat as he realizes he's in deep trouble. Shoot! I can't dodge while suspended in mid-air. Hanging by a thread, he instantly pops his shield. Dark Wall activated. With a sharp boom, the monster's giant stone fist blasts Isuki so hard he almost flies straight to another planet. He quickly uses Flash to blink right back. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, he realizes that as the system begins copying its power, this big lug packs way more of a punch than he expected. B rank skill. Gigantification detected. Absolute Mimicry activated. 1%. But then, a smug smirk creeps back onto his face. So, it only got this massive because of a skill? Well, in that case, this is gonna be a walk in the park. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion, a sweaty subordinate is literally screaming into his phone. Wait, what? Kinosita Raiji adjusts his glasses. With a cold, commanding glare, he warns, I thought I told you not to make a racket in my presence. The lackey trembles, bowing frantically as he apologizes. I'm so sorry, sir. It's just, this news is absolutely insane. What happened? Raiji demands coldly, looking at the subordinate's completely dumbfounded, disbelief-ridden face. The lackey drops a total bombshell. Someone actually defeated Oga and forced their way through the sky barrier. Raiji narrows his eyes in disbelief, crushing his wine glass to pieces. What the hell was that guy doing? He was always bragging that nobody below rank C30 could ever crack his defense. Don't tell me some rank C30 awakened, or higher, actually showed up here. The subordinate nervously breaks down the facts. With the recent spike in meteor strikes, all the rank C30 and above awakened are way too busy dealing with the fallout to waste time coming here. Besides, the challengers at the Flint execution ground are mostly just level 10 weaklings. There's absolutely no way a level 10 could take down Oga, the lackey blurted out in panic. Right, sir? Just give me a bit more time, and I'll dig up all the dirty details. Raiji coldly cuts him off. Staring off into the distance with a calculating look, he replies, Don't bother. Even if the opponent is rank 30. We still have him here, don't we? Besides, the Flint execution ground is famous for its ridiculously stubborn boss monsters that take forever to clear. If we roll out right now, we'll still make it there in time. But sir, since we don't even know who this guy is, shouldn't we play it safe? Hearing this, Raiji's eyes flare with a menacing purple glow. He growls through gritted teeth. I said we are leaving right now. Do not make me repeat myself. Shaking like a leaf, with sweat pouring down his face, the subordinate bows low and stammers. Why? Yes, sir. Throwing on his coat as he walks out, Raiji unleashes an overwhelming, suffocating aura. I'll make them regret ever daring to cross the Kinosita family. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Isuki stands bathed in the warm glow of a level up, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Man, finally? I don't have to scurry around like a cornered rat anymore. The second the monster dissolves into dust, the system chimes in. Analysis of B-rank skill, gigantification is now complete. Isuki squints, giving his updated status screen a close look. Instead of getting some random new skill, his Klee orb got upgraded to 2 stars. Let's see what kind of crazy new buffs this bad boy got. Klee orb rank 2. Fire a flawless energy orb on a fixed path, piercing straight through all enemies and completely ignoring their defense. New feature. Once fired, you can adjust the size of the orb by burning extra mana. Passive effect. Projectile speed is boosted by 200%, bringing the current total to 500%. A smug grin spreads across his face as he realizes just how massive this power spike is. His passive stat literally skyrocketed from 100% straight to 200%. And the absolute best part? I can actually scale up the size of my piercing orb by dumping more mana into it. Isuki channels his power. With crackling blue lightning swirling around his body in a massive show of force, he grins. Time to give this baby a test drive right now. The status window flashes brilliantly, signaling an insane power breakthrough. Piercing 2.0 unlocked. 2. All stats increased by 20. All debuffs cleansed, and all wounds fully healed. Current status. Attack is up from 260 to 280, and agility has jumped from 260 to 280. Defense, 260, which is greater than 280. Magic power is 260, which is greater than 280. A total of 1,040, which is greater than 1,120. Isuki shot up into the air, focusing all his strength into a giant orb, burning through his entire mana pool. I'll take you down with my strongest piercing true Ouroboros orb I can create right now. The energy orb condensed to its absolute limit, unleashing space-shattering roars. He unleashed the attack. A colossal pillar of light pierced the earth, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Isuki dropped to his knees, gasping for air as his mana bar hit 0 out of 280, but a satisfied smile still played on his lips. Whoops, looks like I went a little too far. Amidst the rubble, the system spammed victory notifications. Giant Stone Golem, level 15, has been defeated. The flight speed of void-piercing orb increased by 200%. Who knew an orb created by draining all my mana would end up this massive? He stood up and grabbed the loot. His eyes flashed with calculation. The orb's flight speed was now 7 meters per second. If I clear this stage just 2 more times, it'll be as fast as a speeding car. Void-piercing orb. Tier C2 passive. Every time you defeat an enemy with higher defense, flight speed increases by 200%. Current bonus, 700%. Isuki walked nonchalantly through the clouds of dust. Lost in thought. He realized, I've been ignoring them this whole time. But these passive effects are actually pretty damn useful. He continued to analyze the skill combinations. The passive effect of Lotus Explosion expands the range of all skills. So that means the range of void-piercing orb also gets boosted, right? Lotus Explosion passive. Each time Lotus Explosion kills a living creature of level 1 or higher, the range of all skills increases by 1%. Isuki looked up at the sky, imagining absolute power. In other words, if I keep boosting Lotus Explosion's passive, I could eventually obliterate Calamity Beasts from thousands or even tens of thousands of meters away. At the dungeon's exit gate, the digital scoreboard flashed a shocking announcement. Stage cleared successfully. Level 15. Challenger. Tenma. Isuki. Time. 3 minutes and 1 second. Clear record updated. The crowd of hunters outside erupted into chaos, unable to believe their eyes. 3 minutes and 1 second? No freaking way. Even a 5-man party takes over 10 minutes. Did he seriously wipe out all the Calamity Beasts in a single blow? He broke Jin's record of 3 minutes and 19 seconds. What kind of monster is he? Here he comes. Doubtful eyes locked onto Isuki as he walked out, looking completely unfazed. Why is he still only level 0? Could the clear announcement be a system bug? Look at him. He's not even hurt. His clothes are barely even dirty. There's no way he cleared that stage. Suddenly, Choha walked up, her eyes filled with admiration. You cleared it again without a single scratch? And you broke Jin's record again. Seriously, you never cease to amaze me. Choha gently pushed up her glasses, scrutinizing Isuki. That battle was way faster than expected. Isuki scratched his head, replying casually, Yeah, the Calamity Beasts inside seem to have pretty weak defense, so I took them down easily. Isuki stared at the glowing creature perched on her shoulder, asking curiously, Hey, Choha, what's with this butterfly? Choha spun around gracefully, a noble aura radiating from her. My class is a Shikigami summoner, Shikigami Yuzuru, and this is my Shikigami. Watching the butterfly flutter over her hand, Choha softly called its name, Tamaku. Isuki reached out his hand, about to touch it, thinking to himself in awe. This is my first time seeing a Shikigami, and it's absolutely gorgeous. Suddenly, Isuki's face turned serious as he asked a question that left Choha stunned. I've been wondering about this for a while. What kind of awakened classes actually exist in this world? She stared at him with wide eyes as if looking at an alien. You seriously don't know? That's common knowledge. Choha flashed a charming smile. Raising 3 fingers, she began a brief lecture for the clueless rookie. Classes are broadly divided into 4 main categories. With your abilities, you should have already seen 3 of them. Choha started explaining the different class systems. First up are the elementals or elementalists. They possess the power to manipulate the 7 elements: fire, water, wood, metal, earth, wind, and lightning. She gave an example of a lightning user, like your classmate, and that guy, Oga, from earlier is also one of them. Elementalists make up the largest number among the awakened, and they also have the highest baseline combat capability. Continuing her lesson, Choha introduced the second class, Shikigami Yuso, the summoner. They can summon spirits that obey only their master. Choha's status screen popped up. Izumi Choha, race, human. Level 6, class, Shikigami Master. Summon, Tamaku, B rank Crane. Level 15. These spirits are usually bound to their masters from the moment they're born. Choha smiled slightly, confidently asking Isuki, Got any questions so far? Isuki glanced at her stats and, blunt as always, said, Your level is lower than your own summon. Are you really supposed to be some veteran Awakener? Choha froze in shock. Does this guy have zero chill, or does he just not know how to filter his mouth? Regaining her composure, she slapped her forehead and explained. Well, yeah. Summons also gain XP and level up. So they're basically always a higher level than their masters. Isuki's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. He silently calculated that, in a fight against a summoner, it'd be way faster to just target the summoner directly. Choha shivered as she felt a sudden wave of killing intent. There's that creepy, negative aura leaking out again. Seriously, what is wrong with this guy? Isuki suppressed his bloodlust and casually asked, what else? You've only introduced 2 classes. Choha got serious again, resting her hand on her chin. The 3rd class is currently the most mysterious one, with almost zero info on it. Looking straight at Isuki, she declared, and that's your class. Order Breaker. The Rule Breaker. She went on to explain. It's mysterious because every Order Breaker has totally different abilities, just like your Blue Lotus. Some can manipulate their body size at will, others can spawn endless clones, and some Order Breakers can stretch their bodies like rubber. She pulled up a skill rank chart. Normal classes have skills divided into 4 ranks, from C to S. But Order Breakers? They only have Z rank skills. Skills that exist completely outside of those rules. Choha's gaze grew sharp behind her glasses. Order Breakers get special treatment because of their unique, exclusive skills. If enemies find out how those skills work, they lose their greatest weapon. Choha crossed her arms, musing. That's why my dad chewed me out when I asked about your skills. You're an anomaly, even among Order Breakers. From what I've seen, you can use at least 3 skills, and 2 of them are strictly elementalist only. Isuki stood frozen, feeling a wave of anxiety. My teacher isn't here, and I'm going to be in deep trouble if she keeps digging into me like this. To change the subject, Isuki asked, so what's the last class? I've never seen it. The last one? Choha placed a finger on her lips, looking mysterious. I'll tell you once you actually see it with your own eyes. Consider it payback for keeping secrets about yourself. Isuki clicked his tongue. Fine. Choha added, oh, by the way, the students you saved are all safe. So, what's your plan after this? Isuki casually replied. I was thinking of running this dungeon a few more times. Choha gasped in surprise. Wait, you seriously don't know? Dungeons have a cooldown period. This dungeon is especially long, so you can't re-enter for at least 2 days. Isuki's face fell. Seriously? There's a cooldown? No wonder that Kinichita guy was monopolizing the dungeons. If I can't boost the passive effects of my clear orb, I'll just boost my Lotus Bud instead. Isuki looked around and asked Choha, are there any dungeons packed with disaster-type monsters? Choha tapped her chin. A dungeon with a ton of disaster beasts? Oh, that would be it. An image of a land crawling with locusts appeared. The Locust Wasteland. The monster levels there aren't high, but their numbers are insane. A conservative estimate is at least 100 locust-type monsters. Many Awakeners have noped out of there the second they saw how many there were. Choha looked at Isuki with concern. It's gonna be brutal without any wide-range AoE skills. How are you gonna handle that? Isuki smiled confidently. AoE stands for Area of Effect. In other words, wide-range attacks. I'm definitely going. It's a no-brainer. Now that I think about it, I haven't used Lotus Bud in front of her yet, so she has no clue I've got an AoE skill. The crowd of hunters whispered in the background. Choha asked anxiously, are you seriously going? Without an AoE skill, you're gonna have a really rough time, you know. Isuki turned and started walking away. Yeah, I'll be fine. Don't sweat it. The other hunters stared after Isuki in pure horror. Was that guy seriously heading to the Locust Wasteland? He really has no idea what fear is. More importantly, once Kinoshita Raji finds out what happened to Oga, he's definitely coming. We need to clear out of here fast, before we get dragged into this mess. Right then, in a quiet hallway, Raji appeared with his face shrouded in shadow. Not a single soul here? His trembling subordinate reported. Yes, sir, it looks like the target has moved on. It's only been 30 minutes. Yet, you're saying he already cleared the Flint dungeon? Raji gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. It's hard to believe, but it seems to be true. What are your orders, sir? Damn it. He's making a total fool out of me. He turned his back, giving a cold order. If he used skills, there will definitely be traces of magic left behind. Get in touch with the Hound, the tracker. Tell him to hunt down that guy. Raji's face twisted in pure rage. Capture him alive at all costs. I'm going to make him experience what a living hell really feels like. The scene shifts to a dark alleyway, where a hiding man mutters to himself, I never heard about Kinoshita Raji having such a powerhouse working for him. Damn it, I should have never taken this hit job. He slumped to the ground, panting heavily, covered in wounds. If it wasn't for my Earth-style escape skill, that guy would have ended me right there. Looking around with absolute vigilance, he sighed. I made it this far. I should be safe now. Suddenly, a massive, fanged maw of a pitch-black beast gaped wide right behind his head, ready to swallow its prey whole. The giant black wolf, Death, snapped its jaws tight around the assassin's throat, leaving him time for only one final gasp. Well. Emerging from the dark, pipe-filled alley, Sakli, the tracker, walked up casually. Looks like you have something to say? Death, loosen up a bit. The assassin lay on the ground, his blood-soaked face trembling as he asked in utter despair. How? How did you find me? Sakli stood with his back turned, his voice chilling. My Death has an incredibly sharp sense of smell. Adjusting the brim of his hat, he exuded the deadly aura of an ultimate predator. I can smell the scent of death rolling off of guys like you. The assassin wept miserably, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Please, spare my life. Sakli looked down at him with ruthless, glowing red eyes. That's a tough request. Lord Kinoshita will be furious if I don't deliver. And besides, Death hasn't tasted fresh meat in a long time. A cold, deadly glint flashed in his eyes as he gave the order, Go on, it's dinner time. The wolf let out a terrifying howl and lunged to finish off its miserable prey. A system notification popped up. As Sakli stood beside his Shikigami, it had finally leveled up. Death Hound, B rank. Level 16. Skills, Death Scent. C rank. Desire for Rebirth. B rank. Attack, 250. Agility, 250. Defense, 150. Mana, 150. Sakli calmly picked up his phone to report. It's done here. He looked surprised as he listened to the voice on the other end. He's seriously injured? Was it that stubborn Oga guy? Did they actually manage to hit his weak spot? All right. I'm on my way. He pointed forward, commanding his beast, Death. Let's go. A new prey has appeared. Cut to Chapter 7, The Locust Wasteland. Isuki stood in front of a massive dome structure. Is this the place? He looked out at the endless wheat field. He wondered. This field goes on as far as the eye can see. Are there really that many locusts here? Choha walked beside him, explaining the basics in detail. Calamity beasts tend to choose their preferred environments when invading this world. So, predicting the beast type based on the environment is one of the essential skills for an awakened. Isuki nodded. I got it. Choha adjusted her glasses, her face full of concern. There isn't even a reception desk here. That's right. This stage is so dangerous that it's actually scheduled to be permanently shut down. Isuki was puzzled as he compared the difficulty levels. It's only level 13 compared to the Flint dungeon, so why did they make that decision? Choha continued to explain. In normal stages, you can escape if you can't win. But, she pointed toward the swirling black mist. In this place, the Calamity Beasts are insanely aggressive and abnormally massive in numbers. An image of someone surrounded illustrated the sheer horror. So if you let your guard down even for a second, you'll be swarmed by countless locusts and ripped to shreds. A skull being gnawed on by locusts appeared, looking absolutely horrific. They will strip you clean, right down to the bone. Contrary to Choha's anxiety, Isuki just smirked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. So there really are a ton of monsters here? Perfect. Choha is stunned. What? Are you in a hurry to go get yourself killed? Itsuki clenches his fists, staring ahead with absolute resolve. I'm not desperate enough to end up as bug food. Watching Itsuki casually step into the portal, Choha sighs to comfort herself. Well, with that attitude, he should be fine. Looking down, she mutters to herself. He went into that stage on his own, and I've given him all the warnings I could. If anything goes wrong, it's on him. Suddenly, Choha panics, her eyes widening as she remembers something crucial. Wait, what should I do? I forgot to tell him that the locusts will keep multiplying endlessly until he defeats the boss. I have to go inside and warn Tenma right now. Choha quickly turns around, preparing to run after Itsuki into the dungeon entrance. But she freezes instantly when she sees Sari and a giant death wolf blocking the way. Sari lets out a creepy smile. Her glowing red eyes lock onto Choha, filled with menace. Young lady, I'm looking for someone. Meanwhile, Itsuki is already standing in the middle of a desolate wasteland inside the dungeon stage. Looking at the sight before him, he mutters, "What a total mess." Itsuki rubs his hands together. With a sharp, confident glare, he says, "Wake up, you parasites. I'm here to wipe you all out." Standing before the dry field littered with tattered scarecrows, he observes his enemies. Their individual levels are shockingly low. Well, but they still meet the requirements for Lotus Burst, so it's not a problem. The system screen displays a massive wave of monster info. Demon Locust, 22,301, 22,307, 22,309. Insect Tribe, levels 1 and 2. No loot available. Looking up at the sky, blanketed by the black shadows of the monsters, Itsuki gasps. Damn, that's a massive crowd. He immediately channels his mana, and a blazing fire lotus ignites in his palm. But this actually works in my favor. Itsuki takes a stance, a calculating look on his face. The more they swarm together, the easier my job gets. Once they're within range of Lotus Burst, I'll crush them all at once. Just as the horde of monsters charges down, he yells with absolute certainty, "Now!" A blinding crimson light explodes in midair, signaling that his skill has been activated. Lotus Burst. Kill notifications rain down like wildfire. Defeated Plague Locust levels 1 and 2 with Lotus Burst. Skill range increased by 1%. Standing amidst the ashes of the explosion, Itsuki looks at the cluttered notification screen with satisfaction. He checks his newly upgraded skill stats. Lotus Burst level 2. Consumes mana to deal explosive damage within a 10.5 meter diameter. 110%. That means I just took down about 110 of them. The range of Lotus Burst has expanded to 10.5 meters. Not bad at all. Itsuki narrows his eyes, calculating his remaining resources. Against these weak Calamity Beasts, using 10% of my mana for 10% output is more than enough. Based on my remaining mana of 252 out of 280, and my recovery rate, I've got about 10 more shots left. If I wipe out 100 of them with each shot, I can increase my range by a total of 1,000%. He silently ponders the rules of the dungeon. If this stage has no cooldown, my farming is going to be so much smoother. Suddenly, Itsuki freezes, a doubtful look on his face. Strange. The challenge cleared notification hasn't popped up yet. Don't tell me. The system suddenly flashes a new warning. Detected C-rank skill. Mother's dying wish. Absolute simulation activated. Analysis progress. 1%. He warily looks around as he feels a growing pressure. There are survivors left? From beneath the cracks in the ground, dark mist and monstrous shadows begin to surround Itsuki again. A sudden whip-like strike forces him to jump back. Itsuki grits his teeth, cursing himself. Is Mother's dying wish the skill of the boss here? Damn it. I let my guard down because I was so sure there wasn't a boss in this place. Itsuki focuses his gaze on the debris, searching for any traces. Luckily, I can keep expanding my skill range with Lotus Burst. But the problem is, I don't have a single clue where the boss is hiding. He decides to switch up his tactics. His hands ignite with blazing fire once more. In that case, I'll just wipe out every single one of these small fry to force the boss out. A massive explosion rattles the ground, clearing every obstacle around him. The system continuously updates his progression stats. Defeated Demon Locust levels 1 and 2. Current skill range increase, plus 220%. Itsuki stares at the status window with glowing eyes. The diameter of Lotus Burst is already 16 meters. This thing is seriously OP. With Lotus Boost level 2, the power scales directly with the mana you burn. Staring at the wrecked field, he muttered, totally clueless as to how he just wiped out another 10 small fry. But where is the boss? Still hiding? Deep beneath the ground, rows of glowing eggs start cracking open, and a fresh wave of demon locusts is just itching to swarm up. They keep spawning like crazy out of those holes. The system pings. Enemies have respawned. Analysis progress at 27%. Isuki calmly checks his mana bar. He can still pull off Lotus Boost 9 more times. His mana is sitting at 232 out of 280. He clenches his burning, stone-clad fist, the friction sparking pure, destructive power. I don't care how many times you bastards respawn. I'll wipe every last one of you off the face of the earth. Isuki roars, engulfed in blazing fiery clouds, ready to sweep them all away. The strike explodes like a falling sun, obliterating every living thing in sight. Demon locusts annihilated. Level 1. Skill area of effect increased by 1%. A chain of Lotus Boost explosions rocks the earth, vaporizing every single obstacle in his way. Suddenly, his status screen flashes to life. Lotus Boost Level 2. Consumes mana to trigger explosive damage within a 54.5 meter diameter. Current passive buff increased to plus 990%. Sweat drips down Isuki's face as he does the math. So far, he's cleared 9 massive waves, boosting his range by 990%. But his mana is down to just 50 out of 280. He's only got one shot left. Staring at the endless sea of pitch-black locusts swarming like a hurricane, he grits his teeth. Damn it, does this nightmare ever end? Isuki scans the area, his face tense, but there's still no sign of the boss. Sure, pulling back for now and coming back once the analysis is finished is an option. But Isuki's eyes turn sharp and full of pride. Yeah, right? Running away is for losers. He channels the blazing flame lotus energy into his stone-clad hand. I don't care how many of you disaster-class monsters show up. I'll incinerate every single one of you. A massive explosion rips through the field, a blinding flash tearing the darkness apart. After unleashing that devastating attack, Isuki drops to one knee, clutching his leg and panting heavily. But suddenly, a dark energy surges violently from the ground again. They're still coming, and their numbers haven't dropped even a bit. Analysis progress, 91%. Isuki narrows his eyes, watching the tiny pests crawl out. What the hell is going on here? Every monster that spawned after the first wave was only level 1. They're tiny, too. Almost like they just hatched. Now, I get it. The boss's ability flashes in his mind, an image of a colossal queen laying eggs. She has infinite respawns. Queen Locust 03. 79. Level 13. Skill, Mother's Will. Rank C. Controls up to 110 demon locusts. Isuki grits his teeth, staring anxiously at the progress bar. If she can spawn infinitely, all his efforts are completely pointless unless he can take out the boss itself. His mana is bone dry, but the analysis hits 98%. 99%. And a brilliant blue light erupts. The system notifications flare up. Analysis complete, 100%. You have acquired the skill. Mana Search, Level 1. Range of effect expanded to 1,100 meters. Thanks to the passive effect of Lotus Boost. Every time one enemy is detected, your mana restores by 10%. Isuki smirks as he looks at his new skill. Mana Search, huh? With the passive buff from Lotus Boost, his effective range is now over 1,000 meters. And on top of that, my mana recovers every single time I detect one enemy. He rests his hand on his chin, a calculating glint in his eyes. This is the ultimate passive for this stage. Honestly, ignoring the boss and just hunting these weaklings to farm stats doesn't sound like a bad gig. But Isuki looks at his fully restored status bar. I can't keep Choha waiting forever. Time to wrap this stage up. All stats plus 10. Total 1,120. Greater than 1,160. Standing tall. He channels his new energy. Locating the boss with Mana Search. Pulses of energy ripple outward from Isuki, scanning the entire area to lock onto his target. The scanning waves pierce through the thick dust, pinpointing the Queen Locust hiding deep underground. Isuki's eyes flash with an icy blue light. Found you. He points directly at his target. Now fully exposed in his magical sight, dark purple energy swirls around Isuki as he roars. I don't care if you try to use your own spawn as a meat shield. A blazing pink lotus streaks forward, tearing through the darkness. It's completely useless. Not with the passive buff of my Lotus boost and my current launch range. It's definitely going to hit. The system displays. Clear Orb's flight range is 120 meters. An earth-piercing strike aimed straight at the demon's nest. Sensing danger, the queen locust screeches and scurries out of its lair. Seeing this, Isuki lunges forward in his majestic stone armor, crackling with blue lightning, aiming straight for it. His eyes gleam with ruthlessness, and with a smug smirk, he mutters, "Checkmate." He unleashes a lightning-infused punch, completely shattering the boss monster's body. Green and yellow fluid splatters everywhere. He stands in silence, watching the locust swarm scatter in panic. With their leader gone, they've fallen into utter chaos. Isuki channels his firepower into his stone arm to wipe out the remaining monsters. "Don't sweat it. I'll send you all to join your mommy in hell right now." Once it's all over, he stands amidst the dust and smoke of the battlefield, letting out a sigh of relief. All skill ranges have increased by 1,210%, making the blast radius of Lotus Boost 65.5 meters. The flight range of Clear Orb has also increased to 131 meters. The skill window updates with details. Lotus Boost Level 2, range of 65.5 meters. Passive effect plus 1,210%, and the flight range of the orb is 131 meters. Isuki looks at the loot dropped in his hand with a satisfied smile. This really was a great harvest. Once the cooldown is over, I'm challenging it again. Next time, I'm pushing the passive effect of Lotus Boost into 5 digits. He steps into the deep blue warp gate to head back, setting a new record. 17 minutes and 7 seconds. It took me a whole 17 minutes. Choha must be worried sick. Thinking of his friend, Isuki smiles gently as he returns safely. She'll probably act all indifferent again. But deep down, she's actually really kind and caring. That tsundere side of hers is honestly pretty cute. Isuki steps out of the portal with a smile on his face. "I'm back. Sorry for making you worry." He freezes when his eyes lock onto the blazing red, murderous eyes of Sakli, who is standing there waiting for him. Sakli is choking Choha, who is already heavily injured and barely hanging on. Clearing this stage solo and coming back in one piece. That means you're the guy Mazaiji is looking for, right? Sakli sneers maliciously as he watches Isuki freeze in shock. Talk about perfect timing. I tried to beat some info about you out of this guy. But even in this state, he refused to spit out a word. He's got more guts than most guys. Isuki glares daggers at his enemy. "Take your filthy hands off her. Do it. And I might just leave you half dead." In response to the threat, Sakli scoffs and flashes a contemptuous, arrogant smirk. "Ha ha ha, don't get cocky. You're nothing but a level 0 rookie." The moment those words leave his mouth, Isuki's energy explodes, and he dashes forward like a flash of purple lightning, warping the space around him. Stunned by that speed, Sakli breaks into a cold sweat, barely able to scream in sheer terror. So fast. Death. Just as the wolf lunges, Isuki throws a lightning-clad punch. The system immediately alerts. B-rank Shikigami, Deathhout, detected. Absolute barrier activated. Analysis progress, 1%. Isuki's hand tightly locks onto the beast's claw. As the progress hits 12%, he analyzes silently. That dog is a Shikigami, which means that guy in the hat is a summoner. Watching from a distance, Sakli narrows his eyes, filled with dread at Isuki's skills. No wasted movements, and his speed is insane. No wonder Oga lost. He probably didn't even have time to metalize. Regaining his confidence, he sneers and tightens his grip on Choha's neck as she groans in pain. "But I've got death and a hostage right here, don't I?" Seeing his friend in danger, Isuki grits his teeth and screams as the analysis progress hits 34%, Choha. Right at that moment, the wolf, Death, lets out a frenzied roar, opening its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, and lunges straight at Isuki. Wearing a sadistic grin, Sakli is absolutely sure of his victory. Death's bite force can crush any enemy with a defense stat under 30. You'd better prepare to have your arm ripped off. However, his smile suddenly vanishes, and his eyes widen in pure shock. What? Instead of dodging, Isuki uses his petrified arm to block the bite. His other hand gathers a blazing sphere of energy. He unleashes the final blow right inside the wolf's mouth. A burst of light explodes alongside his roar, "Die." As the dust clears, Isuki calmly looks down at the fallen beast. Analysis hits 77%. Without a Shikigami, a summoner is basically defenseless. Sakli stands rooted to the spot, staring at Isuki in disbelief. This guy. Could he really know that despite being just a rookie? But then, the wolf starts to stir. Sakli chuckles smugly to himself. My Shikigami is regenerating. With that B-rank skill, Thirst for Rebirth, Det's respawn cooldown got sliced big time. The beast suddenly jumped right back up, lunging at Isuki from behind while his master cheered, yelling at Isuki to just play dumb and become Det's prey. In that split second of life and death, Isuki, who had already activated his senses beforehand, activated his magic search. Relying on the detection waves, he effortlessly threw a kick, blowing away the charging wolf. Keeping magic search active constantly, ever since he got it, was definitely the right call. He glanced over at Sakli. At 95%, the analysis process would be over in no time. If the Blue Lotus showed up from absolute simulation, that bastard would probably catch on. Across from him, Sakli was shaking, sweating buckets from sheer helplessness. Sakli realized he's got strength and speed that easily outmatch Det's. On top of that search skill, I can't even pull off a sneak attack like this. Cornered and desperate, the bastard madly choked Shoha's neck, threatening, "Listen up. If you resist even a tiny bit more, this woman's life is over." Isuki narrowed his eyes coldly. He calculated his final move in his head. I need to finish this analysis without letting the Blue Lotus show up. But right then, the system popped up a notification. With the analysis of Dead Eater fully complete at 100%, he had acquired Shikigami Eater. The effect triggers upon direct contact with a Shikigami, allowing you to hijack and take ownership of your opponent's summon. Smirking, Isuki controlled the flow of energy around him. Ha! So, I can actually control its shape? Nice. The analysis wrapped up without exposing the Blue Lotus. A glowing status board popped up. Acquired Shikigami Eater. Second, all stats have increased by 20. Since absolute simulation was incompletely activated, debuff removal and full recovery have failed. Total: 1,160, greater than 1,240. A blue glint flashed in Isuki's eyes. He thought to himself, so that's the price for skipping the Blue Lotus, losing my recovery. But since I fully recovered in the previous stage, I can still fight at almost full power without needing any extra healing. Seeing the wolf, Det, wildly lunging at him again, Isuki calmly reached out. This skill literally lets me steal someone else's Shikigami. Isuki channeled his energy, forming a glowing lotus in his hand as he whispered, "In that case, I'll be taking your dog." With a low grunt, Isuki slammed the lotus hard onto the wolf's head. Instantly, a surge of blue energy enveloped it. Seizing the moment, Isuki unleashed a powerful lightning kick, blasting the beast away to clear some space. Witnessing this, Sakli panicked, gritting his teeth in pure rage as he barked, "You useless piece of trash. What do you think I fed you all that EXP for?" He immediately tightened his grip on Choha's neck to threaten her. His face contorted with murderous intent. He hissed, "Hey, bastard, if you resist any further, I'll snap this woman's neck." In excruciating pain, Choha spit some blood from the corner of her lips but still managed to whisper, "Don't worry about me." Seeing his friend in danger, Isuki calmly raised both hands to surrender. "Got it. Don't touch her." Sakli smirked with a sick, triumphant grin when he saw Isuki submit. Humph. If you had just been a good boy from the start, this woman wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Isuki narrowed his eyes, staring coldly at his enemy. "Why are you targeting me? I don't recall having any beef with you." Sakli casually spilled the conspiracy behind it with a sly smirk. "I might as well tell you, since you'll be meeting him in a bit anyway. Lord Raji Kinoshita is absolutely furious because you dared to enter the stage in North District 4 without permission. I am Sakli the House, and I came here on his orders to capture you." Isuki's face turned icy cold when he heard that familiar name. Raji Kinoshita. That guy again. I need to meet him face to face and settle this once and for all. Sakli sneered, threatening him brutally. "Oh, you'll meet him soon enough, but as a broken, bloody corpse." Det is going to tear your legs off. If you care about this woman's life, don't you dare use that weird ice shield to defend yourself this time. He ordered the wolf waiting on standby. Det, rip off both of his legs for me. Out of nowhere, Isuki's eyes flashed with a powerful, commanding red glow. Det, show me you're worthy of being my Shikigami. A lotus crest lit up on Det's forehead. Its eyes turned a brilliant red, completely loyal to its new master. In the blink of an eye, Isuki dashed forward, grabbing Choha in a flash of blinding blue lightning, saving her from Sakli's clutches in spectacular fashion. Sakli shrieked in horror as his own wolf betrayed him. Damn it! How? Why the hell are you attacking me? Is it because of your master? Isuki casually stroked the head of the now completely submissive black wolf. Good job. Still holding Choha in his arms, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him, completely enveloping the room. Now, I'm going to pay you back 10 times the pain you put Choha through. No, make that 100 times. I'll make you regret ever laying a finger on us, begging and crying for mercy. Sakli collapsed to the ground, his face completely pale. Desperately trying to survive, he stammered. Wait, just let me explain. I had no choice but to follow Raiji's orders. Look, let's work together. I'll lure Raiji out for you. Isuki stared down at him, his eyes glowing a menacing red as he smirked. Well, that's a pretty tempting offer. Believing Isuki had fallen for his trap, a venomous smirk crept onto Sakli's face. There's his opening. He suddenly pulled out a weapon for a desperate sneak attack. Die, you little brat. But Isuki remained completely calm. His cold gaze pierced right through the pathetic scheme. Besides, I'm more than enough to crush Kinoshita Raiji by myself. Turning to the wolf, he ordered, Death. Make him suffer exactly what he did to Choha. Now, it's feeding time. Sakli screamed, in utter terror, completely breaking down as he fell to his knees, begging. My hand just slipped back there, I swear. I'm sorry, please, just give me one more chance. Ignoring his desperate pleas, Death let out a low, menacing growl and closed in on his former master. In absolute despair, Sakli shrieked through his tears. Death, did you forget? I'm your master. I'm the one who fed you all this time. But the monster simply bared its massive jaws, lined with razor-sharp fangs, and lunged straight at him. Isuki casually carried Choha away, not even bothering to look back at the gruesome scene behind him. You've been tailing me ever since I cleared the stage, haven't you? Isuki suddenly stopped, sensing a presence lurking in the shadows. How much longer are you going to hide? Show yourself already. In the eerie silence of the dungeon, a faint rustle came from behind the golden wheat fields. From the stalks of wheat, a hooded figure slowly stepped out with an awkward chuckle. Heh, you caught me. Isuki was still holding Choha in his arms. Isuki narrowed his eyes, asking coldly, Are you in league with that guy from earlier? The stranger frantically waved his hands in panic. His face was filled with anxiety as he desperately tried to clear himself. No way, I'm not an enemy. Just hear me out. Isuki coldly turned away. Unwilling to waste his time, he gave an order to his wolf. Whatever. I don't have time to deal with you. Death, catch up once you're done eating. The stranger stared after Isuki in absolute awe. Even a ferocious beast like that submitted to him. A rabid dog like that actually obeys his command. This guy might actually be able to help me. He quickly ran after him to introduce himself. Hey, I'm Iberia. What's your name? That battle was so cool. Even though it got a bit terrifying at times. You're the mysterious guy who beat Oga Takeru, right? I'm Tenma Isuki. Iberia excitedly leaned forward and made an offer. Could you give me a hand? I'll pay you handsomely. Or maybe I can give you some Kama stone or a weapon? Seeing Isuki ignore him and keep walking, Iberia's face fell in disappointment. Wait. What? My dad said anyone would help if you offer a high enough reward. Was he lying? In Iberia's memory, the image of a blacksmith swinging a hammer appeared. Rewards require creativity. Just like how a cup of water is worth more than treasure in the middle of a desert. To a man seeking revenge, offer a blade. To a wounded man, offer medicine. That is the ultimate reward. Suddenly snapping out of it, Iberia clapped his hands in excitement. I get it now. He stepped in front of Isuki, pointing at Choha's injuries. You won't get very far carrying a wounded person on foot. The nearest hospital is miles away. If you keep strolling along like this, she's going to die. Pulling out a scroll glowing with a soft blue light, Iberia smiled confidently. I happen to have a healing item right here. Isuki paused, turning his head to look closely. I can save her, Iberia said. Isuki's eyes filled with suspicion. Are you serious? Iberia nodded confidently, a bright expression on his face. I can't fully heal her instantly, but I can definitely save her life. As Isuki set Choha down, Iberia began to apply the bandages. Can you do it over her clothes? This isn't your regular gauze. It's a rare Kama tool made from Shadow Clan ice and Kodama tree bark. Isuki watched him, finding the whole thing incredibly strange. Iberia explained as he worked. A Kama user at your level. You must have just awakened. No wonder you have no clue. Pointing out that guns and ammo are useless against monsters, he added. Modern weapons don't work on disaster-class beasts, so they're completely useless. But crafters can actually forge gear using shards, relics, and monster corpses, calling them Kama tools. 4 tiers of gear glow under the forge fire. These Kama tools are ranked into 4 classes based on the crafter's level and the materials they use. Starting with the most basic stuff, the common rank isn't really that different from your average weapon, except it can actually slash through monsters. Take a standard longsword. For example, at rare rank, it boosts the owner's stats a bit. Like this badass, deep blue-green greatsword, a Kama tool, called the Ocean Sword. It's rare, boosts speed and mana. Then you've got the glowing red demon sword oozing a sinister aura, an epic rank weapon. These babies boost your stats and come with special effects. Take the blood sword, it drains blood, heats up the blade, and cuts the enemy's healing by 50%. And then, there's the stunning golden sword, the ultimate dream for any crafter. A unique rank masterpiece. It's got absolutely insane stats boosting attack, speed, and packing crazy status effects. And even sealing demons. Iberia smirks with pride. Sure, crafters aren't built for combat, but they are incredibly rare. Since they forge Kama gear, every single Awakened treats them with mad respect. Isuki narrows his eyes and asks directly about Iberia's family. So, your dad's a crafter? And not just some average one, right? Most crafters can't make a single unique rank item in their entire lifetime. In fact, on this whole continent, only 10 people can pull it off. Iberia proudly holds up 3 fingers. 3 of those 10 items? Made by my dad. That's why they call him the crafting king of the north. But Isuki just shrugs and turns to look at some other gear, leaving Iberia totally flabbergasted. Hey, are you even listening to me? Isuki picks up the crossbow he looted from Sakli, completely ignoring the whining. I'm trying to explain things nicely here. Stop being so rude and ignoring me. Isuki just mumbles to himself. So this is the crossbow Sakli was using. Isuki closely inspects the weapon, already running combat tactics in his head. You just heard about my dad and you didn't even flinch? Usually, people would be totally sucking up to me. Isuki thinks to himself. With this, I won't have to rely on clear orbs so much. Saves me from showing my hand. Iberia looks over the crossbow and chimes in. Oh, that's actually a rare tier Kama tool. Too bad it doesn't have a name. But with this model, you don't need to worry about ammo since it converts regular bolts into magic ones. Hunter's crossbow. Rare tier. Speed plus 50. Suddenly, the crossbow dissolves into blocks of pure energy. Whoa, it vanished. Yeah. That's a built-in feature. Once it's bound to you, it gets stored in a pocket dimension and pops back out whenever you need it. Isuki nods. Pretty handy, thanks. And thanks for treating her. Let me know if you need anything. Once this is wrapped up, I'm heading out to find Kinoshita Raiji. Iberia gasps in shock. Wait. When I heard that name earlier, I thought I was just hearing things. You've got some massive balls to pick a fight with Raiji here in North District 4. Isuki shoots back. Why? Are you going to tell me to run away? Iberia goes quiet for a second, then looks Isuki dead in the eye. No. If we're talking about Kinoshita Raiji, then we've got the exact same target. Isuki raises an eyebrow. You pissed him off too? Iberia pauses, holding back a bit. Not exactly. But I want you to team up with me. For the national tournament qualifiers the day after tomorrow. Isuki responds. The qualifiers? Choha mentioned that too. I've been grinding nonstop to get ready for it. Isuki turns to face him, demanding answers. But what does that tournament have to do with Kinoshita Raiji? The qualifiers are split by region, and the venue for the North Continent is North District 4, which is basically his home turf. As the son of the North District 4 administrator, Kinoshita Raiji is obviously aiming to dominate the main tournament. To make matters worse, his older brother is one of the saviors, so if Raiji fails to make the top 10, it'll be a total disgrace to the Kinoshita name. Isuki listens closely as Iberia continues. That's why he's hoarding all the dungeons in North District 4 to level up fast. But why do you want to team up with someone like me anyway? Iberia beams with absolute confidence. Because you're freaking strong. My gut is telling me that if we team up, we'll blast through the qualifiers, no problem. You're younger than me, right? You've got plenty of time and chances down the road. Why are you so obsessed with making it happen this year? Iberia's face suddenly darkens as he mutters. Why? He looks down. In Iberia's memories, the image of his legendary blacksmith father from his childhood flashes by. I watched my dad forge KAMA tools with my own eyes since I was a kid. Every single finished piece was a masterpiece. My admiration for him just kept growing. An image of a younger Iberia holding a weapon and fighting plays in his mind. So, I always dreamed that one day, I'd awaken, step onto the battlefield, and slay monsters using the very KAMA weapons my dad forged. But deep disappointment washes over his face as he adds. And then, just 1 month ago, I finally awakened. I was so hyped asking my old man for a weapon, but he told me, "It's still too early for you, kid. Only actual saviors are worthy of wielding my Kama tools." Iberia almost teared up remembering her dad's brutal demands. Still, I didn't back down and kept begging him. So, my dad finally set a condition. If I pass this year's qualifiers, he'll let me have one. Clenching their fists with sheer determination. That's why I've got to win this year's qualifiers, no matter what. Isuki narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation logically. With an awesome dad like that, you must have tons of options. There's absolutely no need to team up with a level 0 like me. Iberia shook their head, bringing up how strict their dad was. My dad already saw that coming. Before I left, he told me, "Listen up, pass those qualifiers using nothing but your own skills. If you just ride on the coattails of strong teammates by using my name, I'll never hand over the Kama tool." Dao Zasashik Fajr. Sighing anxiously about the current mess, they added. Plus, according to the rumor mill, almost all the heavy hitters have already been bought off by Kinoshita. The rest are either lone wolves who hate teaming up or squads that are already locked in. I basically had zero hope of finding a teammate. Iberia's eyes lit up as they looked at Isuki. But 2 days ago, I heard rumors about someone who thrashed Oga Takaru, one of the 4 lords, and even shattered the dungeon record. I dug up info like crazy and finally tracked you down here. Isuki raised his hand in agreement without hesitation. All right, deal. Teaming up is no problem. But first, I've got to take her to the hospital. I'll go with you. From now on, we're a dynamic duo. Iberia kept babbling about potential names for their new team. We definitely need a cool name for this duo. Your Tima is Isuki, and I'm Iberia. So, Ibizu? Nah, that's kinda weird. How about Ten Maria? Or maybe Taniv? Isuki sighed in exasperation. Man, this kid talks even more than Rakuru. Suddenly, they shouted triumphantly. Oh, I got it. We both have the letter Y in our names. So, let's call ourselves Double Y. Isuki muttered. Speaking of which, I wonder how Rakuru and Seiya are doing. Will they be in the qualifiers too? At a training ground, Horina Rikuru suddenly let out a massive sneeze. Seiya Kisaragi turned to him. Did you catch a cold? Nah. Someone must be talking trash about me behind my back. Probably Isuki. Seiya's face turned slightly pensive. Isuki, how long has it been since that attack? I never thought we'd be apart for this long. I wonder if he's doing okay. Rikuru smirked, teasing her and making her blush. Man, you are so weird. If you're that worried about Isuki, why don't you just go visit him after we crush these monsters? Caught red-handed, Seiya immediately launched a fierce torrent of water at him. Whoa! Rikuru leaped out of the way and yelled, Hey, a surprise attack is cheating. Seiya replied coldly, Cheating? We're in the middle of training. It's your own fault for leaving yourself wide open, all right? A master with a massive prosthetic arm interrupted them. Ah, sensei. The national tournament qualifiers start the day after tomorrow. This is no time to be messing around. Seiya smiled, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Awesome. Finally, I get to clash with other Awakeners. I was getting sick of training with Rikuru anyway. I've never been to North District 4. I heard it's a bustling town, and I can't wait to see it for myself. Cut to Raiji, who was opening a briefcase packed with dark magic stones. A status screen popped up, showing Seiya at level 11 and Rikuru at level 10. Raiji's lackey reported anxiously. That punk still hasn't shown up. It's super unusual for him to be this late. Something unexpected must have gone down. Gritting his teeth in fury, Raiji let out a dark, suffocating aura. Again? Those useless idiots. Received experience from the Kama Stone, he growled, shutting down his lackey who was asking, should we send someone to find him? Forget him. The national qualifiers are our top priority right now. If we screw this up, my old man will throw me right back into that godforsaken isolation chamber. Raiji composed himself and asked about the plan. By the way, how's that favor I asked of you? Out of the 3,113 participants in North District 6, I've managed to sway 87 of them to cooperate. Just like you ordered, boss. All of them are level 5 or higher. A sinister smirk played on Raiji's lips as he held up a glowing stone. Excellent work. You're the only one I can actually trust around here. Raiji gripped the final magic stone, his eyes burning with pure ambition. This is it. The very last Kama stone. Purple lightning surges around Raiji's body as he triggers a massive level up. Is this power enough to completely crush these peasants? Kinoshita Raiji. Race. Human. Level 12. Total stats. After Chapter 3, in the hospital corridor, Isuki stands frozen, watching the energy fade away after rushing Choha to the ER. Bowing his head in regret, Isuki can't hide his deep sorrow in front of his master. I'm sorry, Master. Master, I messed up. I let Choha get hurt like this. Izumi Nento quietly looks at his daughter in the hospital room, then asks Isuki, what's your next move? I can handle that guy for you if you want. Isuki's eyes suddenly turn cold and sharp, filled with determination. No, please, leave him to me. I'll take care of him with my own hands. Nento turns and walks away, his authoritative voice echoing back. Very well. Tell me everything that happened later. Standing nearby, Iberia is completely shocked as he realizes the man's identity. No way. The commander-in-chief of the northern continent is Isuki's master? No wonder he didn't even flinch when he heard about my dad. Izumi Nento is seriously shrouded in mystery. I've gotta grab his autograph in a bit. Inside the hospital room, Isuki stands by Choha's bed and explains, and that's why I decided to join the national tournament qualifiers with Iberia. I see. Choha, how are you feeling? Choha gently smiles. The divine spirit Tamaku, resting on her shoulder, glows with a soft light. Tamaku healed my wounds, so I'm completely recovered now. It's also thanks to Iberia, using a rare Kama tool to heal me too. Nento suddenly turns his scrutinizing gaze toward Iberia, startling him. Since you have the rare Kama tool, the Kodama bandage crafted by Aiden, you must be his son, right? Iberia breaks into a cold sweat, struggling to keep his cool like a proper young master. He knows so much about Kama tools, and he even knows my dad. I've got to act the part and show some class as the oldest son of the king of crafting. He confidently gives a thumbs up and proudly declares, that's right, I am Aiden's father. The entire room instantly goes dead silent. Nento, Choha, and Isuki stare at Iberia, completely speechless. Dude, you got that backwards. His face turns bright red from embarrassment as he covers it with his hands. My bad. Aiden is my father. Nento clears his throat to break the awkward silence. Ahem. Anyway, I'm truly grateful to you for saving my daughter. Once the qualifiers are over, let me and Tenma pay Aiden a visit. Sitting down by the bed, he waves his hand to urge the two guys. You boys still need to prep for the tournament, right? Get going. Choha and I will be there to watch tomorrow. Iberia and Isuki walk out together, burning with determination. Yes, sir. Don't worry, we'll definitely crush the qualifiers. Watching Isuki's retreating back, Choha quietly reflects on how much he has changed. Father has always kept a close eye on Tenma. Back when he was with Jin, he always brought me along to their meetings. Memories of Isuki as a child flashed through her mind. Because of his childhood trauma, every time Tenma faces a calamity beast, strong self-destructive impulses would surge inside him. Images of Saya and Rikururu, looking at Isuki with worry, come back to her. But only when there's someone beside him that he wants to protect. Only then do those self-destructive impulses weaken. Cho-ha looks at her father, finally understanding his deeper intention. That's why Father placed me by his side to become his friend. She smiles gently as she looks at her palm. To become his weakness. And to become the person Tenma wants to protect. The person Tenma wants to protect, huh? The atmosphere suddenly grows heavy as Nento reveals a dark truth. By the way, regarding the beast attack at Tenma's school, it's been confirmed to be a planned assault. Not a coincidence at all. More and more traitors are defecting to the side of the Calamity Beasts. And although at varying scales, attacks targeting other commanders-in-chief have also been happening across other continents. Nento gazes out the dark window, his voice turning heavy. Right now, humanity's future is pitch black. But his eyes flash with belief as he looks down at his coat. But Tenma will definitely light it up. He will become the beacon of hope. Cut to a bird's-eye view of a massive arena, the venue for the Salvation League's national tournament qualifiers in North District 4. Isuki walks through the bustling crowd, amazed by the sheer scale of the tournament. Man, there are way more people here than I expected. As soon as word got out that Lord Izumi would be watching, people who had no intention of entering suddenly changed their minds, and the number of contestants skyrocketed from 3,000 to nearly 5,000 people. Raiji stood high above, looking down at the arena with a sinister smirk. Did that old geezer, Izumi Nento, really have to mess things up by throwing in this many wildcards? Don't worry, boss. They're just a bunch of trash acting as cannon fodder. They didn't even have time to team up, so we still got the upper hand in numbers. I made sure the guys we recruited tied a red ribbon on their right wrists, so we can easily spot our own crew. Down in the crowd, Horonori Rikuru was on his phone. Is wearing red ribbons the hot new trend now, or what? Should we wear them too? I heard Master Izumi is coming to watch, so Itsuki might show up as well. Up on the main stage, the host, Shinchihara Soryu, announced loud and clear, "Attention, everyone. Listen up. I'll break down the rules before the preliminary round kicks off." Host Shinchihara Soryu continued as a map popped up on the massive screen. The preliminary venue is split into two zones, the outer zone and the inner zone. For the first phase, you guys will start from 4 different directions in the outer zone. As the brutal rules of the game were laid out, first, it's a race against the clock to break into the inner zone. The exact moment you step inside, your ranking will be locked on your bracelet. Only the 50 fastest contestants will make the cut for phase 2. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Rikuru squinted at his bracelet. Huh, so this thing can actually do that? Seiya added with a worried look, weeding out thousands of people right off the bat. That's just brutal. Iberia urged Itsuki as the announcement kept blaring through the speakers. Each participant is only allowed to bring a maximum of 2 karma tools. Team up with whoever you can. Use whatever means necessary to win. Itsuki, look. That's Kinoshita Raiji. She pointed over at Raiji, who was bossing around a group of hunters. He was barking orders at his lackeys. Listen up. Block anyone who dares to run ahead of me. Iberia whispered, hatching a plan. The guys around him must have been bought off. Either way, we need to get to the inner zone as fast as we can. We'll hit Kinoshita with a surprise attack the second he lets his guard down once we're inside. Suddenly, Iberia's jaw dropped in absolute shock. Itsuki casually walked straight toward Raiji's squad, leaving Iberia in total panic. Hold on. Are you even listening to me? Who the hell are you? Watch out. This guy isn't wearing a red ribbon. And just like that, the first phase began. Up in the VIP stands, Examiner Soryu observed. More and more young people want to join the Salvation Alliance these days. It's encouraging, but having quantity without quality is completely pointless. The powerhouse Hayden Akira crossed his arms, eyes full of arrogance. Back in our day, we had plenty of contestants over level 15. Did you say plenty? Hayden Akira. Race, level, class, gift. Soryu glanced at the old record board. There were only 2 contestants who made the cut in your year, Taiwajan at level 21, and Hayden Akira at level 18. Akira smirked mockingly. Exactly. That's why I'm saying it's boring as hell without rookies like Taiwajan around. Let's hope there's someone like that in this batch. Soryu replied. Don't be stupid. A once-in-a-century genius like him doesn't just show up out of nowhere. Akira suddenly turned to Izumi Nento. Master Izumi, I heard some student from the North Continent took down a level 8 abyssal soldier right after awakening and even became your disciple. Is that true? Defeating a level 8 right after awakening? That's just ridiculous. Nento sat solemnly and gave a brief reply. Yes, it's the truth. Akira speculated excitedly. Is that guy among the contestants today? To be the second disciple acknowledged by Master Izumi after Taiwajan, he's got to be a monster talent. Soryu quickly scrolled through his tablet, looking thoughtful. I wonder who that could be. Rikuru's profile popped up. Horinori Rikuru, level 10. Metal Elementalist? His gift is only a standard tier 2, so it's definitely not him. Next up is Seiya. Kisaragi Seiya, level 11, with a tier 1 gift. But she's a water elementalist, focused on support, so it's probably not her either. Soryu stopped at a strong-looking name. It's gotta be this girl, Hanyu Kana, a wood elementalist with an unusually high level, reaching level 16. Nento quietly stared at the screen. Soryu looked confused. Am I wrong? But Hanyu has the highest level among all the participants here. Akira suddenly spotted something weird. Wait, is there seriously a level 0 among the contestants this year? There's always some idiot who joins out of pure curiosity, only to get absolutely trashed and forced to drop out, down on the field. Raiji laughed out loud, mocking Isuki. A level 0 trash actually dares to join? Gahaha. Hey kid, did you get lost or what? Isuki didn't say a single word. Silently raising his arm equipped with the magic crossbow, Raiji's eyes widened in sheer terror as he recognized the weapon. That is Sakuran's head. What the hell are you anyway? Isuki's eyes flashed with a cold, blue, murderous glare. You've been looking for me all this time, right? Raiji gritted his teeth in fury, veins popping all over his face. This level 0 piece of trash is the one who defeated Ogasawa? No freaking way, I'm believing that. I get it now. You were sent here by some idiot just to mess with me, weren't you? He waved his hand, ordering his lackeys. Grab him. Leave him to us. We'll make him regret ever daring to provoke us. A violent surge of purple lightning erupted around Raiji. I don't have time to waste my energy on trash like you. Isuki stood facing the surrounding mob, his face completely expressionless. Akira watched through the monitor and coldly remarked, 3 level 6s and 2 level 7s closing in on him all by himself? No point in even watching the rest of this. If you kneel down and beg for your life right now, maybe you'll have a chance to live. Iberia broke into a cold sweat, worrying for her teammate. I can take down one of them. But even though Isuki is crazy strong, dealing with 4 opponents at the same time is just impossible. He reached his hand into his inventory, eyes full of determination, thinking, I have no choice but to use that spear. One of them stepped forward with a sneer. I was wondering what kind of powerful enemy was waiting for us ahead. One of them stepped forward with a sneer. I was wondering what kind of powerful enemy was waiting for us ahead. But it turns out the first guy blocking our path is this level 0 piece of trash. Isuki's face was cast in shadow. He coldly muttered, Get out of the way. Suddenly, the guy froze, his face showing sheer shock and bewilderment. Then, he suddenly burst into a crazed laugh. Ha ha ha. Akira watched closely, wearing an intrigued smile. Good. I like that attitude. I'll save you right when you're about to get. He rushed forward, his eyes burning red with madness. Let me crush your head and see what's inside, haha. Instantly, a devastating punch landed right on his face with a clean, heavy impact. Isuki stood stepping on his enemy. His eyes glowed with overwhelming power through the mask of darkness. I told you to get out of the way. Witnessing that absurd power, Akira was stunned. An opponent 7 levels higher, and he knocked him out in the blink of an eye? The hunters started to panic, looking at their fallen teammate. Handa is level 7. How could that rookie? Don't panic. He just got a cheap shot in. Immediately, a fire user screamed and unleashed a full power rank B skill, Max Power Flamethrower. I will burn you to ashes. The flames erupted violently, catching Iberia completely off guard nearby. Too fast. I don't even have time to use the common tool. The onlookers smirked triumphantly as the flames engulfed Isuki. A bit overkill for a level 0 trash, but dying in the preliminaries is totally normal, right? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so arrogant when you're just a level 0. However, as the thick smoke rose, the hunters suddenly noticed something was off. Hey, is something wrong? From the middle of the sea of fire, Isuki still stood firm, surrounded by layers of sharp, icy armor. What the hell is this? Iberia cried out in excitement upon seeing her teammate unharmed. Unbelievable. He completely blocked that area of effect attack. I knew it. Isuki coldly glared at his enemies through his freezing shield. Stay away from me. The system continuously displayed notifications of stat increases. Blocked B rank fire skill with Black Wall. Defense plus 10%. Attack, 310. Agility, 310. Defense, 341. Magic, 310. Total, 1,271. Isuki calmly walked forward while calculating the efficiency in his head. Defense increased by 31 points. I need to confirm if Black Wall's passive effect triggers again when blocking the same skill multiple times. The fire hunter, dumbfounded, pointed at him. Not a single scratch. That ice-like thing, is that his skill? There isn't even a water elementalist here. How the hell can he use an ice skill? Isuki stood up straight. He extended his hand in an arrogant challenge. Try using that move one more time. This time, I won't block it. The enemy went ballistic at being looked down on, channeling fire magic into his hands. Are you mocking me? A real man doesn't go back on his word, right? Isuki gave a faint smirk. Yeah, I promise. He gathered all of his mana to unleash his strongest attack. Rank B skill. Flamethrower Overheat. This time, I'll definitely finish you off with my ultimate technique. Isuki stood quietly amidst the raging sea of fire, his expression unchanged. The power is definitely higher than before, but in the end, it's still just a basic fire skill. Instantly, his body is swallowed up by the raging, roaring flames. The bystanders are literally shaking in their boots at the sheer, terrifying force of that attack. Bro, you are taking this way too seriously. That kind of destructive power is easily rank 8. But now, that fire hunter is totally drained of mana, his face pale as a ghost and covered in sweat. His entire mana pool was sucked dry in the blink of an eye. This is my ultimate technique. Feels like a total waste using this on a level 0 loser. But it's time to end this little circus. Suddenly, he stumbles back, gasping in pure terror. No way! This is impossible! Isuki calmly stands right in the middle of the fading embers, testing out how his skill effects work when facing the exact same attack from the same target. So, the passive effect of Black Wall doesn't trigger a second time? I see how it works now. Standing tall and proud, amidst the smoke and dust of the arena, he speaks with absolute authority. Tests are done. Now, let's wrap this up. The hunter collapses to the ground, staring in utter disbelief. His ultimate move. Shut down just like that? This can't be real. That skill of his is definitely overpowered. But I've already figured out his weakness. Another goon charges in like a lunatic with flaming hands, activating his B-rank skill, Rapid Fire. Isuki immediately pops his defense again to face the mob. With Black Wall active, he mocks them. What? You guys think you can win just by outnumbering me? A massive explosion erupts, accompanied by a deafening, earth-shattering boom. The enemy grins maliciously, convinced that Isuki is running on fumes. I don't care how OP your skill is, a level 0's mana pool is practically non-existent. Once we bleed his mana dry, and he can't maintain that barrier anymore, we win. But suddenly, a grip like iron clamps down on his wrist, making his eyes pop in sheer terror. What the? As Isuki closes the gap instantly, the hunter gasps in panic. How did he get so close so fast? Meanwhile, Isuki is busy doing the math in his head. So even if I take a barrage of fireballs, the passive effect still only triggers once. A massive goon with a brutal face roars. If speed is your game, then pure strength is mine. Isuki stares cold and dead-eyed at his opponent through his stone mask, asking calmly, "Are you really putting everything you've got into that weak punch?" With one swift, brutal motion, Isuki slams the giant onto the ground, leaving him coughing up blood and screaming in agony. Standing in the middle of the arena, Isuki starts calculating his defense stats. My defense increased by 31 instead of 34, which means it's calculated from my base value before any buffs. Right now, since I blocked that B rank fire skill with Black Wall, my defense has reached 310, with an extra 62 points added. He casually walks forward, spotting 2 new enemies. 2 more lightning attribute users, Perfect. This will boost my lightning breaker passive. Meanwhile, the remaining minions panic and try to bolt. This guy's stats are fake. Run for your lives. Isuki glares after them, his eyes glowing with a menacing emerald light. You really think you can run from me? The 2 turn back, desperately unleashing their C-rank skill. White Snake, damn you, you're coming down with us. This isn't a fire skill, so don't even think your old tricks will work. The system notifications rapidly flash as Isuki absorbs the impact. Absorb C-rank lightning skill. Agility increased by 5%. Current total stats, 1,333. Agility, 341. Defense, 372. Hayden Akira watches closely through the screen. His face completely freezes in shock. He's wiping out awakened ones of a much higher level, like they're just little kids. Breaking into a cold sweat as he stares at Isuki standing victorious amidst a sea of defeated enemies, he mutters, "Who? What on earth is this guy?" Isuki thoughtfully inspects the electrical current crackling around his body. So the passive effect of Lightning Breaker works just like Black Wall. It only stacks once from the exact same skill of a single target. Standing among the sea of unconscious goons, Iberia mutters in sheer disbelief. Holy crap, they're all completely knocked out. Then he cheers with starry eyes. Man, I thought this was going to be a brutal, hard-fought battle. I had no idea Isuki was this much of a beast. One of the masked minions, trembling violently, points a shaky finger at Isuki. What kind of freakish power is that? There's no way you're a level 0. Who the hell are you? Iberia steps right in front of Isuki. Cocking his chin up, he asks smugly, "You really want to know who we are?" Leaving Isuki totally speechless. "We," Iberia smirks, proudly declaring to the remaining enemies, "our partners. We are Dapo E. And one day, we're gonna be the strongest duo in the entire northern continent. Remember that name." Before he can finish, Isuki grabs Iberia by the collar and starts dragging him away like a sack of potatoes. "All right, that's enough cringe. Let's go find Kinosita," Isuki mutters, as Iberia whines in protest. "But I was just getting to the cool part." Meanwhile, the defeated minion stands there dumbfounded, his face falling. Dapo E? Wow. What a lame name. Meanwhile, Kinosita Raji is dashing through a field of crackling purple lightning. Man, they're making a ton of noise back there. By now, that level 0 loser is probably getting beaten to a bloody pulp. He narrows his eyes, warily calculating his next move. But that crossbow definitely belonged to Sackley. I gotta dig deeper into this once this is all over. Suddenly, a shadow blurs past Raji at an insane speed. The fastest hunter on the entire map smugly passes yet another competitor, totally unlike those brainless muscleheads who only rely on brute strength. I am the undisputed king of speed, but a sudden blast of purple lightning strikes down from behind, making him shriek in pure terror. He tumbles to the ground, his face covered in scratches and smoke rising from his skin, to get hit while running at top speed. Who the hell did this? A foot stomps heavily onto the speedster's back with a loud, crushing thud. Raji stands tall, looking down at the loser with pure contempt. This is what happens to anyone who dares to run ahead of me. He turns back to order his squad. You guys, huddle up. We need to conserve our stamina. Don't waste your time on this useless pile of trash. Both of them watch from high above, squinting with utter contempt. That's the son of the administrator of North District 4. Kinosita Genkyu, huh? How incredibly arrogant. I wonder what kind of upbringing he actually had. Nento silently stares down at the arena. But he didn't break any rules. so there's nothing we can do. Meanwhile, Raji's lackeys gloat. Thanks to those useless peasants clearing the way, our stamina is still completely full. Phase 2 is going to be a piece of cake. The crowd of OAT contestants heads toward the massive structure in the middle of the desert arena. Kinosita Raji stands at the boundary of the inner zone, looking completely relaxed and smug. The inner zone is right ahead. How is this so surprisingly easy? Suddenly, a thunderous roar tears through the air amidst a surge of crackling electricity. Kinosita. Raji flinches, sweat pouring down his face as he senses an overwhelming, terrifying pressure from behind. Furious, he spins around and roars at the crowd of trembling contestants trying to shrink back. Who the hell just called my name? Not me. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything. It came from back there. Ah, it's him, that level 0 rookie. The crowd parts to make way for Isuki's towering figure as he calmly steps forward. Level 0? Don't tell me. A startled contestant points his finger in shock, confirming the identity of the newcomer. It really is that guy. Raji grits his teeth, unable to believe the bitter reality. No way. Are you saying they've all been knocked out? No. There were way too many enemies for a level 0 and a level 7 to handle. With veins popping all over his face, Raji sneers in pure rage as Isuki closes in. I get it now. You bribed them. How long do you plan on tailing me anyway? You level 0 barrier user? Iberia stands close behind Isuki. Trembling, she grips her magic bracelet tightly. I need you to stay right here until we settle this, Isuki demands. I only made it this far by relying entirely on Isuki. Every single enemy we met along the way was wiped out in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for Isuki, I definitely would have been disqualified a long time ago. Raji coldly turns his back, raising his hand to order contemptuously. I'm busy. I don't have time to waste on trash like you. But I can set up a few friends to play with you instead. Raji's eyes gleam with a cruel red light from behind his glasses. You guys, rip him apart. The hunters swarm to surround him, raising their weapons and mocking. Wait, what? He's just a level 0 kid? You've got some serious balls calling Kinosita out by name like that. We're gonna teach you some manners, hee hee. Don't worry, I'm gonna give these bastards a taste of hell. Iberia turns pale with horror as she counts the overwhelming number of enemies. 80. 78. 79. There's at least 100 of them. What are we gonna do? Isuki coldly grabs Iberia by the collar and pulls her down. Get your head down. Iberia is completely bewildered. Huh? Instantly, a surge of blue electricity erupts violently as Isuki activates his skill and charges straight into the crowd. He closes in on Raji so fast that a deafening, ear-splitting crash echoes through the air. With a devastating kick, Isuki sends Raji flying high into the air, leaving his lackeys completely shell-shocked. Iberia and the crowd of contestants freeze, staring in utter disbelief as Raji gets completely overpowered. Standing among the defeated hunters, Isuki radiates a chilling bloodlust. Looks like I didn't make myself clear enough earlier. He looks straight at his enemies with glowing, menacing eyes. So let me set the record straight. Until we settle this once and for all, I'm not letting a single one of you go anywhere. In another corner, Seiya rests her hands on her knees, exhausted, while Rikuru collapses flat on the ground. The inner zone. 4th place. Ludeoji. Bangdor and his crew have already entered, and they shamelessly blocked our path again. If we had acted alone, we probably would have collapsed before we even made it here. Inner zone. 5th place. Rikuru pants heavily, staring at the ranking board in shock. But I thought we were running pretty fast. I didn't expect there would be people even faster than us. Oigaku, ranked 3rd, holds his massive weapon and clicks his tongue in pure frustration. Am I really stuck at 3rd? Akagami-sen, ranked 2nd, replies with a sarcastic smirk. Are you hungry again? You literally just ate, bro. Nah. Everyone's eyes lock onto the green-haired girl sitting all alone in the distance. More importantly, look at 1st place. Hanyukana has already reached level 16. Seiya and Rikuru suddenly flinch, sensing a weird energy wave. Knowing Isuki, he's definitely going rogue and acting solo. And if he gets blocked just like we were... Wait. Hold on. Is someone flying this way? a figure gets blown right out of the arena. The system screen pops up. Iberia, Inner Zone Entry Rank 6th. Iberia screams from the rubble, his face twisted in absolute terror. Isuki, Seiya and Rikuru's eyes go wide when they hear that familiar name. Did that guy just say Isuki's name? Yeah, that's exactly what I heard. Through the cloud of dust, Isuki stands tall. That silhouette from behind, there's no doubt about it, it's him. Under the pouring rain, Isuki blocks the path with a dark glare. Until we settle this, I'm not letting anyone leave. Meanwhile, up in the VIP stands, Judge Suryu Chamengam mutters, that rookie is just one step away from the inner zone. Why is he so obsessed with Kinoshita Raiji? Choha anxiously watches Isuki on the screen, her face filled with worry. Izumi Nento coldly orders the top fighter next to him, Heitan, lend that guy a hand if he gets in over his head. Heitan Akira stares at Isuki in awe, silently comparing him to the Tenma Isuki from before. His speed was absolutely insane. I don't know if I could have done that at his age. Raiji hangs his head, his face contorting with absolute rage. You dare interfere over and over again? Get ready to pay. He snaps his head up, his eyes glowing with a wild, purple magical light. What's about to start isn't just a simple fight. This is going to be your absolute submission. Hundreds of Raiji's red-eyed lackeys surround Isuki. In other words, this is a massive 1-against-100 beatdown. Isuki looks down on them with utter contempt as his aura explodes. Passing the prelims was just a side quest anyway. Right now, getting payback for Choha is my #1 priority. Instantly, Raiji points his finger and screams like a madman. All of you bastards, charge and tear that bastard to pieces. In the middle of the fiery arena, Isuki Tenma stands tall, facing down the hundreds of hunters surrounding him. A fierce thug rushes in to start the fight. No one's getting past me. Your head is mine. Rank C skill, Fire Fist. Isuki casually raises a hand and blocks the fiery attack, leaving the thug screaming in horror. What? Instantly, he counters with a devastating punch that sends shockwaves ripping through the air, slamming directly into the hunter's face, knocking him out cold instantly, leaving everyone absolutely stunned. The crowd starts panicking in fear. One-shotted? Don't lose your cool. There's no way we lose to a level 0 scrub. That's right. Everyone attack at once. Isuki coldly looks down as the system screen pops up. Successfully blocked rank C fire skill with Black Wall. Defense increased by 10%. Seeing the enemy swarm rushing him from all sides, Isuki raises his hand and declares, let's end this joke right now. System notification. Skill, Flame Tempest, has been activated. An earth-shattering fire explosion erupts from Isuki's palm, blasting all the surrounding hunters away. From the distance, Isuki's teammates gasp as they witness the massive surge of energy. Is this really Isuki's skill? Even the top-tier hunters are left speechless. What the hell was that explosion? Yi-Yi-chan could easily swallow a blast like that, right, Yi-Yi-chan? Through the rising dust, Han Yukana silently observes the battlefield with a sharp, mysterious gaze. The judge stares at the data in utter panic. Was that level 0 kid really the one who did this? It's not just about raw power. How on earth is he using skills outside of his own class? Choha and Nento watch the screen intently, shock written all over their faces. I had no idea Tenma learned an area of effect skill. Now that confidence he had back in the Locust Desert makes perfect sense. Isuki glances over the ruined battlefield, silently calculating his next move. Just how many trump cards is this guy hiding? 30% output should be enough. After all, they're only human, so I've got to hold back from straight up killing them. As the dust gradually clears, it leaves behind a scene of absolute devastation. With hundreds of hunters scattered all over the ground, Isuki steps closer to Raiji, his eyes glowing with a menacing light. And now, you're the only one left. Raiji backs away, trembling in fear, sweat pouring down his face from the sheer shock. Over 100 guys wiped out in the blink of an eye? What the hell are you? Why do you keep hounding me? Isuki stands tall, his terrifying aura flaring to the heavens. Hounding you? Is that what you think? You're the one who targeted me first and seriously injured my friend. Today, I'm going to make you pay for every single bit of pain she had to suffer. Reiji screams like a madman. Purple electricity erupts around his body. I am the young master of the prestigious Kinochita clan in North District 4. Everything here is under my absolute control. I don't even have to waste my time fighting monsters. Just by using the karma stones my family prepared, I can easily reach levels that filthy peasants like you could never even dream of touching. He pours all his energy into a final finishing blow. You and I are on completely different levels. I am definitely going to kill you. B rank skill. Violet Heaven Thunder Cannon. Isuki dashes forward like a flash of lightning to close the gap. The system panel blares. Warning. B rank skill. Violet Heaven Thunder Cannon. Detected. Activating Mimicry. Analysis progress. 1%. With blinding speed, Isuki lands a devastating blow, making Raiji scream in agony. Raiji collapses to the ground, his reality completely shattered. Did he dodge that? Is this speed seriously from a level 0? There's no way I can beat this guy. Desperate, he screams at the top of his lungs for help. What the hell are you guys doing? A massive hunter with glowing red eyes suddenly steps in to intervene. Even if this violates the rules, I can't afford to care about saving face right now. Raiji laughs maniacally at the sight of his savior. 40 is a level 30, awakened. Get ready to be shredded into pieces. In the observation room, Nento senses the danger and immediately orders, Hayton. Hayton Akira replies briefly, Roger. Isuki feels a new surge of pressure rushing toward him. Warning. Mana reaction detected. Someone is approaching at high speed. Analysis progress, 19%. And it's not just one person. Through the pouring rain, more mysterious figures join the fray. Amidst the rising smoke and dust from the blast, Isuki stands tall, surrounded by the wreckage of the battlefield. In another corner, Hayton easily restrains the guard, trying to step in and signals Isuki. Go ahead, keep going. Isuki walks up to Raiji, his eyes crackling with lightning. He delivers his cold judgment. Looks like your little lifeline isn't coming for you anymore. Raiji completely loses his mind. With tears and snot running down his face, he screams in absolute despair, Wait. My dad is the administrator of North District 4, and my brother is a member of the Salvation Alliance. If you lay a finger on me, you'll... Ignoring the empty threat, a dull thud echoes, and his head is slammed deep into the dirt, leaving Raiji lying motionless on the rain-soaked ground. Isuki coldly turns around and walks away into the downpour. Wiping a bit of sweat from his cheek, a look of relief washes over his face as he mutters, and that settles the debt for Choha. Watching through the monitor, Choha's face flushes with emotion, her eyes shimmering as she realizes Isuki did all of this just for her. Examiner Suryu watches Choha, then turns back to the screen with a puzzled look. Huh? Why did he look in this direction? Did that kid seriously just take down Kinochi to Raiji? Meanwhile, Isuki checks his system panel and makes a quick strategic call. Analysis progress, 99%. If I pause the analysis at 99%, I can use it to instantly recover my stamina once during the second round. Analysis paused. Suddenly, Seiya rushes in from the entrance, completely panicked as she sees the chaotic mess. Isuki? Hearing the familiar voice, Isuki turns around with a start, sweat dripping down his face. That voice? Is it? He looks down and sees Seiya staring up at him, her face filled with worry. Tears well up in Seiya's eyes, her voice trembling with urgency. Let's get inside quickly. Blushing, she looks at him with deep care and worry. You're going to catch a cold. Isuki smiles warmly at Seiya. Long time no see. Right then, a notification pops up. Name: Isuki. Inner sector entry rank: 7th. Suddenly, Iberia rushes forward and throws her arms around Isuki, sobbing hysterically, while Rikuru stands beside them with a huge grin. Isuki? Isuki, I missed you so much. You absolute bastard. I'm so glad you're okay. And Rikuru, adjusting his goggles, glares at Iberia in utter annoyance. Sparks fly as their eyes lock. What the hell? Why are you crying and hugging Isuki like that? Iberia blinks in confusion. Wait, me? Iberia lets go of Isuki. Striking a confident pose as he runs a hand through his hair, he says, I'm Isuki's partner, Iberia. Rikuru immediately grabs Isuki by the shoulders and shakes him violently. Clearly jealous, he snaps. I never heard anything about you teaming up with anyone else. You traitor. Seiya stands nearby, muffling a chuckle. Hey, It's pretty rare to see Isuki make friends. Rikuru and Iberia start bickering loudly. Wait, is Isuki really a traitor? Did you actually form a duo with him? What's your team name? A team name? Who would think of such childish stuff? We're not kids. Do you guys even have a team name? Iberia puts his hands on his hips and smirks triumphantly. Of course we do. Oh, really? Let's hear it then. Isuki stands between them, sweating bullets. He mumbles to stop them, don't, please don't. But Iberia just winks. With his face glowing with absolute pride, he declares, double Y, as in 2 Ys. I worked super hard to come up with that name. Hearing the name, Rikuru falls to the ground, laughing hysterically. Double Y? What kind of corny name is that? Ha ha ha. Annoyed, Iberia snaps, what's so funny? That's a great name. Their bickering is cut short by an announcement echoing across the arena. Since 500 contestants have successfully entered the inner zone, anyone who hasn't arrived yet is officially disqualified. Phase 2 will begin shortly. The examiner's face appears on the giant screen to explain the rules for Phase 2. You will have to fight solo against Calamity Beasts in the training ground for 1 hour. Isuki, Iberia, and Rikuru are all stunned by the brutal rules. Finally, Phase 2 is here. Hehehe. Solo, huh? In a dark corner, 2 guys wear savage, ecstatic grins. Phase 2 is finally here. I've been waiting for this for a long time. The leaderboard showing the top contestants from Phase 1 appears on screen. Let's see what you guys are actually made of. Hanyukana, Rank 1. Oegaku, Rank 3. Horinorikuru, Rank 5. Tenma, Isuki, Rank 7. Akagamisen, Rank 2. Iberia, Rank 6. Kisaragi, Seiya, Rank 4. Looking down at the massive arena structure for the next phase, a crowd of contestants begins entering the grand gates. The tension reaches a boiling point. So, the arena for Phase 2 is inside here, right? Walking through the dark, gloomy corridors of the arena, Rikuru shivers slightly and mutters, "This place. It feels so dark and creepy." Then he turns and asks, "It's been a while. But are you seriously still at level 0? Is your level really locked forever?" He continues to ask with a worried look. If so, your stats won't go up easily either, right? How are you supposed to get stronger? His questions make Isuki awkwardly recall his training. Specifically, my master told me I shouldn't tell anyone. Suddenly, Iberia cuts in, reminding Rikuru, "We literally learned in class that order breaker skills are classified national secrets, remember?" Ch, Isuki, you don't have to answer him. Isuki smiles gratefully. As they arrive at the gathering area, a majestic voice booms from above. Is everyone ready? Rikuru, Isuki, and Iberia all look up at the high spectator stands, completely stunned. The crowd starts buzzing as they recognize the heavy hitters. That's Fujiwara Soryu, the overseer of the annual national tournament. Next to him is Hayden Akira, the veteran of the river crossing war who possesses the ultimate physical build. And that masked guy is the legendary Izumi Nento. They're all absolute legends. Soryu begins to announce in a booming voice, "I will now explain the rules of the second round. Listen carefully, everyone." He points to a virtual display board. Various Calamity Beasts will spawn in the training grounds, and your points for defeating them will vary based on the difficulty. Calamity Beasts of hard difficulty are worth 1,000 points. Points by Soryu continues to explain the time rules. You'll get a 1-minute rest after defeating each Calamity Beast. After that, you are forced to advance to the next difficulty level. Meanwhile, the countdown timer displays. Remaining rest time, 56 seconds. Ugaku, Rank 3, grips his weapon tightly and smirks arrogantly. "Hey, I'm going straight to the nightmare difficulty." His info screen pops up. Oegaku, Human Race, Level 13. Class, Earth Spiritist, Rank 2. Suddenly, Isuki raises his hand and speaks up amidst the silent crowd. I have a question." The nearby contestants start whispering and mocking him. "That guy is level 0. How the hell did he pass round 1? He must have been carried for sure. Don't tell me he's chicken because round 2 is solo combat and now he wants to chicken out? Ha ha ha. Oh, absolutely." Soryu looks down with an encouraging look. What's up? Don't be shy. Go ahead and ask your question. Isuki stands tall and drops a question that catches everyone off guard. Is Nightmare Tier really the hardest it gets? That cocky question leaves Soryu staring in sheer shock. While Heitan Akira stands nearby with an excited smirk, the crowd starts laughing their heads off, mocking him for acting like a big shot. If a level 0 loser runs into a Nightmare-class Calamity Beast, he won't stand a single chance. Forget about Nightmare mode, he probably can't even beat some F-rank trash who can only run their mouths. Soryu solemnly explained that, theoretically, there is no upper limit to how difficult Calamity Beasts can get. You will understand once you actually defeat a Nightmare-class Calamity Beast. Rikuru anxiously whispered to Isuki. No upper limit? Thinking about that is completely pointless anyway. For us, Nightmare mode requires at least level 10. Just beating hard mode would already be a massive achievement. Soryu continued explaining the crucial rules. Points earned in the preliminary round will carry over and stack in the main tournament. In other words, today's performance will heavily impact whether or not we can join the Savior Alliance in the future. Hearing this, Rikuru and Iberia became more determined than ever. So, the points we get here carry over to the main tournament? Well, looks like I have no choice but to use that. Isuki recalled the record in his head and steeled his resolve. A record of 115,000 points set by Taiwajin, which included the points he earned in the preliminaries. To surpass him, I must make this opportunity count. The signal rang out, the gates swung open, and everyone surged into the training ground. A crowd of candidates leapt down the steep cliff all at once. Isuki landed safely and scanned the area. The second preliminary round had begun, so this was the training ground, which wasn't much different from standard arenas. Darkness shrouded the space when suddenly, countless glowing red eyes filled with bloodlust lit up in the night. A notification screen popped up. Beginner class Calamity Beast. Calamity Mad Dog, level 1, 10 of them. Kill points, 100. Isuki thought with excitement. Finally, I get to fight some Calamity Beasts. Isuki activated his skill. Black Wall, activated. He charged forward with cold eyes, thinking, I can't raise my stats with these guys, so let's end this quickly. In the control room, Heitan asked Soryu, are you monitoring him again? Soryu replied while keeping his eyes on the screen, I also want to watch that Hanyu girls battle. Heitan Akira crossed his arms and grinned, staring at Isuki's screen. This guy is way more interesting though. Suddenly, Soryu gasped in shock, prompting Heitan to turn and tease him. Is it really that surprising every single time? Down on the battlefield, Isuki dashed like the wind, slicing through the monsters in the blink of an eye. Clear time. 1 second. 100 points received. Soryu broke into a cold sweat from shock. 1 second? Normally it takes several minutes. Heitan smirked. I told you, didn't I? This kid is way more interesting. Soryu tried to compose himself and analyze. The Calamity Mad Dogs are numerous but only level 1. Going all out would definitely let him wipe them out instantly. But the next opponent is level 8. An instant defeat is absolutely impossible. Right on cue, a massive fiery beast materialized in front of Isuki. Common class Calamity Beast, Salamander. Level 8. Kill points, 500. Soryu noted with concern, facing a Calamity Beast 8 levels higher than himself. He will definitely struggle. But Heitan smirked and shot back. Do you really think so? I highly doubt a level 8 Salamander poses much of a threat to him. Soryu turned to ask about the general situation. How are the other participants doing? He tapped the control panel. My bad, I got too absorbed. Switching to multi-screen mode now. This way, we can monitor the top 10 at the same time. Looking over the broad view, he muttered with dissatisfaction. Most participants are still struggling against the beginner class. The screen showed Saya using water magic while another candidate with a sledgehammer struggled to fight off their own beast. Soryu noticed another screen. Only Hanyu Kana is keeping pace with Tenma Isuki. The blue-haired girl was using green light magic to completely overwhelm the pack of mad dogs. Suddenly, Choha gasped in horror while looking at Isuki's screen. Oh no, Tenma is. To everyone's absolute horror, Isuki's figure was completely swallowed up by the raging flames, completely devoured by the salamander's fire. Examiner Soryu cried out in a panic. Did he burn too much energy fighting the mad dogs that he couldn't dodge in time? Taking that blaze head-on won't end well. Call the medical team, quick. But Hayton calmly stopped him. Hold on. Let's watch a bit longer. With the crazy speed he showed off earlier, dodging an attack of this level should have been a total walk in the park. Right out of that blazing sea of fire, a pitch-black ice armor, covered in sharp spikes, enveloped Isuki. And a system notification popped up. Black ice wall activated. With a razor-sharp icy slash that tore through the very air, Isuki swung his hand and sliced both the flames and the monster's tough scales in half with a single strike. As for the giant salamander, it was split clean in two, with shattered fragments exploding everywhere under the devastating power of the attack. Isuki calmly walked away, leaving the dissolving corpse of the monster behind him without even looking back. The system announced the results. Clear time, 5 seconds. Reward, 500 points. Soryu stared at the screen, completely stunned and unable to believe his eyes. Not even a scratch? Did that ice armor completely cover his entire body? He could have easily finished it off in an instant. So why did he deliberately take the opponent's attack head-on? Isuki smirked with satisfaction as he looked at the notification. Defense plus 10% by blocking a C-grade fire attribute skill with Black Ice Wall. He thought to himself that he had to milk every single opportunity to boost his stats. His status board popped up, showing his defense had reached 434. Name, Tenma Isuki. Race, human. Level, 0. Status, fixed. Class, Order Breaker. Skills, Super Simulation, Lightning Breaker, Black Ice Wall, Lotus Explosion. Total stats, 1,395. The system asked. Remaining rest time, 58 seconds. Skip rest time? Yes or no? Isuki decided he would test his defense against the next Calamity Beast. In the control room, Haitarn crossed his arms and commented to Soryu. This difficulty level is designed to test the participant's speed and combat instincts. Soryu nodded in agreement. Exactly. The info on the new monster popped up, looking extremely menacing. When attacking, the electric rhino channels lightning into its horn, unleashing a dual physical and lightning attack on its enemy. Hard difficulty Calamity Beast. Electric Rhino, level 10. Kill reward, 1,000 points. If someone takes a direct hit from it, Soryu continued to analyze the worst-case scenario. Either their body will be skewered by that horn due to a lack of defense, or they'll be completely paralyzed by the electricity from a lack of lightning resistance, leaving them dead in their tracks. He solemnly emphasized the strategy. To defeat the electric rhino, one must use speed to outmaneuver it and strike right when it runs out of steam. But suddenly, Soryu's eyes widened in sheer panic, sweat breaking out all over him. Wait, hold on. What on earth is he trying to do? Down on the arena floor, Isuki didn't even bother dodging. He casually walked right up and reached out to touch the massive beast's sharp electricity-charged horn. He lightly tapped his finger on the glowing horn, thinking to himself, "This horn is perfect for testing my defense." Infuriated, the electric rhino snorted steam, channeling all its lightning energy into its horn, ready to pulverize the arrogant challenger. A massive explosion rang out as the beast charged straight at Isuki with terrifying speed, wild electrical currents discharging violently and filling the entire space. Isuki's body was sent flying backward, taking the full force of that lightning charge completely wide open, with zero defense. Watching through the monitor, Yohar couldn't help but scream out in absolute terror. "Tenma!" Haitarn smirked with amusement, commenting, "That guy only ever does the most unpredictable things. But he always delivers results that go way beyond anyone's imagination." Out of the rising smoke, Isuki emerged completely unscathed. The system announced, C-grade lightning attribute skill absorbed through Lightning Breaker. Agility plus 5%, he muttered. Test complete. Looks like attacks from Calamity Beasts under level 10 can't even scratch me. Isuki's eyes glowed a menacing crimson, overflowing with raw bloodlust as he looked up and declared, "Now, let's wrap this up." He plunged from the sky like a bolt of lightning, the system announcing, Lightning Breaker activated. Agility plus 50%. A lightning-fast strike sliced clean through the beast's neck, leaving it only enough time to gasp out its final breath. The giant electric rhino slid across the ground as an invisible wave of energy tore through the surrounding space. Isuki landed gracefully on the dead beast's back. The results board popped up. Clear time. 7 seconds. Received 1,000 points. Heitarn stared at Isuki with absolute admiration. His total clear time is under 15 seconds. Not only is he way faster than I was in my prime, but I feel like he hasn't even shown his true power yet. However, Soryu's face suddenly went dark and turned graver than ever. But next up is that thing. Examiner Soryu began to describe the next monster, his face full of deep concern. Its agile movements can instantly shred enemies with razor-sharp claws. It spits out iron chains from a massive mouth that can swallow anything whole, and its giant body is encased in an exoskeleton as tough as iron armor. He concluded with a bone-chilling, dead serious look. A savage Calamity-class beast boasting all these traits is the strongest in the qualifiers and the ultimate target for every contestant. Right in front of Isuki, a monster stands radiating a terrifying pressure, a nightmare-grade Calamity Beast, the level 15,000 Inferno Giant. At the same time, the system announces the activation of the Purifying Orb. Instantly, a dark purple energy sphere blasts forward at breakneck speed, slamming directly into the giant's body. With just a single blow, the monster is utterly defeated. The level 15,000 Inferno Giant has been taken down. The Purifying Orb's flight speed is boosted by 200%. The entire judging panel is completely frozen, speechless in absolute shock at this unbelievable sight. Isuki stands on the corpse of the monster as the system updates his skill stats. The Purifying Orb's flight speed is now 9 meters per second, a 900% increase. Soryu stammers, staring at the screen. Even a nightmare-grade Inferno Giant was taken down instantly. Clear time: 3 seconds. 5,000 points received. Now, on to the next one. Meanwhile, in another arena, a roaring beast is also finished off in a single strike. She activates her skill rank C, Water Bullet, active. Kisaragi Seiya. If I beat the remaining two, I can advance to the normal rank. Beginner rank progress, 80%. Uegaku is also facing a giant dragon. He smiles cockily, having skipped his rest time. I'm definitely reaching normal rank before Uegaku. Normal rank progress, 0%. Hanyu Kana stands calmly in the midst of 7 monsters, using recovery magic to restore her consumed mana before moving on. Hanyu Kana. Normal rank progress, 100%. Suddenly, a system announcement rings out, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Nightmare rank cleared. Time elapsed, 21 seconds. Rank, number 1. Seiya gasps in sheer shock. It has to be Isuki. Wait, is there someone even faster than me? Is it Hanyu? Meanwhile, Hanyu remains silent, her expression unreadable. Isuki doesn't stop for a second. He summons another energy orb and declares, "Let's keep this going." Soryu is still reeling from the shock. He analyzes. A level 15,000 Inferno Giant, taken down in an instant. Just what is that black orb to be able to pierce through its armor like that? Akira smirks with wild excitement and orders, "Crank up the difficulty. Let's see how far that kid can go." Instantly, the system panel updates. Nightmare rank, stage 2, Inferno Giant, level 15, times 2, kill points, 10,000. 2 Inferno Giants materialize right in front of Isuki, but he just shrugs and comments, "I was expecting something else. Is it just more of them?" The 2 monsters let out an earth-shattering roar and charge at Isuki in perfect unison. With a calm expression, Isuki raises his hand, forming another energy sphere. "Since you guys are busy roaring, I might as well take out one of you first." The orb flies forward, piercing right through one of the giants in the blink of an eye. Purifying Orb, activate. Inferno Giant, level 15, defeated. The Purifying Orb's flight speed is boosted by another 200%. Flight speed, 11 meters per second. Speed increase, 1,100%. Soryu screams in absolute panic. Another one-shot? Just what on earth is that orb? Is there no limit to how many he can summon? Hayton calmly explains, "It's incredibly powerful, sure, but that skill has a fatal weakness." This piques Soryu's curiosity. A weakness? The remaining Inferno Giant suddenly bursts forward, charging at an unbelievable speed. Even Isuki is caught off guard. This speed. It's faster than any Calamity Beast I've ever faced. Nento Izumi explains. Inferno giants are often mistaken for being slow because of their massive build. But Soryu cuts in. What do you mean by that, sir? Itsuki focuses all his energy into his hand, bracing for a head-on clash. He fires directly at the oncoming monster. Skill active. Purifying Orb. Hayton continues. The defining trait of the Inferno giant is their racial passives. They completely lack magic power, but their other stats are massively boosted. Despite their massive size, they are, technically speaking, speed types. The detailed status window pops up as the monster charges forward, dodging Itsuki's attack. Inferno Giant, level 108, Giant Race. Level 15, Talent, rank 2. Cannot use magic, but other stats are boosted by 25%. No skills. Status, Attack, 320. Agility, 300. Defense, 320. Magic, 0. Total, 940. Isuki was stunned when his attack missed the thing actually dodged it. In the control room, Izumi Nento analyzed the situation. That black orb definitely packs a punch, but it doesn't fly very fast. That kid's got great battle instincts, taking advantage of the Inferno Giant's pre-battle roar to land a surprise attack. But he continued with a grim expression as the giant swung a devastating punch at Isuki. If he can't speed up that black orb, he won't make it much further. The monster unleashed a massive spinning punch, whipping up razor-sharp wind pressure that tore the ground to shreds. Blown far back, Isuki realized that from mid-range, the beast could easily dodge his attacks. Soryu commented anxiously. He knew it wouldn't hit, yet he still used it. That means he's probably out of options. Hayton crossed his arms, pondering. Is that really true? Soryu stared at the screen, puzzled. Then why is he smiling? Izuki smirked defiantly. Not bad speed. In that case, I'll just close the gap and… He slammed his foot onto the ground, unleashing a burst of blue electricity. Lightning Burst. Activate. The two charged at each other at terrifying speed. The monster's fist slammed down, causing a massive explosion right on top of Isuki. At the sight, Choha gasped, covering her mouth in terror. Soryu quickly grabbed his phone, shouting, "This isn't like the electric rhino. If he takes a direct hit from this, not even that kid is walking away in one piece. Call the rescue team now." But Izumi Nento stopped him just in time. Wait. Hayton calmly observed. That punch definitely packs a terrifying amount of power, but it's useless if it doesn't actually hit the target. The giant's fist plowed into the earth, carving out a deep crater, but Isuki was gone. As the dust cleared, the monster stood there, looking around in utter confusion. Suddenly, a voice called out from above. "Hey, I'm right up here." The giant looked up, its eyes wide with shock, to find Isuki floating in midair. Diving down like a bullet, Isuki shot a dark purple energy orb that blasted straight through the back of the monster's head. He touched down gracefully, crackling with intense purple electricity. With a thunderous boom, the giant's body shattered into a million pieces. A notification popped up, announcing Isuki's victory. Level 15, Inferno Giant defeated. Level 15 defeated. Purifying Orb projectile speed increased by 200%. Flight speed, 13 meters per second. Projectile speed increased by 1,300%. System updating total score. Clear time, 12 seconds. 10,000 points acquired. Choha squealed with joy. He did it. Tenma actually did it. Soryu stared at Choha in surprise. It was rare to see her this excited. Choha's face flushed red, and she quickly tried to play it cool. I was just praying for everyone's safety. Look, if the youth who carry the future of humanity die, it would be a massive loss for us. Their families would be devastated, so I just want everyone to be safe. That's all. It's not like I think Tenma defeating that Inferno Giant was cool or anything. Even if it weren't Tenma, I would have reacted the exact same way, so don't go getting any weird ideas. Izumi Nento stared at Choha with a bewildered look. Soryu whispered, "Choha, you've gotten pretty talkative since the last time I saw you." Soryu then turned to Hayton. "By the way, how did you know Tenma would dodge that attack?" Hayton explained. "Normally, that kid's speed isn't much different from an Inferno Giant's, but when he lets that lightning course through his body, his speed spikes like crazy. Once he does that, there's absolutely no way the Inferno Giant can touch him." Soryu nodded. "Well, he's managed to take down 2 of them now. but there were some pretty close calls. With his current score, first place is already a lock. If it were me, I'd call it a day. But Isuki stood tall, his eyes burning with determination to surpass Wajin, the strongest man on Earth. Channeling energy into his fists, he roared, "I can't waste even a single second." Before him, 3 more Inferno Giants materialized as the system interface flashed a new alert. Nightmare Mode. Stage 3. 3 level 15 Inferno Giants. 15,000 elimination points. Isuki didn't hesitate for a single second. He immediately unleashed an attack to trigger his purification sphere. First off, dropping one of these bastards. Hayton smirked proudly, thinking, just as expected. He chose to keep going. That's my boy. Soryu spoke thoughtfully. Come to think of it, you went straight to stage 4, didn't you? That was my absolute limit. Examiner Soryu stared at the screen in shock and said to Hayton, even you, with your insane physical stats, only made it to stage 3. Let's see how Tenma handles this. Now, back to the battle. The pint-sized Tenma Isuki was facing down a massive titan charging at him with absolute fury. He threw a lightning-fast strike crackling with electric energy, punching straight into the monster's weak spot. Tenma quickly calculated his next move, boosting his speed with Thunder Burst to zip behind the beast while closing the distance. That makes 2. He fired the sphere straight at the giant monster. Instantly, the system window popped up with a victory notification. Inferno Giant level 15 has been defeated. Purification sphere velocity increased by 200%. Current speed is 17 meters per second, a total boost of 1,700%. Tenma looked up with a razor-sharp, intense gaze. The third one, suddenly, a massive maw lined with razor-sharp teeth eclipsed the sky right above him. The monster roared like crazy and snapped him up whole. Tenma remained terrifyingly calm, his eyes locked onto the enemy. Oh yeah, this was it. Channeling blazing fire energy into his palm, he declared, I'll rip your guts to shreds, and unleashed Chain Tempest Strike at full power. The attack detonated right inside the giant monster's mouth, unleashing an earth-shattering wave of fire. The system updated his stats after the blast. Level 15 Purgatory Giant defeated. With Chain Tempest Strike, all skill ranges increased by 1%. Current bonus plus 101%. Tenma walked proudly through the battlefield of fire and smoke. System log, 13 seconds elapsed. Awarded 15,000 points. In the stands, Soryu froze, sweat dripping down his face in sheer shock. That's... He recognized the technique that had just flashed brilliantly across the screen. It was the exact same skill that had wiped out dozens of contestants in the first round. However, Tenma started gasping for air, his face showing clear signs of exhaustion as his mana bar bottomed out. His magic was completely drained. Mana, 0 out of 310. He glanced at his status board to find a way to recover. As long as those disaster-class monsters kept spawning, the passive effect of his mana detection would restore his mana. Passive effect. Detecting an enemy unit recovers 10% of own mana. A massive wave of new threats suddenly materialized. Nightmare difficulty. Stage 4, Inferno Giants. Level 15 times 4. Elimination points, 20,000. 4 enemy units detected, recovering 40% mana. Current mana, 124 out of 310. Soryu and Hayton watched with dead serious expressions. Stage 4 has begun. If he clears this round, he'll surpass your past self. Yeah, other than that freak Jinja, nobody has ever cleared Stage 4. It's gonna be pretty fun to see how far this kid can go. Tenma glided swiftly between the swiping claws of the beast swarm. He silently noted that as the purification sphere's flight speed increased, the blue electricity crackling around his body allowed him to move like a ghost, while its accuracy skyrocketed. Facing the 7 aggressive monsters, he kept calculating. If I can boost the projectile speed a few more times, I won't even need to close in to point-blank range to land a hit. My mana is limited, so I can't afford to waste even a single purification sphere. Tenma's eyes burned with determination as he channeled all his strength to prepare for a decisive strike. Suddenly, massive iron chains shot out from the shadows with a spine-chilling screech. Tenma's eyes widened in shock at how fast the object was moving. Iron chains? The beast launched a lightning-fast strike, tearing the surrounding space apart. Caught completely off guard by the sudden ambush, Tenma could only catch a glimpse of a pitch-black shadow throwing his counterattack off course. A deafening crash echoed as the blow hit its mark. Gritting his teeth in pure agony, he growled, "Damn it." The monster's iron grip locked around him, completely neutralizing his defenses. This was bad. I can't channel any power like this. Instantly, a brutal squeeze shattered Tenma's bones. He was backed completely into a corner. Tenma collapsed under the overwhelming power, lying motionless in the rubble, his blood staining his suit dark red. Witnessing this absolute horror show, Soryu completely lost his cool, screaming, "Hayton, do something, go help him." But Hayton just stood there in silence, his eyes darkening. He whispered, "So, is this his limit?" Right then, his own painful past flashed before him, memories of him collapsed in the middle of a bloody battlefield. With burning determination, Hayton braced himself to jump in. "I'll go help him right now." "Wait." Soryu tried to stop him, but then Soryu stared at the screen and noticed something weird. Tenma still hadn't given up. He continued, "Mr. Izumi, whether he gives up or not, this is no time to talk about that. He's in absolute danger. If we don't back him up right now, Tenma is going to die." Izumi remained eerily calm. "I can feel it. He's still got a trump card up his sleeve." Soryu got pissed. "A trump card? How the hell do you know that?" Izumi pointed at the screen. "Just look at his eyes. Those aren't the eyes of someone who's accepted his end." Inside the arena, Tenma forced himself up, his eyes burning with pure hatred. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "I put myself through hell, honing my skills just to crush that bastard." Blue electrical currents surged all over his body as he triggered his ultimate skill. Hypersimulation activated. Continuing analysis. Memories of the battle with Kinochita, UOV. The image of the violet lightning cannon flashed in his mind. During the fight with Kinochita, hypersimulation had activated on his skill, but I chose to pause it at the very last second before the analysis could finish. Analysis progress. 99%. Analysis paused. Now, fueled by his thirst for revenge, he resumed the delayed skill. Analysis progress. 100%. This was all for a moment like this. B-rank skill. Violet Lightning Cannon, analysis complete. Acquired Violet Lightning Cannon, level 2. Soryu noticed the strange energy wrapping around Tenma. "Look, that's a familiar lotus flower?" Then he wondered, is that one of his skills too? But in this state, what good is that lotus flower? Choha let out a radiant smile like never before, making Hayton mutter, "She looks so happy." Does Choha know something? The system displayed the details of the new skill. Violet Lightning Cannon, level 2. Active effect. Allows the user to absorb lightning attribute attacks of B rank or below into their body. Upon releasing the absorbed lightning energy, agility increases by 100%. Max stack of absorption, 5 times. Passive effect. Each time a B rank lightning attack is absorbed, agility increases by 10%. Current bonus, 15%. Tenma clenched his fists tight. A surge of electrical energy exploded, making his clothes flutter violently. Acquired Violet Lightning Cannon. Level 2. All stats plus 20. All negative status effects removed, and wounds fully healed. The monster swung its fist, crushing the ground, but Tenma was a completely different person now. He stood tall, blocking the attack with ease. Holding his head high, he declared, "Warm up is over. From now on, I'm going all out." Attack, 31,330. Agility, 31,330. Defense, 31,330. Magic, 31,330. Total, 1,240 out of 1,320? Soryu stared at the screen, dumbfounded. He was beaten to a pulp, yet he fully recovered in just a few seconds. This healing power is way beyond a professional healer. Not to mention that wide area attack, Volikia. Just how many cheat-like skills does this guy have? Meanwhile, Tenma dashed forward at breakneck speed, blowing 2 monsters away with a single punch. Inferno Giant. Level 15. Defeated. The purifying orb's flight speed increased by 200%. He kept pushing forward. Nothing could stand in Tenma's way. Nightmare Dungeon. Stage 4, successfully cleared. Clear time, 31 seconds. Obtained 20,000 points. With my current strength, I won't lose, no matter how many Inferno Giants show up. Tenma fired an energy orb at the final monster. Inferno Giant, level 15, defeated. The Purifying Orb's flight speed increased by 200%. Flight speed is now 27 meters per second, a 2,700% increase. The orb's power had completely shattered all limits. The orb easily wiped out every single monster. Nightmare Dungeon, Stage 5, successfully cleared. Clear time, 57 seconds. Obtained 25,000 points. Finally, Tenma finished off the last monster with a critical hit. Nightmare Dungeon, Stage 6, successfully cleared. Time elapsed, 1 minute, 34 seconds. 30,000 points acquired. Soryu was stuttering, completely speechless in the face of Tenma's insane strength. Wow. Hayton, who was watching the battle, gasped in shock. Is this literal hell? Tenma and that Inferno Giant are the real monsters here. I'm starting to lose my mind. Tenma stood right in the middle of the ruined battlefield, sweat dripping down his forehead. Staring straight ahead, he declared with sheer determination, "We'll handle the next stage later." No more Inferno Giants were spawning. Examiner Soryu stared blankly at the screen, muttering in absolute shock. Unbelievable. I never in a million years thought this would actually happen. Mr. Zunzun slammed his hand down on the red button of the control panel to put an end to this total chaos. Soryu's voice echoed through the speaker, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Tenma, it's over. Looking down from above, it was an absolute bloodbath. You actually defeated every single Inferno Giant we had prepared. The monsters' corpses were piled high like a giant mountain, a terrifying testament to Tenma's destructive power. Panting heavily with chains wrapped around him, Tenma asked in confusion, "I beat all of them? But didn't you say there was no upper limit to the difficulty?" Walking through the bloody battlefield, he muttered to himself, trying to do the math. I don't even remember how many of those things I took down. But I wonder how many points I racked up. Well, now that I've faced them, the gap between me and Taewa Yan shouldn't be that big. The system panel flashed a notification. Loot obtained for defeating the Inferno Giant. Level 15 times 11. Purifying Sphere Flight Speed +1. 100%. Current flight speed is 38 meters per second. A 3,800% increase. Not a bad harvest at all. Tenma compared this new speed to reality. At 38 meters per second, it was actually faster than the average speed of a car. Suddenly, Tenma froze, steam rising from his body after the intense battle. He stared intensely at the glowing light in front of him, thinking for a second that there was another enemy left. Oh, right. I totally forgot. A glittering blue stone materialized. Since I can't level up, any EXP from the disaster beasts I slay is directly converted into karma stones. Meanwhile, up in the control room, Soryu and Hayton stared with wide eyes. Is that a karma stone? Why would one appear in the training ground? And it's blue? That means it has at least 10,000 EXP stored in it. Because Tenma couldn't absorb EXP, all the experience points dropped in the training arena were turned into karma stones. Soryu shuddered as he analyzed the situation. I thought his locked level just meant he was masking his real stats. But to think, he actually can't level up. This means if Tenma ever parties up with someone for a dungeon raid, that teammate will rake in every single bit of the dropped EXP. Thank God the kid was born a human. If he were born a disaster beast, man, that would be too terrifying to even imagine. Tenma picked up the sparkling blue stone, a satisfied smirk on his face at the unexpected loot. He turned and walked away, leaving the piles of debris behind. All right, I've done what I came here to do. Time to head out. With a loud, metallic screech, the heavy iron door slowly creaked open. Seeing the door open, Soryu gasped, "He's coming out!" The leaderboard flashed, displaying the winner's name, Tenma Isuki. Qualifier. Stage 2 completed. Score achieved, 106,600. Time elapsed, 3 minutes 55 seconds. Rank 1. Soryu rushed over to block Tenma's path, eagerly scouting him. "Tenma, I saw your entire performance with my own eyes. You are pure, unadulterated talent. Come with me. I will personally find you a mentor who is actually worthy of your potential. Tenma coldly rejected him. I appreciate the offer, but I already have a master training me, so I'm good. Soryu kept pushing. You don't get it, kid. Who cares if you already have a teacher? Not just anyone is qualified to guide a monster talent like you. You'd be way better off with someone like me, someone with real connections and resources. Haiten, standing nearby, noticed Tenma's annoyance and warned Soryu. Hey, he said he's good. Keep pushing him like this and he's gonna end up hating your guts. Soryu snapped back. I can't just give up that easily. Try to talk some sense into him. Are you really okay with some nobody wasting Tenma's insane potential? Haiten patted Tenma's shoulder to reassure him. You're the one who dealt with Kinoshita's goons back then, right? Don't sweat it. I only judge those who break the rules. Besides, Haiten smirked, turning to Soryu. This kid is actually Izumi's disciple, you know? There's no way I wouldn't help him. Hearing that familiar name, Soryu froze on the spot. Wait. What? What did you just say? Iko's disciple? Soryu stared at Tenma in pure panic, stammering. Is Tenma actually Izumi's disciple? Meanwhile, Tenma bowed deeply to Izumi, saying, Thank you once again, master, for everything you did for me back then. Haiten crossed his arms, proud as hell. Yup. That's right. Soryu stood there frozen, staring at the three of them. Out of nowhere, a guy who completely shattered all standards appeared. And of course, he's Izumi's disciple too. Master? Choha stepped forward, her face turning bright red as she stammered with concern. You did a great job. I kept a close eye on your performance. Are you hurt anywhere? If you are, I'll have Choha heal you right away. He was so hyped up when challenging stage 7, there's no way he got hurt. Tenma scratched his head and gave a sheepish smile. I'm not hurt, but I am pretty exhausted. I think I'll be fine after a little rest. Soryu sighed with a wry smile. Well, if you're Izumi's disciple, then it actually makes sense that you can pull off something like this. My other disciple also wiped out all the disaster-class beasts prepared for stage 2. Curious? He asked. Did Taiwa make it to stage 6? Izumi shook his head. Nope. Back then, stage 4 was the limit. We eventually expanded it to stage 6, but it looks like even that isn't enough. Maybe we should expand it to stage 8 next time. Haiten turned back to the monitor. Anyway, let's just sit back and watch. For the other participants, stage 2 is just getting started. Meanwhile, on the screen, Rikuru was panting heavily from exhaustion. Hard difficulty progress is at 100%, but I can't even lift my arms anymore. Looks like nightmare difficulty is just too much for me. Horino Rikuru's stage 2 challenge has ended. Time, 17 minutes and 17 seconds. Score, 1,600. Seiya was also at his limit, with hard difficulty progress at 100%. I don't have high damage skills, so I tried to suffocate it by trapping it in a giant water sphere, but it took way too long, and I'm almost out of mana. The next difficulty level is probably impossible. Kizuragi Seiya's stage 2 challenge has ended. Time, 19 minutes and 1 second. Score, 1,600. Tenma looked at his friend's results and commented. So Rikuru and Seiya both stopped at hard difficulty. I really thought they'd make it a bit further. Soryu replied seriously. Don't assume everyone is as insane as you. Most of the participants can't even get past normal difficulty. With how fast they took down the electric rhino, those two are definitely making the top 10. Tenma wondered. If their run ended in failure, why haven't they come out yet? Soryu explained. Unless they're severely injured or something special happens, they aren't allowed to leave the training grounds. You're just a special exception. Heitan suddenly noticed another screen. Looks like someone else has reached nightmare difficulty. Uegaku was swinging his weapon, unleashing heavy blows on his enemy. With a rare karma gear, Uegaku can definitely take down at least one inferno giant. On another screen, Akagami-sen was commanding her Shikigami, along with the other Shikigami user. For Akagami-sen to make it this far is actually pretty impressive. Go, Moi-chan. The tiny black cat instantly transformed into a ferocious giant beast in its complete form. In its complete form, the Shikigami Moi-chan unleashed a devastating punch on the enemy, its terrifying power shaking the entire ground. Witnessing that, Isuki turned to Choha and asked, Can Shikigami actually transform like that? Can your Tamaku do that? Choha replied. No. This is the first time I've ever seen it. The true power of Shikigami is still shrouded in mystery. You should be careful. Isuki stared at the beast with a calculating look. Seeing this makes me realize just how powerful Shikigami really are. From now on, I'm dumping all my dropped EXP into my black dog. He let out a long sigh, his face showing exhaustion but determination. Since Seiya and Rikiru have already pulled out, there's no reason for me to stay here any longer. Time to head out. Wait a minute, what's that? Suddenly, he saw Iberia activating a glowing, crimson armor that radiated a powerful aura. Iberia. What on earth is that? That armor? Did you get it from your old man? Iberia proudly clenched his fist as the armor slowly enveloped his body. This is the strongest epic-grade karma gear. My dad, custom-made just for me. The system screen immediately popped up, showing the armor's insane stats. Type, epic gear. Attack, plus 100. Agility, plus 100. Effect. For every 1 minute the gear is equipped, stats increase by 20, capping at 15 minutes. Iberia recalled the grueling grind he went through just to get his hands on it. This gear has a mind of its own and chooses its own master. I had to go through absolute hell just to lay my hands on it. He explained the massive risk of using this power. Sure, it's insanely strong. But if worn for over 15 minutes, the penalty is absolutely brutal. Which is why I have to wrap this whole thing up within 15 minutes. With those words, Iberia shot straight up into the air. His power stats skyrocketed. Current status buff. Attack plus 120. Agility plus 120. He dove back down like a blazing arrow, his mind focused entirely on his partner as the notification rang out, confirming the nightmare rank dungeon had been conquered. I know Isuki is going all out. So I must do my absolute best to make sure I don't become a burden to him. Iberia unleashed a devastating strike right at the giant monster. He let out a proud roar. After all, we're the Double E. It's our ultimate duo, baby. Watching from afar, Isuki let out a soft smile, thinking, actually, it suits you quite well. Right after that, the arena gates slammed shut. The announcement echoed through the air. Phase 2 has officially ended. In the main hall, Chief Examiner Soryu stood before the remaining contestants. He announced in a booming voice, only the top 10 high scorers will advance to the main event. And the top 2 will receive a very special reward. Down below, Gaku lay sprawled on the floor, gasping for air but still oozing confidence. Aside from Hanyu, there's no way in hell anyone got more points than me. Hey, those special rewards are already mine. Not keeping anyone waiting, Soryu began reading the results. And now, I will announce the top 10. The leaderboard flashed on the massive screen, sending shockwaves through the entire arena. In first place, Tenma Isuki, with 106,600 points. Second place, Hanyu Kana, with 16,600 points. And in third, Gaku, with 16,600 points. Fourth place, Iberia, with 6,600 points. The crowd of hunters was left completely stunned, buzzing with disbelief. Over 100,000 points? Even the legendary Jin Taewa only reached 60,000. Just how many Inferno Giants did that guy have to slaughter to pull off a score like that? Meanwhile, Gaku leaped to his feet. Staring in absolute disbelief, he roared, "What? I'm in third place? Who the hell is this Tenma Isuki guy? I've never even heard of him." In stark contrast, Henyukana gripped her sword tightly, her sharp gaze burning with intense anticipation. "Tenma Isuki, I am definitely going to fight you." Meanwhile, Shay stared at the scoreboard, hit by a crushing wave of self-doubt. Seeing the gargantuan gap between himself and Isuki, he couldn't help but think, maybe being a fighter was never meant for me. Soryu continued his announcement, his voice brimming with pride. Taking the #1 spot in the entire nation with an astronomical lead, surpassing second place by over 65,000 points, is none other than Tenma Isuki. Standing quietly off to the side, Izumi Nento thought to himself, I can't see his face, but I can feel his satisfaction. The new dawn of humanity is shining brighter than ever. Back on the battlefield, Iberia lay flat on his back on the cold ground, wearing a satisfied grin despite being completely exhausted. Over 100,000 points. Huh. If it's Isuki, taking first place is just a given. Glancing at the corpses of the defeated monsters scattered around him, he muttered to himself, but still, I think I did well enough to not embarrass our double E name. Just then, Isuki walked over. Looking down at his friend who was completely wiped out on the ground, Isuki said, "Yeah, you did great. You actually managed to surprise me?" Tears streamed down Iberia's face from a mix of raw emotion and pure exhaustion. He stammered, "Really?" The camera panned up, capturing a breathtaking overhead view of the massive arena. The 21st Savior League National Tournament qualifiers have finally concluded. Isuki walked off with Iberia piggybacked on his shoulders, bathed in the glorious glow of victory. And with that, this chapter comes to an end. Over in District 1 of the southern continent, the morning sun cast its golden rays over a vast plaza adorned with ancient and solemn architectures. A group of guards stood whispering among themselves. Are we seriously dragged out of bed at the crack of dawn just to watch some old geezer meditate? Hey, watch your mouth. That man is the Southern Continent's Supreme Commander, and he can literally see the future. The guard continued explaining with deep respect. He is a prophet, the Supreme Commander of the Southern Continent, Elder Banga. Another guard questioned. Then why the hell did we only get the notice after the barrier was already deployed? If he can actually see the future, he should have told us the exact locations and coordinates of the monoliths beforehand. The other guard replied, well, it's true that Elder Banga can only see a small fraction of what's to come. Even so, the reason he stands on equal footing with the Northern Continent's Supreme Commander, Izumi Nento, as a pillar of humanity, is because, suddenly, the old man snapped his eyes open. Sweat poured down his face as the guard delivered his punchline with total confidence because his prophecies are exactly 10% accurate. Banga collapsed to the ground in sheer panic. His subordinates rushed over to support him, crying out, Elder Banga, are you all right, old man? He panicked and warned us that the northern region is in grave danger. His face turned pale with horror as he spat out the prophecy. A brutal attack by Calamity Beasts would soon ravage the northern region. Among them are disaster beasts with levels exceeding 100. Cut to the northern region. A quiet night blankets the rustling trees in the wind. Tenma Isuki stands alone, checking his status screen. My total stats have finally crossed the 1,500 mark. The system screen displays the details. Status. Attack. 330. Agility. 380. A 15% boost from breakthrough. Defense. 462, up 40% from Iron Wall. Magic, 330. Total, 1,502. He recalled the basics. Usually, normal people get 50 stat points when they level up, having to decide how to allocate them among their stats. Isuki quietly compared his 1,500 points. It was equivalent to a level 30 for an average awakened. Agility and defense can be infinitely boosted through the passive effects of my skills. A holographic image popped up, illustrating his thoughts. Agility plus 10%, defense plus 10%. He continued to analyze his weaknesses. His mana also regenerated infinitely thanks to his mana detection passive, but there was still no way to boost his attack power. Is there any way to do it? His train of thought was cut short by a voice calling out, Dinner is ready. Rikuru, holding a cooking spatula, stood next to Seiya, who was waving. Isuki. I made a bunch of your favorite dishes. Isuki walked toward them, putting his calculations aside. Well, I'll figure that out later. Besides, I can always get an attack-boosting skill through simulation anyway. The group gathered around a lavish dinner table. Seiya happily chirped. It's been forever since I had a home-cooked meal by Rikuru. Isuki scanned the table and noticed someone was missing. Where's Iberia? Is he still asleep? Choha explained the situation. Yeah. I just treated him, and all his wounds have healed. But he seems completely exhausted and is still sound asleep. Rikuru grabbed some food with his chopsticks and marveled. I'm honestly surprised. A nightmare rank stage that Seiya and I couldn't even beat, yet a level 7 like him actually cleared it. Seiya, who was busy eating, suddenly gasped in shock. Huh? Seeing Seiya covering her mouth, Rikuru asked with concern. What's wrong? Are you so moved by my god-tier cooking that you're about to cry? Seiya just trembled, pointing a finger behind him. A massive dark shadow with glowing red eyes loomed right behind Rikuru. Completely clueless, the guy mumbled. Huh? Is there something behind me? The shadow let out a creepy, raspy groan like a starving ghost. Food. Give me. Food. Rikuru shrieked in terror as the dark figure lunged straight at the dinner table with terrifying speed. It turned out to be Iberia, his cheeks stuffed like a blowfish. Rikuru barked in anger. You scared the living crap out of me. Sneaking up on people silently like that is bad for the heart. And why are you eating other people's food without even asking, huh? Ignoring the nagging completely, Iberia buried his face in a bowl of soup, slurping it down like there was no tomorrow. He looked up with a clueless face when he saw Rikuru fuming. What? Why are you getting so mad at me? Then Iberia flashed a satisfied smile, crumbs stuck all over his mouth. This is so freaking delicious. Rikuru beamed with pride at his own work. Heh. You're already full of energy, huh? That's all thanks to my legendary cooking skills. Iberia gasped in disbelief, while Seiya teased. Wait? You actually made this? You should quit being an awakened and become a chef instead. You're way more talented at that. Rikuru looked confused. Wait, is that a compliment? The cheerful dinner suddenly turned somber when Izumi Nento spoke up. All of you are aiming to become saviors, right? If so, I have a question for you. His stern gaze swept across every face around the table. What is it that you fear the most? Rikuru rested his chin on his hand, keeping it simple. Fear? So, like, the exact opposite of what we're hoping for? My dream is to become a savior and save up enough money to travel the world and eat delicious food while I'm still young. He began visualizing a worst-case scenario. So, I guess the opposite of that would be getting old. If I get old, I won't have the energy to travel the world anymore. And my taste buds might decay to the point where I can't even tell flavors apart. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Then it was Seiya's turn. She shared hesitantly. As for me, well, I was born into a family of doctors. So I basically grew up in a hospital. Memories flooded back as she recalled the cold hospital hallways of her childhood. I saw so many people suffering from all kinds of illnesses, both big and small. That seriously traumatized me. So now, I get absolutely terrified, even if it's just a minor cold or a fever. Rikuru finally put two and two together. Wait, is that why you bolted just because I sneezed the other day? Man, that actually makes sense. Izumi Nento comforted the young girl, pointing out that an awakened's lifespan is double that of a regular person. And they barely ever get sick anyway. You can officially say goodbye to that fear now. Iberia flinched, feeling everyone's eyes on him. Wait, is it my turn? He replied with a dead serious face. What I fear most is failing the qualifiers. But now, Iberia smiled, looking at his companion. I'm afraid of not being able to fight side by side with Isuki. Then, he excitedly turned and asked, what about you? Isuki, what are you most afraid of? Isuki was taken aback. Why are you suddenly asking me that? Seiya curiously jumped in too. Wait, Isuki actually has things you're afraid of? Come on. Spill it. Don't tell me you're not afraid of anything. Rikuru added. What Isuki is afraid of? I literally can't even picture it. Isuki fell silent, his eyes looking down with a hint of sadness. After my parents passed away, I didn't know how to keep living. I was so anxious. Seiya gasped. Isuki. Flashbacks of his lonely past rushed back, shrouded in darkness, helplessness, anger, and sadness. Hunger. These negative emotions completely took over my body. Isuki recalled the image of himself huddled in the dark as a little boy, until Seiya and Rikuru appeared right in front of him. Why are you crying all by yourself in a place like this when the sky is so beautiful? Staring at the ground is such a waste. The memory of his childhood friend's smiles warmed his heart. Are you sick? Should we go to the hospital? Let's go grab something delicious to eat. And then all your worries will just blow away. With tears welling up in his eyes, Isuki looked at them with deep gratitude. The warmth you two gave me dragged me out of that dark, negative world. After that, I met Master, Cho Ha, and Iberia too. Isuki looked at everyone around the dinner table with gentle eyes. They were like comrades, or actually, more like my family had just gotten bigger. He smiled softly, enjoying this rare moment of peace. a feeling of safety he hadn't felt in ages. Sometimes I think, if only this moment could last forever. What I fear most is having to live all alone. Cho-ha glanced over, quietly observing him. The vibe around this guy right now was so calm and peaceful, totally different from his usual restless self. Suddenly, Iberia lunged forward and threw his arms around Isuki, yelling, "Isuki, I am never, ever leaving your side. Not even for a single step." Panicking, Isuki pushed him away. "No, wait, that's not what I meant." Izumi Nento spoke up, explaining the reason behind his question. "I asked this to see if any of you would regret choosing this path. When you become saviors and face real danger, regret is the single most unforgivable thing for a savior." He stood up, his massive back looking incredibly imposing. "Remember this. A death without regrets is the ultimate goal of all saviors." The whole group replied in unison, "Yes, sir. We'll engrave that into our hearts." Izumi turned back and urged them, "Then finish up your food quickly and get some rest. Kisaragi and Horino need to return to North District 6 tomorrow." The next morning, Iberia waved goodbye to Rikuru. "Next time, make sure to make some more home-cooked meals for me too." Rikuru ran while looking back and shouting, "Yeah, leave it to me. Just don't cause any trouble for Isuki. See you at the main tournament." Isuki stood there, watching them go. Curiously, he asked Iberia, "Wait, since when did you and Rikuru get so close?" Iberia turned away, secretly wiping a tear. Isuki turned and started walking with Izumi. "Let's head back too. Now that I think about it, I have something I want to ask Seiya, but I guess I can just ask during the main tournament." Suddenly, Isuki stopped dead in his tracks when he noticed Cho-ha's strange expression. "Cho-ha? Why are you in such a rush?" Cho-ha was sprinting toward them like her life depended on it, her face completely pale with worry and stress. Izumi Nento also sensed something was off. "What happened?" Cho-ha panted heavily as she reported, "Top secret intel from the southern continent." She hesitated for a moment. "What's the intel?" "This is highly classified information with an extreme security clearance, meant only for level 50+ saviors and the continental commanders-in-chief." Izumi glanced at his two students and stated firmly, "I trust these two, so even if they hear it, it's fine. Go ahead and tell us." "Tell us." Cho-ha solemnly delivered the prophecy. "A new prophecy has just come from the commander-in-chief of the southern continent, Elder Ban-ga. Within the next 3 days, a massive attack by Calamity Beasts will strike the northern continent." Isuki anxiously asked, "Elder Ban-ga, is that prophecy actually legit?" Izumi Nento slowly explained. "Elder Ban-ga is the most famous prophet in the 5 continents. His prophecies are as good as confirmed future events." With a look of pure urgency, Cho-ha immediately urged, "In that case, Father, please leave the northern continent right now. There must be a reason why the Calamity Beasts launched such a massive assault. This time, their main target is probably you, Father, the commander-in-chief of the northern continent." Izumi Nento bowed his head in deep thought, finally realizing the sheer danger he was in. "Which means if I stay here, I'm just a sitting duck." Cho-ha kept pressing. "Fighting isn't even your strong suit, Father. And since you know you're the target, there's absolutely no reason to risk your life by staying. Please evacuate to the central continent right away." Isuki agreed, "I'm with Cho-ha on this. If we're short-handed, I'll stay behind and fight." However, Izumi raised his hand to cut them off, making a firm decision. "My mind is made up. Say no more. And Tenma, there's something else I need you to do." Tenma objected in surprise. "But what about protecting you, Master?" "Nothing is more important than that." Izumi explained the secret mission. "Iberia's father, Aiden, is the best blacksmith in the 5 continents. It would be a disaster if anything happened to him. I want you and Iberia to protect Aiden. We'll also send some Awakened from here to back you guys up." Tenma frowned in suspicion, thinking to himself, "Splitting our forces just for some old guy? Is Master trying to keep me away from the battlefield?" After Tenma and Iberia left, Cho-ha stood quietly by Izumi's side. "Cho-ha, I have 3 requests for you as well," Izumi said. Izumi ordered, his eyes glowing with absolute authority. "First, alert the residents of the northern continent about this attack and safely evacuate the civilians along with all awakened under level 50. Next, tell all awakened level 50 and above to prepare to fight the Calamity Beasts at a moment's notice. Finally, tell Hayden to get over here. Given the low population density of North District 1, we don't have to worry about civilian casualties during the fight. We'll take them head-on right here. Cho-ha bowed, reporting back after completing her tasks. Father, I've set everything up just as you instructed. Hayden will be here shortly. I'm sorry for all this trouble. You should get some rest now. But as she turned to leave, extreme anxiety washed over Cho-ha's face. Sweat trickled down her cheek as she nervously bit her nails. Her mind raced with tense calculations. Is father worried, even though Aiden already has skilled guards by his side? In that case, I'll just have to defeat all those weaklings and drag the mastermind out into the open. Suddenly, she blushed with embarrassment as her father's voice echoed behind her. Just as expected of my daughter, you saw right through it. Cho-ha analyzed the current situation with a grave look. The prophecy says a level 100 or higher Calamity Beast is coming. We definitely have to play all of our trump cards. The real reason you sent Tenma away is, with Tenma's abilities, if he joins a battle against a Calamity Beast like that and fights using his usual methods, his powers will be exposed to the public, and they will stop at nothing to eliminate him. She continued her reasoning. I get it now. To prevent that from happening. Izumi added, yes, but there's one more reason. Looking at his battles so far, it seems Tenma lacks raw offensive power. There are rumors that Aiden possesses an artifact that boosts attack power. A hopeful image of Tenma reaching for a glowing cube flashed through their minds. If he can lay his hands on that artifact, the ultimate, perfect awakened who has it all will be born. The fateful moment had arrived. The sky over the northern continent turned pitch black. Day 1 of the prophecy, 8 p.m. Across every district of the northern continent, night fell alongside an onslaught of monoliths raining down from the sky. Over in North District 2, Tenma and Iberia were sprinting for their lives through the dark. It was already 8 p.m. How much further to your place? Iberia panted in response. Probably about 100 kilometers. Tenma looked at Iberia with deep concern. Iberia had to be exhausted after such a long run, but she hadn't asked to stop and rest even once. She must be incredibly worried about her dad. It wouldn't be surprising if the Calamity Beasts attacked at any second. We need to get to Iberia's father. Fast. Suddenly, Iberia pointed to the sky, screaming in pure panic, Isuki, look! Tenma whipped his head around, startled, following Iberia's finger. It was a massive, blazing meteor hurtling down at terrifying speed. The invasion has begun. And a giant monolith just crashed right into the middle of the city. An ear-splitting explosion rings out as the massive rock slams into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that reaches the sky. Tenma goes pale, realizing how bad this is. The warning was just put out, so the citizens are still scrambling to evacuate. If a Calamity Beast shows up right now, looking up at the torn-apart sky in absolute panic, there's no way the citizens will escape a bloodbath. A Calamity Beast is coming. Run. Get away from that monument. Damn it, Elder Vega's prophecy was spot on. But it's way too early. A barrier starts locking down the impact zone, leaving Tenma stuck at a major crossroads. If we just leave these people behind, it's going to be a total massacre. But if we step in to help, it'll mess up our mission. Tenma glances over at Iberia, thinking to himself, if I bring up saving these people, he's definitely gonna hate it. But completely dodging Tenma's expectations, Iberia points straight toward the city and yells with pure determination, Isuki, let's go help. That Calamity Beast inside the barrier is at least level 20. If some high-level awakened don't step up, who knows how many people are gonna die. Tenma is thrown off for a split second, but quickly snaps out of it. All right, I got it. Change of plans. We're taking down the Calamity Beast in the city first. Over in the city, a massive stone foot stomps heavily onto the pavement. Emerging from the swirling dust and smoke is a giant monster of pure, scorching fire, a fire golem, level 21. A squad of hunters quickly surrounds it, sizing up their chances. 3 of them are level 15, and 1 is level 16. This is gonna be rough. But against a level 20 Calamity Beast, we actually have a shot at winning this. The shield bearer yells, raising a solid defensive wall. C rank skill, stone shield. Keep the formation, guys. I'll block its attacks. Bracing himself against the blistering heat, he barks orders at his team. Find an opening and counterattack the second you see one. But the fire golem doesn't even flinch. It slams a fiery fist straight into the street, completely shattering the hunter's formation. The shield bearer stares in horror at his shattered shield, his face turning pale. No. There's no way. His teammates completely lose their minds seeing their strongest member go down. Even him? The guy with the highest defense among us got taken out instantly. We don't stand a chance. What the hell do we do now? As absolute terror sets in, they start running for their lives. What do you mean? What do we do? Run. Fighting this thing is just suicide. Hey, watch out. A figure leaps in to block their path, shouting with pure sarcasm. Watch out. You losers better worry about your own damn skin. But suddenly, a shadow looms behind him, and he can feel his eyes trembling with pure terror. Whipping around, he unleashes his final attack in absolute desperation, crying out, "Please. I'll do anything. Just don't kill me." B rank skill. Water cannon. He fires a powerful blast of water at the monster, thinking to himself confidently, "How the hell did this thing sneak up behind me and make me say those embarrassing, pathetic words? But this is the end for it. After all, I'm a water attribute mage, the ultimate counter to a fire-type Calamity Beast." As thick smoke billows up, another swordsman rushes in to steal the credit, muttering, "Did he actually do it? Well, just to be safe, I'll finish it off." He swings his sword, shouting selfishly, "Stay out of this. I'm the one defeating this Calamity Beast. The final blow is mine." But suddenly, the flames flare up violently. The golem regenerates in the blink of an eye, leaving the swordsman terrified. It regenerated? Kill it, quick! The golem roars, unleashing a blistering heat wave as it prepares to incinerate everything. What the hell is with this massive fire? We're dead. A massive explosion rings out, but miraculously, no one is hurt. Tenma Isuki has lunged straight into the middle of the explosion, using his own body to shield them. He stands firm against the raging fire. Iberia turns around and yells, "Leave this guy to me. Go protect." But Tenma barks out a sharp command while blocking the attack. "Iberia, don't worry, I'll handle this guy. Go evacuate the citizens." Black Ice Wall activated. Defense plus 10% against fire-type skills. The surviving hunters gape in utter shock. He blocked that massive firestorm so easily. Are you guys our saviors? We're not saviors yet. But one day, I'm going to become a savior even stronger than Taiwajin. A savior stronger than Taiwajin? You've got a big mouth, kid? Despite being saved, the ungrateful hunters still scoff arrogantly. What the hell were we doing? Letting a mere brat save us? Nobody asked for your help anyway. I was about to finish it off myself. A savior? Since when can a regular awakened take down a Calamity Beast like that? One of the guys stared dead at Tenma, breaking into a cold sweat. The ice armor covering his body was a rank 6 artifact. Meanwhile, Tenma recalled his master's final words before they parted ways. Now that I think about it, Master said something before we took off. About the black sphere I unleash. Its power is insane, but chanting takes forever. And compared to those ridiculously strong Calamity Beasts, its flight speed is anything but fast. His master's warning echoed in his mind. If you miss your first shot, they'll raise their guard, and it'll be way harder to land another blow. So, try to avoid using it as much as possible in future battles. Keep it as your ultimate trump card for when it really matters. Listen closely. You must only use that black sphere. Tenma scanned the crowd, keeping those words in mind. When you're absolutely sure you can finish your opponent off, I can't use the piercing sphere in the middle of this crowd. Whoa, is that an awakened here to help? His gear is so sick, he's definitely a high-rank awakened. He clenched his fists, his sharp eyes locking onto the golem. In that case, I'll just have to beat it down with raw, brutal force. Tenma leaped into the air, throwing a lightning-infused black armored punch straight down at the monster's head. System. Activating area of effect skill, Lightning Breaker. Lightning Shockwave level 3. A massive surge of blue lightning shockwaves exploded, pulverizing the fire golem into the cracked road. The giant monster was completely crushed under his overwhelming power, its flames slowly dying out right before everyone's eyes. He lunged forward and delivered another lightning punch, crushing the fire golem's head into the cracked ground. From above, a massive explosion erupted, blowing away everything in the immediate area. The fleeing crowd witnessed this and began whispering excitedly, "No way, is that Calamity Beast really being completely pushed back? Wasn't it supposed to be incredibly strong? Wait, I saw that awakened guy's face. He looks like he's only about 18. That Calamity Beast must have taken serious damage." A nearby hunter stood frozen in disbelief. "Are you freaking kidding me?" Before his eyes, a giant, level 21 fire golem was being totally overpowered, completely helpless. A level 21 fire golem couldn't even fight back. Who the hell is that kid anyway? The crowd of hunters murmured in absolute shock. Right after taking down that Calamity Beast, he vanished somewhere with that blonde girl. But for a level 0 to pull off something like that, he must have hit the fire golem when its HP was already at rock bottom. Even I, as a level 15, couldn't even track his speed with the naked eye. And that raw power to knock back a fire golem with his bare hands. Leaving the shocked onlookers behind, Tenma Isuki sprinted through the ruined city. The hunters thought to themselves, "That level 0. He's easily on par with a level 30. Even against a Calamity Beast of that level, an instant kill should have been impossible. This doesn't bode well for what's to come." Analyzing his situation as he ran, he thought, "I've got to find a way to boost my attack power somehow." The clock ticked to 10:30 p.m. On day 1 of the prophecy. Tenma threw a punch at a monster, but it managed to dodge. "Wow, that's impressive. Isuki, your speed earlier. I couldn't even keep track of you with my eyes." Iberia panted from behind, completely exhausted. "Haha, I never would have expected that from you." But Tenma stopped, turning to look at Iberia, who was resting her hands on her knees. "If you want to boost your attack power, I actually have a great idea." "A great idea?" Iberia smiled hopefully. "My dad's vault has tons of artifacts in it. There's definitely going to be something that boosts attack power. You're super strong, and since you're Master Izumi's student, I'm sure he'll be more than happy to let you have one." Tenma pictured himself wearing some badass armor, while Iberia giggled mischievously. Isuki wearing an artifact. Just the thought of it. What's with that creepy laugh? What on earth are you imagining? Iberia urged excitedly. "Come on, let's go. Once we get there, I'll ask my dad to get a super handy artifact ready for you." Tenma thought to himself, "I thought I slowed down on the way here, but even with her agility, Iberia must have really struggled to keep up." Suddenly, Tenma grabbed Iberia by the shoulders. She yelped, "Isuki, what the hell are you doing? Don't overdo it if you're exhausted," he warned. "You won't be able to fight properly if we run into a calamity in that state." He scooped Iberia onto his shoulders and bolted. "Wait, I didn't mean it like this." Iberia screamed into the wind. He was moving ridiculously fast, but Tenma remained resolute. "We've already wasted enough time. Hold on tight." Night fell over the dense forest. The clock ticked to 11:05 p.m. on day 1 of the prophecy. With insects buzzing loudly all around, the two of us stopped right in front of this old, beat-up wooden cabin in the middle of the woods. Finally made it. I literally thought my arms were gonna fall off. Tenma was wondering why the guy even lived so deep in the forest. Like, isn't the town way safer? He said the town's way too noisy to focus on crafting. Iberia warned, "It might look like some rundown shack, but don't think for a second its defenses are weak. My dad set traps all over the place, so watch your step." "Got it." I think I felt a faint magical fluctuation. "So that's how it is. Activate magic detection." But then, she reassured me, "Don't sweat it though. If you just follow me, you won't trigger anything. Just stick close to me. I mean, even without you, I could easily dodge them with my magic detection." Iberia led the way, totally full of herself. "Hey, watch out right there." Heh, finally, it's my turn to take the lead. But right then, Iberia's foot accidentally kicked a dry branch on the ground. Crack. Both of them froze. Iberia broke into a cold sweat. Damn it. I got way too hyped and totally forgot about this trap. "Are you seriously sure this is your house?" The ground started shaking violently, and Iberia screamed, "Oh crap. Now that I think about it, this is the worst trap of them all." The magical fluctuations spiked crazy high. A massive golem rose from the earth. A humanoid artifact. Epic grade iron golem. Attack 500. Agility 300. Defense 500. Magic 200. Tenma was shocked. He even has a humanoid artifact? The golem swung its giant fist, ready to smash them. Seeing it head right for Iberia, Tenma screamed out, a warning. Watch out, it's coming right at you. He quickly rushed in, blocking Iberia, and took a devastating, earth-shattering blow head-on. The clash of their attacks triggered a massive explosion. Tenma slid back across the ground, thinking to himself, seriously? Even an artifact has higher attack power than me? But this thing was built to protect Iberia's dad, so I can't just wreck it with my vacuum piercer. Man, this is going to be tricky. He turned to Iberia and asked, Iberia, is there any way to stop this thing? Aim for the Karma Stone on its chest. Iberia pointed out its weakness. That's its power source. Destroy it, and it'll shut down. The green gem on the golem's chest glowed brightly. Tenma smirked confidently. Activate lightning. Step 3. Now that I know its weak spot, this'll be over in a flash. It might have crazy power, but I've got the speed. He dashed forward like a streak of lightning, easily dodging the golem's attack, and threw a thunderous punch. The punch landed dead on target, but the golem didn't even flinch. If anything, its counterattack came back even harder. He quickly dodged, aiming straight for the green gem on the golem's neck. He quickly leaped up and snatched it. The massive golem froze, completely shut down after that intense battle. But suddenly, a towering shadow loomed over Tenma. Just as he thought, that should do it, right? He witnessed a terrifying sight. Iberia screamed in absolute panic. Stop, Ryosuke. Out of nowhere, a wind-cleaving sword strike slashed toward Tenma at a terrifying speed. The blade stopped mere inches above the boy's head, leaving him completely stunned. How the hell did he sneak up on me so fast? The swordsman, Bokuto Ryosuke, sheathed his blade. He looked coldly at Iberia. Oh, Iberia. I thought you guys were some lost bandits. Meanwhile, Tenma calmly stood up and brushed the dust off himself. He wondered, why didn't I sense any magic until the exact moment he attacked? And who even is this guy? He stared in shock at the weapon from that attack. The sword. It's totally gone. Iberia excitedly introduced him. Meet my partner, Isuki Tenma. He's only level 0, but he's insanely strong. We're a duo now. Our team name is Tenma, cut her off. Just drop it. Where's your dad? Ryosuke pointed toward the cabin. Master is in the back. But watch out. Iberia instantly bolted. Oh, right, Dad. Ryosuke watched her go with a dead serious expression. He doesn't seem to be in a very good mood. The second Iberia saw her dad, she eagerly started bragging about her achievements. Hey, Dad, listen to this. I actually passed the qualifiers. She kept rambling on and on. I got 4th place in the region on Nightmare difficulty. Just like we promised, let me pick any artifact I want. Slap. A brutal, stinging slap landed right on Iberia's face out of nowhere. Clutching her painful cheek in shock, Iberia asked, why did you hit me, Dad? Old man Aiden roared in pure rage. Give back the dragon gear. You stole it, didn't you? Iberia argued back. What the hell? I only borrowed one epic grade artifact. You didn't have to hit me, the old man growled. The dragon gear causes irreversible damage if you wear it for too long. If you ever take it without permission again, I won't go easy on you. Absolutely devastated and furious, Iberia threw her bag on the ground and stormed off. Fine, I'm never using any of your stupid artifacts ever again. The old man, Aiden, turned to look at Tenma with a razor-sharp glare. So, you're Izumiya's second disciple? Tenma replied politely. Yes, sir. I'm Isuki Tenma. Master sent me to protect you, Mr. Aiden, because of a prophecy about a devastating attack in the north. I've already heard about it, Aiden said, sizing him up from head to toe with skepticism. That guy is incredibly picky and rarely takes on disciples. Why on earth did he choose some average-looking kid like you? Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. His eyes widened in shock. Wait a sec. Is your level locked? Before Aiden's eyes, Tenma's status window appeared. Isuki Tenma, human, level None. Locked. Class. Order breaker. Unique skill. Undisclosed. Aiden asked suspiciously, "Are you using some kind of karmic artifact to fake your stats?" Tenma casually replied, "No, not really." The old man stared ahead thoughtfully. "I see. No wonder Nento Izumi requested that specific item." Aiden continued walking as he spoke. "Your master is a highly calculating guy. He always demands something in return." Tenma was puzzled. "Master only told me to protect you. I didn't hear him say anything about a reward." Aiden explained further. "He contacted me and said that in exchange for his disciple's protection, I must give that disciple a specific karmic artifact." Tenma was shocked. "Master did that for me? It's fine, Mr. Aiden. Even without an artifact, I will still protect you." Aiden shook his head. "I have plenty of them, so I don't mind giving you one. I'm just curious. Why did he choose a broken item?" Tenma was surprised. "A broken item?" Aiden reminisced, describing the original legendary artifact. It was once a masterpiece. The critical crystal. A unique item that doubled your attack power on a critical strike with a 99% critical rate, making virtually every attack a critical hit. His face filled with regret. But then, a crack suddenly formed, completely reversing its power, turning it into a cursed item. Aiden held up the cracked crystal and explained, "The grade of this artifact has become unidentified, and a mysterious defect has been added." The stats popped up. Broken critical crystal. Multiplies attack power by 10 on critical hits. Critical rate, 0%. Increases by 1% every time you defeat a stronger enemy. The old man looked at Tenma and continued analyzing its uselessness. For any normal Awakener, this thing is completely worthless, because whatever critical rate you struggle to stack up will be completely reset to 0 every single time you level up. Aiden's eyes flashed as he realized the bizarre compatibility. "That's why I couldn't understand why Izumi would ask for this defective item. But looking at your stats now, I finally get it. You're quite special, aren't you? I have no idea how you get stronger. But since you never level up with your level being permanently locked, this artifact is absolutely perfect for you." Tenma took the stone. In his mind, a vision of the future unfolded. As he kept defeating Calamity Beasts, his critical rate would eventually hit 100%. In the future, every single basic attack would be boosted tenfold. Iron Fist of Destruction. The system notified. Equipped. Broken critical crystal. Current rate, 0.0%. Tenma frowned, contemplating the harsh conditions of the item. "My critical rate only increases when I defeat enemies with higher attack power than me? This is a bit brutal. I'll figure out a way to deal with it after we survive this oncoming wave." Aiden nodded in satisfaction, seeing the glow from the artifact sync up with Tenma. "It seems to be equipped properly. It really is a perfect match for you." Tenma replied, "I was actually struggling because of my low attack power. This item will help a lot. Thank you, Mr. Aiden." Aiden turned his back, his expression turning distant. "I craft the artifacts, and you kids use them to fight the Calamity Beasts. We're all doing this for the survival of humanity. No need to thank me." Suddenly, he froze as he saw a streak of light plunging down from the sky. "Unless someone knew my location beforehand, there's no way these beasts would target such a remote place. In any case, you guys should get some rest." Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the forest, sending thick clouds of dust and smoke into the air. The shockwave from the explosion forced Ryosuke and Tenma to shield their faces. The ground shook violently. Euvaria screamed in panic amidst the debris. "What is this? What just happened?" A massive magic circle appeared in the sky. Euvaria cried out in terror. "A barrier? Why is there a blue barrier here?" Aiden gritted his teeth, realizing the betrayal or sinister plot. "Only the commanders of the 5 continents know my location. Was the fall of this stone monument a coincidence? Or?" Ryosuke drew his sword. He screams at the top of his lungs to warn everyone, "Get back, now! The Calamity Beasts are coming, and they're heading straight for us." Tenma stands dead still. His eyes glow with a cold, sharp blue light. "I can feel it. Something is closing in at insane speed." Dark shadows are darting through the deep forest, accompanied by deafening roars. 6 of them. No, 8. A massive beast with a razor-sharp horn bursts from the thick brush, a level 14 one-horned demon. Everyone screams, "They're here!" Quick as lightning, Tenma grabs the first monster's deadly claw. He instantly launches a counterattack that rips through the air. The system interface pops up, activating Shadow Wall. The pack of monsters surrounds Tenma, roaring savagely as a chaotic brawl erupts. Tenma channels energy into his hands, wrapping them in blue electricity. Against trash-tier enemies like these, numbers don't even matter. I could wipe them all out in an instant with my Lotus Burst. He glances over at Josuke, who's busy hacking away with his sword. Josuke could probably handle the shockwaves from the Lotus Burst, but then Tenma looks back toward the old wooden cabin. Aiden and Iberia are hiding in the shelter right behind him. To keep his teammates safe, Tenma charges straight ahead, luring the monsters away. If he recklessly triggers the Lotus Burst, those two might get caught in the blast. After a series of deafening explosions, Tenma stands amidst a mountain of monster corpses. He lets out a sigh, thinking to himself that maybe he really is cut out for the solo life. Suddenly, his sharp instincts make him whip around as another wave of mana surges, and this one is way stronger than anything he's felt so far. A much bigger monster emerges, sporting two glowing purple horns. A level 24 two-horned demon guard, radiating an overwhelming pressure. The scene cuts to a dark, gloomy space, where glowing red lava flows through the rocky fissures of the demon world. Sitting on a throne of bones, a powerful shadow speaks. "We have successfully teleported our first vanguard, consisting of low-level slaves, to the human world. Out of the 8 demon kings, who should be entrusted to lead the main force?" Glowing red eyes gleam from the darkness, delivering a cold order. Looking through the eye I left behind during my last descent to the human realm, I detected the presence of a very important target. Capture them. In the shadows of the demon realm, Enmaraku Iyama, one of the 8 great demon kings, looms with immense power. A subordinate reports, "My lord, should we entrust this task to one of the 8 great demon kings?" The supreme leader worries that too much power might ruin the plan. A demon king's sheer presence could destroy the very eye I left behind. I will assign this to a demon general. Bowing deeply, the servant replies, "As you command, my lord." He continues his orders, his purple eyes flashing. Furthermore, I am handing full command of the main force over to Enshokuma, the primate eater. The image of Enshokuma, one of the 8 great demon kings, appears, looking absolutely feral. He hasn't tasted fresh human flesh in ages. I'm sure he's absolutely starving. Back in the human realm, a terrified shriek echoes. "Ah!" Tenma gasps, realizing that was Iberia's voice. Did a Calamity Beast break into the room? Suddenly, a 2-horned guard, number 815 of the Horned Demon Tribe, level 24, charges at Tenma fiercely. Facing this critical danger, Tenma grits his teeth and decides, "If it's come to this, I've got no choice but to use that." He stares down the monster's heavy fist, ready to unleash his secret technique. Tenma quickly calculates in his head, its attack power is probably higher than mine. So if I take it down, I can boost my critical hit rate. The broken critical crystal stats pop up. Critical rate, 0%. Increases by 1% for every stronger enemy defeated. A purple light converges. The system announces, activating Piercing Sphere. Clear Aura Ray. The attack hits its mark. Critical rate increases by plus 1%. Tenma sighs with relief. It actually went up, just as he thought. Current critical rate, 1%. Standing on the monster's corpse, Tenma calls out to his teammate, "Josuke, I'm going to take out the Calamity Beast that broke into the room. I'll leave things out here to you." Josuke replies, "Leave it to me." Tenma channels his inner power, dashing like a bolt of blue lightning toward the wooden cabin behind them. Iberia is heavily wounded, blood flowing like water. He gasps in despair. "It's useless. I can't win without proper gear." Iberia's vision blurs from pain and terror. If things are going to end like this, as the monster raises its hand to finish him off, Iberia screams through his tears, "Josuke, save me!" Suddenly, boom! A massive iron anvil slams down, blocking the monster's attack. Aiden, Iberia's dad, stood tall right in front of him. Iberia was dead shocked. His dad was supposed to be a non-combat class, but he didn't show a single shred of fear toward that disaster beast. Aiden coldly spat at the monster. You're a stubborn one, aren't you? The monster let out a low growl, turning its head to look at the silver-haired man, dripping with pure bloodlust. Aiden got into a fighting stance and yelled, "I'm leaving the rest to you." Right then, Tenma showed up like a freaking savior. Tenma! The young guy instantly blocked the monster's massive, crushing attack. His arm shifted into a blade, stabbing straight through its body. The system popped up. Black wall active. The piercing blow brought the beast crashing down on the spot. Tenma pulled back his power and turned to Aiden. "Sorry I'm late, sir. Took me a second to clear out the scouts." "How's the situation outside?" he asked, looking down at the dark, twisted monster carcass at his feet. Tenma checked his senses. "I don't feel any magic fluctuations coming from outside anymore. I'm guessing Josuke cleared out all the disaster beasts." Aiden looked out toward the yard. There stood Josuke, surrounded by a mountain of monster corpses. Did Josuke seriously pull all this off by himself? Josuke sheathed his sword, warning them dead seriously. "Don't let your guard down just yet. Unless we destroy that barrier, the disaster beasts will just keep spawning infinitely. And over time, they'll only get stronger." He kept laying out the plan. "I'm heading in to smash the barrier and take out as many monsters as I can on the way. But if any slip past me, you guys will have to Tenma cut him off," his eyes suddenly glowing an eerie, terrifying blue. "No, I'll be the one to slaughter every single disaster beast inside that barrier. Josuke, you stay here and protect Uncle Aiden and Iberia." Aiden froze, staring intently at Tenma. Those eyes? He quietly marveled in shock. There wasn't even a tiny speck of fear in those eyes. Instead, they were burning with an intense hunger to fight. Aiden made the final call. "We'll leave destroying the barrier to Tenma." Josuke asked, worried. "If that's a blue barrier, the beasts inside are going to be at least level 250. Are you sure you can handle this?" Tenma stated firmly, "I'm absolutely sure." Cut to Tenma, tearing through the air at bullet-like speed. Hyped out of his mind, he thought. "Finally, I can cut loose and fight to my heart's content." Iberia struggled to his feet. "If that's the case, I'm going too." "All right, Josuke, watch over my dad." But Aiden stopped him. "Not you." Iberia was stunned. "Why not? We're a team." Aiden looked at his son with cold eyes. "Stop playing this pathetic game of playing teammates. It's pathetic. You and Tenma live in two completely different worlds." Iberia yelled back in sheer frustration. "We've come all this way together." "What the hell do you mean by different worlds? A team is supposed to support each other and cover for each other's weaknesses." Aiden barked, cutting his son off. "But you're not supporting him at all. You are a flat-out burden holding him back." At this rate, the old man snarled bitterly, "You're going to end up getting Tenma killed." Aiden turned away, lost in thought. "And of course, I'm not just talking about you. Tenma is on a whole different level of existence. Nobody in his generation can even stand on the same level as him." He watched Tenma's back fade into the forest. "Have you ever actually looked at his eyes when he faces those disaster beasts? Those are the eyes of..." Aiden stared after Tenma, quietly thinking. "Those are the eyes of someone absolutely consumed by hatred." Tenma surged forward like a bolt of blue lightning. The system pinged. Mana scan complete. 5 enemy targets detected. 50% of user mana restored. He launched himself high into the air. With a razor-sharp glare, he roared, "5 disaster beasts. They must have just crawled out of the barrier. This works out now. I can top off my mana. Move." A massive, fiery explosion engulfed the entire forest. The system popped up. Lotus Storm activated. 5 enemies eliminated. Skill range increased by 5%. Current level +1. Critical hit rate at 106%, +1%. Damaged critical crystal at 2%. Tenma dashed through the dark night, clicking his tongue as he ran his numbers. That 2 Horn Guardian's defense was insanely high. I had to burn 80% of my mana just to put it down with Lotus Storm. But I won't let a single one of these things get anywhere near Iberia and the others. From far away, Iberia stared in shock at the massive plume of smoke rising way above the tree line. Panicking, he spun around to Josuke. Where the hell did that explosion come from? Josuke squinted, instantly recognizing the familiar surge of raw power. That's Itsuki's skill. He must have run right into the horde of disaster beasts in the forest. Josuke's eyes darkened as he stared into the distance. contemplating an explosion of that scale. Definitely not something a level 0 scrub could pull off. Wait, is the reason Tenma can't level up because of that stat reduction effect from his talent? Right now, Tenma is standing in front of a massive wall of energy. So, this is the green barrier. These Calamity Beasts seem to be on a whole different level compared to the ones he's faced before. With mana detection activated, Tenma stands there stunned. Who would have thought his detection skill would get blocked? I can't even tell how many monsters are in there, let alone how strong they are. He recalls his old training. His master once taught him that you can tell a monster's level by the color of the barrier. A gray barrier means level 1 to 25. Green is level 26 to 50. Blue is level 51 to 75. Purple is level 76 to 100. And red is level 101 plus. Since this one is green, the Calamity Beasts inside should be level 26 to 50. Tenma stares at the glowing white lotus mark on his palm. If he wipes them all out, they're going to drop a massive amount of experience points. With a wave of his hand, he commands as a plume of black smoke condenses into a grotesque figure, summoning his Shikigami, the Death Hound. A massive black wolf emerges with terrifying stats. Death Hound, B rank, level 16, skills, Scent of Death, Mana Detection, Regeneration, Reduced Respawn Time, and Attack and Defense of 250 by 150. Tenma gently pets the Shikigami's head, his expression loaded with meaning. I'll give you all the XP that drops after this. Stepping into the barrier, he coldly orders, but until I give the word, you aren't allowed to touch a single hair on them. Tenma's eyes flash with a deadly blue light. Every single Calamity Beast in here is nothing but prey to him. Scene change to another location. Day 1 of the prophecy. 11:30 p.m. A girl standing on the balcony reports, "Father, the awakened guards have arrived." A man wearing blue armor proudly steps forward. "Miss Izumi, from this moment on, I, rank 1 savior Keiichi Rijima, will be your protector. I am a level 63 wind mage." Her father pushes up his glasses and calmly says, "Thank you for coming." Besides him, 5 rank 3 saviors and 3 rank 2 saviors have also arrived. Why hasn't Akira Hayton arrived yet? I assigned him to guard the perimeter. She looks at her phone anxiously. When we spoke on the phone 6 hours ago, he said he was on his way. But when I tried calling him back 1 and 3 hours later, I couldn't get through. Giant stone tablets have been falling all over the northern province since 8 p.m. tonight. Maybe he ran into some trouble on the way. A normal Calamity Beast shouldn't be any threat to him. After all, he's one of the 6 special grade saviors. Izumi turns to them and says, "Please keep trying to contact him. Only special grade saviors can stand against the Calamity Beasts appearing here." Keiichi Rijima smirks confidently. "Aren't you putting those special grade saviors on a pedestal? No matter how strong Wajin or Akira Hayton are, they're still just human." He clenches his fist, full of ambition. He adds, "I don't believe there's that much of a gap between them and rank 1 saviors like us. We might struggle a little, but there's no way we can't take down a monster they can." Izumi gives him a knowing look. Confidence is great, but if you think you're on the same level as a special grade, looking out at the glowing red sky, he continues, that's probably because you've never actually faced a truly powerful Calamity Beast. Suddenly, a giant stone tablet hurtles down from the sky. Keiichi panics and draws his sword. A Calamity Beast stone tablet is coming. Izumi looks up at the magic vortex in shock. It's finally here. It's no use. I still can't get in touch with Hayton. Keiichi Rijima wears an arrogant, confident smirk as he says to Izumi, "If even a special grade savior can't make it, then they aren't even worth relying on. Don't worry. We'll clear out these Calamity Beasts down to the very last one." His eyes turn sharp and ambitious. "I'll prove right now that a rank 1 savior is just as capable as any special grade." Meanwhile, in another area, the massive green barrier silently glows deep in the forest. Tenma and the Death Hound step inside. He scans his surroundings. The scenery inside the barrier is no different from the outside, but there's a certain aura here that's making me uneasy. He stands still to feel the flow of energy, activating mana detection. I can feel the fluctuations of mana inside the barrier from here, but as expected, I can't sense what's happening outside. Looks like the inside and outside of this barrier are completely separate spaces. A notification pops up. Mana detection has spotted 5 enemy targets. Recovered 50% mana. Alright, I've got a lock on the general locations of the 5 targets we just detected. Tenma turned to the Black Wolf, telling it to stay here and wait. If you spot any Calamity Beasts trying to escape this way, you can go ahead and eat them. He patted his Shikigami's head. Good boy. Activate Thunder Break, Roaring Wave. Guess I'd better start moving too. Right away, 2 ferocious Calamity Beasts tore through the deep forest, hunting down the intruder. Tenma suddenly closed in on a monster at unbelievable speed. He threw a devastating punch that sent the beast flying. Then activated Black Wall. Black Ice Wall. A giant pillar of blue lightning struck down from the heavens with a deafening blast. The terrifying power tore through the night sky, blasting the pack of Calamity Beasts away as blood splattered everywhere. Amidst the ruins, a giant, purple-horned monster clad in towering stone armor emerged, threatening Tenma. Unfazed, Tenma pointed a finger at it. Activate Clear Orb, Piercing Sphere. The orb unleashed a dense beam of purple light that pierced straight through the giant beast's head in the blink of an eye. System notifications immediately started popping up. Critical rate plus 1%. Critical crystal destroyed. Current critical rate is 3%. Tenma landed softly. He looked toward the pale blue pillar of light. My critical rate has gone up to 3% again. Statistically speaking, that's 3 critical hits for every 100 attacks. I guess I'll be seeing my first critical hit soon. Still, this is the first time I've ever seen a monolith up close like this. He walked up to the magic monolith. If I destroy this stone, the barrier will disappear, right? Well, 1 hit should be enough. System. Enemy detected. 10% mana restored. Tenma's eyes suddenly narrowed in high alert. There was still another one hiding somewhere. Swoosh! Out of nowhere, pitch-black tentacles tore through the air, lunging at Tenma from behind the monolith. Tenma flipped to dodge just in the nick of time. If I hadn't sensed that mana fluctuation and stayed on high alert, I would have been impaled right then and there. He stared into the writhing darkness, so it was hiding behind the monolith after all. This Calamity Beast was completely different from the ones before. A grotesque black shadow began to step out from the monolith's blue light. The brilliant blue barrier engulfed the entire sky, signaling a fierce battle ahead. Outside the barrier, Ryosuke looked at Iberia, who was hanging his head in shame. Even Tenma might not be able to handle all these beasts on his own. It's too dangerous out there, so you should wait in your room. Iberia gasped. Ryosuke. Will I really get Ryosuke killed one day? Ryosuke tried to comfort the young man. Master tends to exaggerate, so don't worry too much about it. Iberia said gloomily. But, looking back at everything, it really feels like I'm nothing but a burden. Ryosuke pointed toward the energy barrier. The level of the beasts inside the blue barrier ranges from 20 to 50. Do you have the confidence to defeat even a single level 26 beast? Iberia trembled. I don't. Not at all. Ryosuke smiled reassuringly. Don't be so discouraged. I'm not saying you're no good. When I was your age, I didn't even have the guts to step into a blue barrier, let alone fight a Calamity Beast. Iberia looked up in surprise. Even you were like that? Ryosuke nodded. The difference between the beasts in the gray barrier and the blue barrier isn't just a matter of levels. Ryosuke explained further to Iberia, who was left wondering what else there could be. The Calamity Beasts in the gray barrier have no intelligence. They're just creatures repeating an endless cycle of slaughter and destruction. Ryosuke recalled the battles. They're strong, sure. But with a plan, there are plenty of ways to beat them. But inside a blue barrier, they're just like us humans. A massive, oppressive entity appeared. General Square 336, level 34. Tenma thought to himself, so there are Calamity Beasts with actual intelligence? Was I too careless? It seems he has some kind of detection skill. Among Tenma's peers, only a select few are strong enough to stand against a beast of that level. Tenma silently watched his opponent through his bangs. Just as I thought. The Calamity Beasts in this barrier are on a whole different level compared to any I've met before. Ryosuke turned to look at Iberia, who was staring down. So, the reason you're a burden to Tenma isn't because you're weak or inexperienced. It's simply because he is way too strong. Tenma stood tall and defiant. It saw right through my skills in just a few seconds. And on top of that, It can actually speak human language. So, I finally tracked you down. The legendary disaster-class beast I've heard so much about. The monster sneers, baring its razor-sharp fangs. What the hell are you babbling about? Begging for mercy already? It glares down at Tenma with pure disgust. And here I thought you were actually hot shit. Turns out you're just a measly level 0. A pathetic clown, shaking in his boots the second he lays eyes on me. Tenma cracks a wild, crazy grin. Nah, I'm just getting hyped. Actually, I've wanted to ask one of your kind a question for a long-ass time. Since you can actually speak, how about giving me an answer? The beast starts channeling crackling lightning all around it. Fine, if that's your dying wish, I'll play along. Tenma's eyes burn with rage. He drops a freezing question. Hey, do you monsters actually feel pain? The demon general sneers with utter contempt. You think a pathetic human like you can actually hurt me? You've got some serious balls, kid. Pitch-black tentacles whip up to attack. Inflicting pain is a privilege reserved only for us. Whoosh, the wind-cleaving strike charges in. Tenma quickly slips to the side, dodging it effortlessly. In a flash, he materializes right in front of the beast, lightning violently crackling all over his body. He unleashes an earth-shattering punch, blasting the demon general back hundreds of meters. 11. His glowing red eyes pierce through the dust cloud. Did I get him? No. The monster's mana is surging even crazier now. Jet-black tentacles burst out again in a relentless onslaught, moving faster than before. Tenma moves like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance instantly. But when it comes to raw speed, I'm still a step ahead of you. A massive slash rains down, but it barely scratches the beast. Tenma clicks his tongue. Damn it! My attack power is too low, I can't even decapitate him. Even when my hits land, they're barely doing jack squat. The beast watches his blinding agility in utter shock. No way. How the hell can a level 0 move this fast? Just what the hell is your actual level? It whips its tentacle, slamming Tenma hard. Not like it matters. No matter how fast you run, you're still just prey. The monster unleashes a barrage of heavy attacks, roaring arrogantly. Your pathetic little hits could land 100 times, and I wouldn't feel a damn thing. But if you take even a single hit from me, you're dead meat. But out of nowhere, Tenma teleports right in front of him and socks him dead in the face. At the exact same time, a brutal tentacle swings down, grazing Tenma and leaving a glowing streak of mana on his body. He leaps onto a high branch, throwing down a challenge. If you think you've got what it takes, then bring it on. Blue electricity erupts from Tenma as he blinks away. That lightning, it's just a speed buff, isn't it? Let's see how long your mana holds out. Tenma calmly analyzes his opponent's movements. Those tentacles aren't a skill, they're actually part of his body. That's why Overmimesis won't trigger. He counts his strikes as he fights. How many hits has it been? 18? Or maybe 19? His mana bar is tanking fast. It reads 97 out of 330. I've been spamming skills nonstop. My mana is almost completely dry. Sweat drips down Tenma's forehead, but his gaze remains rock solid, even though his stamina is draining fast. At this rate, my speed is going to drop too. If that's how it is, I'm going all in on offense. Tenma charges forward with insane speed. Betting it all on that tiny 3% chance, I've got to keep swinging. If I can just land one critical hit, I win this. Deafening clashes echo continuously as Tenma trades relentless blows with the monster. He focuses with absolute intensity. The only way to trigger a crit is to rack up more hits. Faster. I've got to strike even faster. Blinding light and blue lightning intertwine, turning the barrier into a chaotic, frenzied battlefield. Suddenly, Tenma freezes. Blood spurts from his mouth as a sharp spike pierces straight through his body. The beast looks down at the impaled Tenma with absolute triumph, rushing in like a brainless idiot. What an absolute moron. It leans in close, mocking him. What's wrong? I thought you were going to make me feel pain. Tenma lets out a weak chuckle. Huh? The monster grips Tenma's shoulder in disbelief. You're still breathing? Guess your defense stats aren't completely trash. Tenma flashes a blood-chilling grin, blood dripping down his face, as a system notification pops up. Finally, there you are. Notification from the pink critical crystal. Your next attack has a 100% chance to be a critical hit. Without wasting a single second, He drives a lightning-infused fist straight into the beast's chest. The words critical hit flash in a violent red light amidst the breathtaking impact. The monster howls in absolute agony, its face twisting under the sheer, brutal force of the strike. The shockwave of the blast blows away dirt, rocks, and leaves, leaving behind a chaotic mess. The demon general slumped at the base of the tree, trembling and asking, "What the actual hell is this? What just happened? How the hell did you suddenly get this terrifying power?" Tenma nonchalantly wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes icy cold. Man, that bastard was stronger than I thought. He felt a crazy rush of adrenaline. Ever since that critical blow, all kinds of intense emotions had been surging from deep within his chest. I've never felt anything like this before. Blood stained his clothes crimson, but Tenma didn't stop, even as blood kept gushing from his stomach. And yet, I don't feel any pain at all. He looked up at the night sky, his breath turning to mist in the cold air. This feeling was unreal. Tenma stepped closer. Grabbing the dying monster by the throat, he sneered. "So, do you feel the pain now?" The monster panicked, thinking, "What the hell is this guy? Aren't humans supposed to be weak, filthy trash? He's got to be at least level 46 or higher. Faking his stats like that is so dirty. Hey, what are you doing?" Tenma's eyes flared crimson, dripping with pure malice as he prepared to deliver the final blow. Normal disaster beasts have zero intelligence, so even when you kill them, they don't make a sound. But this beast screamed in agony. Wow. A chilling, satisfied smile spread across his face. Just as I thought. Hearing the screams of a disaster beast that can actually feel pain, man, that is on a whole other level. Tenma ruthlessly finished the beast off in a pool of its own blood. In utter despair, the monster screamed, "No, this can't be. Is he going to crush my skull? This thing isn't human. He's a straight-up demon." As silence returned to the forest, the system chimed. It was finally over. Critical rate plus 1%. Broken critical crystal. Current critical rate 4%. As the adrenaline wore off, Tenma collapsed in pain. Maybe it's because the danger has passed, and I'm finally letting my guard down. But instead of that awesome feeling from earlier, a wave of excruciating pain is ripping through my wound. He looked up at the fading energy barrier, which had now turned completely transparent. That meant not a single disaster beast was left alive inside. Clutching his bleeding wound, Tenma dragged his heavy steps toward the center. All that was left to do was smash the stone tablet. Summoning the last of his strength, he threw a punch that shattered the magic tablet. Way more fragile than I thought. The tablet crumbled into pieces. Tenma slumped against the rubble, panting heavily. Before heading back to Iberia, he muttered, "There's one more thing I need to check." He whispered a single, cryptic word, "Death." Instantly, a massive dark shadow descended from above, answering its master's call. "Show me what you've got." A massive black wolf stepped out of the shadows. Tenma blinked in surprise. Whoa. Didn't you get way bigger than before? He stared deep into its glowing eyes and realized there was even more to it. The summon status screen popped up with impressive stats. Its level had jumped by 3 all at once. And I got another 150 attribute points too. Deathhound. B rank, level 16. Attack and defense, 250 over 150. Tenma gently stroked the wolf's fur. Lost in thought, he muttered, "I get it now." As its level increases, its body grows larger too. So it wasn't just my imagination, which means... He grinned with anticipation, looking up at the beast that was now taller than him. If this guy levels up dozens of times more, I wonder how massive it'll eventually get. Man, I can't wait for that. Meanwhile, at the Izumi mansion, on the day of the first prophecy, at 11:35 p.m., darkness enveloped the forest with an ominous, dark energy. Iberia pointed to the sky in utter shock, calling out to Josuke. "The barrier is gone, Josuke." Tenma actually did it. Josuke thoughtfully observed the changing atmosphere. He shattered that silver barrier in just about 10 minutes. There probably weren't any intelligent monsters inside. But even so, that speed is just insane. One thing's for sure. He's way stronger than I ever was. Back to Tenma. He collapsed against a cliffside, his breath fading fast. After a grueling journey and non-stop battles, I have 0 stamina left. With this much blood loss, my body has officially hit its limit. Bleeding out and barely conscious, Tenma grabbed his summon's massive shoulder. Death. You can track mana, right? Just follow my mana flow and carry me back to Iberia. The loyal black wolf let out a deep howl and bolted through the dense, dark forest, slicing through the silent night. Meanwhile, back at the wooden cabin, Josuke stiffened, instantly on high alert as a distant howl echoed. A disaster beast's roar? But the barrier was supposed to be destroyed. Why the hell is this happening? Sensing an incoming danger, Josuke snapped around, shouting to protect his ally. Iberia, get back to your room, now. Iberia froze, his face filled with dread as he whispered, that roar. I know I've heard that somewhere before. Out of the deep darkness, a colossal shadow with razor-sharp claws lunged at them with terrifying speed. Ryosuke drew his greatsword, striking a stance, radiating pure bloodlust in the dark. The thing was closing in. I don't know where it came from, but if it's a disaster beast, I'll slice it to pieces. A fierce clash erupted as Ryosuke swung his sword with all his might at the lunging monster. Iberia gasped in horror. That's Majuki. The beast Tenma turned into his Shikigami the other day. Seeing Ryosuke about to land the finishing blow, he screamed frantically to stop the terrible mistake. Wait, Ryosuke. That's Itsuki's Shikigami. The razor-sharp blade sliced clean through the air. Missing the lunging black wolf by a mere hair's breadth, Ryosuke froze. He stared in shock at Tenma's unconscious body lying right next to the beast Tenma's Shikigami. He began connecting the dots about the bizarre things surrounding this kid. Only a Shikigami user could order them around, right? A combat power way beyond his peers. A level that never goes up, and he even has skills from other classes. Iberia rushed over, tears welling up in his eyes. Are you okay, Itsuki? Tenma Itsuki. He really is shrouded in mystery. Spotting a pool of blood on the ground, Iberia frantically lifted his friend's head. What the hell happened? There's so much blood. Tenma's lips parted slightly, whispering weakly. His voice was as faint as a whisper. Just let me rest for a bit. As Tenma's eyes closed, Iberia completely broke down. He sobbed uncontrollably. What are we gonna do? Itsuki, no. Ryosuke checked Tenma's vitals, speaking coldly but reassuringly. He's not dead, so quit your crying. Iberia stopped crying, looking up at Ryosuke with eyes full of hope. Itsuki, is he really still alive? Ryosuke pointed at Tenma's chest, which was rising and falling slightly. Look, he's breathing just fine. Without wasting a second, Ryosuke scooped Tenma up and ordered, Iberia, you've got Kodama bandages, right? But a wound like this needs immediate treatment. Iberia replied, yeah, I've got this. In the quiet room, Tenma lay motionless with bandages wrapped around his torso as Iberia made a silent vow. It's true that I might never catch up to Itsuki's combat power, but I've got something that only I can do. He recalled his magical affinity. My class is Wind Mage, someone who controls the air and the wind currents. This is a versatile hybrid class with both combat and support capabilities, but his status screen revealed his unique talent. My talent is rank 2 focused healing. Effect. Wind attribute attack damage is reduced by 50%, but wind attribute healing skill recovery speed is increased by 50%. A low-tier rank. 2 talent that can only heal myself or my allies. Iberia stared intensely at his hands, eyes burning with determination. I used to hate this and never used it even once. But for Itsuki, I'll use it as many times as I want. A burst of green mana exploded around Iberia as the system announced. Activating rank C skill, healing window. A warm light enveloped Tenma. As Iberia prayed silently, please get well soon. For the sake of our duo, Itsuki. Meanwhile, near the outskirts of the Tenma estate at 11:35 p.m., a massive purple barrier expanded from a fallen stone tablet. A devastating blow rained down, shattering all defensive barriers. Chirijima collapsed miserably in the gray smoke as Choha could only scream in despair. Chirijima. Choha desperately cast healing magic on Chirijima, urging him, hang in there. I'll heal you right now. What's the situation outside? Chirijima could only gasp weakly. Run. Get out of here. Chirijima's face contorted with pure terror as he stared at the colossal shadow looming behind them. Its size, defense, power, and speed, everything was on a whole different level. Even a special grade savior couldn't stand a chance against it. There was simply no way humanity could defeat a monster like this. A towering, oppressive entity revealed itself. Warrior number 14 of the Yuji clan, level 81. In their absolute despair, Nento stepped in to protect them. Chirijima screamed, "Choha! Run!" The monster growled as it eyed its new opponent. That bizarre outfit. You must be Izumi Nento, right? It smirked arrogantly, preparing to strike, running into my target right off the bat. Now, that's what I call lucky. At this rate, we won't even need to bother Kyusoku-ma. Nento calmly replied, "So, your actual target is me, huh? Well, that's a relief." Boom. An earth-shattering collision erupted, and a blinding white light completely swallowed the area. Choha panicked and screamed, "Dad!" While Chirijima cried out in despair, "It's over. It's really over." Everything was over. As the dust slowly settled, Nento stood tall, staring at the figure that had just appeared. "You're late, man." A young man with eyes blazing red with bloodlust emerged. It was Akira Hayato. Hayato stepped forward, shielding Nento. "My bad. Leave this thing to me." The monster laughed in sheer contempt. "I don't care where you crawled out from, but you've got a big mouth." Chirijima frantically tried to warn him. "Watch out. That thing is insanely strong." Without wasting a single word, Hayato focused his raw energy into his fist. Whoosh. He unleashed a strike that literally tore through space itself. Black blood splattered everywhere as the monster blew to pieces. Chirijima's eyes went wide, completely paralyzed by the terrifying sight. Staring at the back of the man who had just struck, he muttered in utter shock. "So, is this the power of a special grade savior?" Trembling, Chirijima realized the grim truth. "I used to think even special grades were just human. But this isn't human anymore. It's a monster with power that defies all common sense." Choha cheered. "We did it. We actually made it through the crisis, right?" Hayato coldly replied, "No. This is where the real nightmare begins." Instantly, the sky turned into a threatening shade. It was the first day of the prophecy. At 11:40 p.m., the barrier near Izumi Nento's estate shifted from purple to blood red. A massive, hairy beast emerged from the raging flames. Inside that red barrier, how will Sarasukuma torment humanity? A demon with a blazing mane of fire laughed maniacally. "Man, I'd love to see that mess right now." It was the Flame King, level 37. A pure white beast roared behind him as he continued. "You agree with me, don't you?" White Oni, level 49. A masked, authoritative figure ordered. "Don't do anything stupid. Our mission is to capture that guy. If we fail, you already know the consequences." The powerful leader revealed himself, Demon General, Frost King, level 87. "Why were we sent to the same barrier as Sokusokuma instead of our target? If the three of us are in one barrier, it'll turn purple and blow our cover." He then explained their brutal strategy. The red barrier created by Sokusokuma will lure in the strongest humans nearby. And that way, we can complete Ringa's mission without anyone getting in our way thanks to one of the 8 great demon kings, Sokusokuma. The demon kings glared at the mansion. "While Sokusokuma draws all the attention, let's head straight for the target. You know where it is, right?" The demon king nodded. "No worries. Vinga will guide us using the demon eye left behind in the human realm." Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Tenma jolted awake, completely drenched in sweat. That bastard couldn't just locate the demon eye, he could see everything it saw. Tenma's eyes suddenly underwent a terrifying transformation. And right now, that eye was in the exact same place as their target. The clock ticked on the first day of the prophecy, 11:35 p.m., as Tenma lay motionless. Deep in his subconscious, he saw his younger self standing before his mother. "Mom, I finally found a Calamity Beast that can feel pain, just like we do." Little Itsuki smiled warmly with pure innocence. "I crushed its head. Now, your vengeance will finally." His mother looked down at him with sorrowful eyes. "No, Itsuki," she gently told him, "there are things far more important than revenge." Itsuki froze, confused. Something more important than wiping out every last Calamity Beast? His mother smiled softly. "Power isn't meant for revenge. It's meant to protect the ones you love." Itsuki lowered his head as darkness slowly enveloped him. That's impossible, he screamed in agony. I will never forgive those Calamity Beasts for killing you and Dad. Young Itsuki's eyes suddenly flared red with raw hatred. I'll slaughter every single one of them. His mother silently looked away, her face filled with deep sorrow over the path of vengeance her son had chosen. She smiled sadly as she began to fade away. It's time for me to go now. Where are you going, Mom? I still have so much to tell you. She gently placed her hand on his cheek, offering one last warning. Itsuki, please, don't let hatred consume you. Little Itsuki burst into tears, reaching out his small hands into the empty air. Mom! But his hands only caught the fading specks of light, dissolving into nothingness. Itsuki's face was completely blank with shock. Tears streamed down his face as the brutal reality hit him. His mother was truly gone. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from the shadows of his mind. Crying over the dead? Classic move for a bunch of weaklings. Tenma gritted his teeth, his eyes flaring blood red with rage. You bastard! He roared with pure hatred at the dark shadow consuming his soul. You. A powerful demon emerged from a sea of blood, the demon of destruction, sneering coldly. Finally awake? Huh? Guess you only act like a little baby when you're around her. Tenma braced himself, bloodlust exploding from his body. You piece of trash! He lunged at his enemy in the illusion with a deafening roar. I'm gonna kill you! The mysterious figure easily deflected it. He whispered with a menacing grin, Chill out. I'll make sure you feel that despair again real soon. He struck a devastating blow straight to his mind. Absolute despair. Tenma screamed in agony as he was blown back. Linga, I'll murder you no matter what it takes. Back in reality, Iberia was desperately using her magic to shield Tenma from the monster. A Calamity Beast? I've got to protect Itsuki-san. Tenma groggily opened his eyes, staring at the weak gust of wind swirling around them. A pathetic breeze like this wouldn't even scratch a Calamity Beast. Seeing him stir, Iberia cried out in relief. You're awake, Itsuki-san. She threw herself at Tenma, locking him in a tight hug, making him blush as he thought, looks like my healing spell actually worked. She always glues herself to me when she gets excited. Classic her. How long was I out? Iberia let go of him and replied, Not long. Maybe like 3 hours. Tenma did the math. 3 hours. So it's already around 3 in the morning on the second day of the prophecy. Are Yosuke-san and Aiden-san okay? Iberia flashed a bright, reassuring smile. Yeah, no other Calamity Beasts have shown up since then. But Tenma was still completely dazed, haunted by that voice from his dream. No rush. I'll make sure you feel it again real soon. Even if it was just a nightmare, those words wouldn't leave his head. It felt way too real to be just a dream. Those Calamity Beasts are definitely cooking up something nasty. The clock struck 3:03 a.m. on the second day of the prophecy as Tenma Itsuki finally woke up from his coma. He stood up, determined. We can't afford to let our guard down. Iberia looked at him, totally amazed. Awesome. Looks like you're completely back on your feet. Tenma headed straight for the door. Tossing a quick reminder, Master said backup is on the way. I'm gonna go check in on Yosuke-san first. On the way, Iberia asked curiously about the Black Wolf. Itsuki-san, what's that dog Shikigami's name? Is it really just called Death Hound? She eagerly suggested. Don't you know? Shikigami users can name them whatever they want. Wanna let me give it a super cool name? I'm literally a genius at naming things. Tenma shut her down instantly. I'm not a Shikigami user. Iberia pouted in disappointment. Aw, bummer. I really wanted to name it. A cold sweat broke out on Tenma's neck as he thought, no way in hell am I letting her name it. Tenma stared at the iron golem out in the yard, taking a look at his own healed wounds. No way my spirit wrap spell could have completely healed me this quickly. Looks like Iberia finally tapped into her real power. Tenma looked at her with surprise. I honestly thought you never used your skills. Turns out you're actually a healer. This flustered her, and she mumbled, No, I can use offensive skills too. It's just that they're like, super weak. Turning to Yosuke, who was standing next to the fiery beast's corpse, Tenma asked thoughtfully, Yosuke-san, did any other awakened show up after I passed out? He got a flat, one-word response, no. Yosuke narrowed his eyes, studying Tenma suspiciously. Why do you ask? Yosuke continued to explain just how isolated they were. Master said they'd send over whatever awakened were nearby. It's already been a day, so they should have been here by now. But this place is deep in the woods. You wouldn't have even made it here this fast if Choha didn't guide you. Tenma fell silent, his sharp gaze filled with anxiety. Makes sense, but I still have a bad feeling about this. He stared deep into the pitch-black darkness of the forest, where a dark haze was slowly spreading, as if something evil was creeping closer. Meanwhile, not too far away, a group of trainees was blazing through the forest at breakneck speed. The leader barked, "Jassy, how much further to the target?" Jassy replied, "Just a few more kilometers. We're almost there." Another member thought excitedly as they ran. "Once we wrap this up, I'll finally get promoted from trainee to a third-class savior. But seriously, this place is in the middle of nowhere. How does the best blacksmith on the continent end up living in a dump like this?" Suddenly, the pink-haired girl in the squad launched herself high into the air. He throws a heavy punch and screams, "Freeze right there." Instantly, the whole squad stops dead in their tracks. Everyone gets into stance, ready to fight in the middle of this pitch-black, creepy forest path. The pink-haired girl turns around, fully on guard, and asks, "Yo, what's wrong? Did you sense something?" Another teammate speaks up. "Something's headed straight for us." Out of the eerie darkness, two towering shadows loom ahead, blocking their path. Yep, they've been spotted. The trainees pull out their weapons, shouting to keep their cool. "Calamity Beasts incoming. Get ready to fight, now." But wait, the guy who shows up is actually a demon king with a cocky, mocking smirk. "Where are you guys rushing off to?" he whispers, getting right in their faces with glowing, creepy-ass red eyes. Baring his razor-sharp teeth, he asks, "Don't tell me you guys are heading to the exact same place as us?" A split second later, the guy at the front is reduced to a burning skeleton. The flame demon just stands there with his arms crossed, cool as a cucumber, looking at the fire dancing on his palm with a smug grin. Damn. Who knew a single fireball could do that much damage? Humans really are fragile little things. He nonchalantly glances over at a giant, muscular monster currently crushing some poor bastard. "Yo, white demon, you done over there yet?" The white demon's brutal fist squeezes even tighter, fresh blood dripping like crazy between his massive fingers. He kneels down next to the bloody, mangled corpse, while the flame demon mocks him with a smirk. "Man, you turned them flat as pancakes. You're one ruthless bastard, you know that?" A short distance away, the pink-haired girl stumbles backward, shaking like a leaf. She stares at the shrouded, pitch-black figure, towering right in front of her, and screams in pure despair. "There aren't even any barriers around here. What kind of hellhole did you creeps crawl out of?" The flame demon sparks up another bright fireball, flashing a wicked grin that shows off his sharp fangs. "Well, we had to travel a pretty long way to get here, you know." The pink-haired girl's face is drenched in tears, her eyes wide with absolute horror. But right then, from behind them, a dark entity speaks up in a deep, booming voice. "You are not to kill them." The flame demon scowls in annoyance. "Come on, I've been bored out of my mind lately. Don't ruin my buzz when I'm finally having some fun." But before he can enjoy his pathetic little moment, a bunch of sharp icy spikes instantly pierce and seal his body shut. The dark entity slowly glides past the flaming block of ice, threatening him in a chilling voice, "If you ignore my orders one more time, the consequences will not be pretty." Inside the ice, the flame demon's face is completely distorted with fear, as he breaks into a cold sweat and begs, "All right, I get it. Just melt this spell, please. Otherwise, my body is gonna." The ice shatters into pieces, freeing the loudmouth, while the dark entity shifts its focus to the prey cowering under the tree. The flame demon flares back up, coughing his lungs out and muttering, "Damn, I literally thought I was gonna freeze to death." Clutching her chest, a tiny spark of hope flickers on the pink-haired girl's tear-stained face. Are they actually gonna let me go? Meanwhile, the flame demon crosses his arms, raising an eyebrow at his partner. "Wait, the only ones we aren't allowed to kill are the target and the owner of the evil eye, right? Don't tell me this chick has some kind of special power too?" The dark entity, its eyes glowing menacingly, denies it. "Nope, nothing like that. I just want to test out this new power Lord Linga gifted me." The second those words leave his mouth, a bunch of dark tentacles shoot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around the girl and making her shriek in terror. What? Pitch black darkness surges and completely swallows her whole, forcing out a blood-curdling scream that echoes through the entire forest. As the shadows fade, the girl stands frozen, her head hanging low, completely enveloped in a lifeless, dark aura. The flame demon clicks his tongue and looks on. Wait, so she's dead anyway? But the dark entity calmly replies, no, she is simply undergoing demonization. Suddenly, the girl snaps her head up, revealing sinister, glowing red eyes and a creepy, glowing sigil right in the middle of her forehead. The flame demon is shocked. Demonization? The dark entity explains. Humans who go through demonization become completely loyal to Lord Linga. In other words, this woman is on our side now. Stripped of her pathetic, terrified state from just moments ago, the girl kneels obediently on the ground, her voice sounding totally robotic. Lord Wraith King, please give me your orders. The Wraith King stands tall and proud, commanding, you must hide your true identity and remain undercover within the human society until the day Lord Linga descends. The girl bows her head low to the ground as he continues spinning a flawless cover story. Here is what you will report later. Your squad was ambushed by Calamity Beasts in the forest, and you are the sole survivor thanks to your comrades sacrificing themselves for you. The girl responds with complete blankness. Understood. Satisfied with his new puppet, the Wraith King nods. Perfect. Now that you understand, get moving. The girl slowly gets back on her feet. Her loose hair covers half her face, which has lost every last ounce of humanity. She turns on her heel and begins to walk away under the watchful, scrutinizing eyes of the two demons. Slipping into her spy disguise and pulling off a perfect act of deception, the girl bolted into the shadows, leaving behind the pathetic upgrade dreams and cold bodies of her doomed comrades. The fire demon grimaced and grumbled, looking super annoyed. Sure, making them our lackeys is fine and all, but what the hell is the point of recruiting a weakling like that? The shadow entity coldly shot back, saying she is not the only one. It went on to explain that tens of thousands of humans have already been demonized, including awakened ones. Floating right above that massive muscle monster, the shadow spoke with smug pride about the future, where Lord Linga rules the entire world, and how they are going to play a massive role. Snapping its head back, the shadow entity ordered its two companions with zero room for argument. Stop wasting time and get moving. This mission is more important than ever before. Cut to another scene. A giant iron golem with glowing eyes is standing guard in front of a wooden cabin. A system screen pops up, reading, Prophecy Day 2, 3:05 a.m. Iosuke rubs his hands together, staring at the iron golem, highly satisfied as he analyzes it, realizing this iron golem stats are basically on par with a level 30 awakened user, so it is totally gonna make up for our lack of manpower. Iberia, standing nearby, gives a dry laugh and says, but honestly, I don't think we would even need them if Josuke and Isuki were around. Suddenly remembering something, Iosuke turns to Iberia. By the way, where is Tenma? And gets the answer, oh, he went to the forge. Iberia's voice acts as a voiceover, explaining that he wanted to ask the old man some questions about the crit crystal. Inside the forge, the old blacksmith, hammer in hand, turns to Tenma and asks, so you're saying you pulled off a critical hit while fighting that Calamity Beast? What was your crit rate back then? The system screen flashes with the text. Cracked crit crystal. Crit rate, 4%. Tenma replies with a serious face. It was only 3% at first, but after I beat that thing, it bumped up to 4%. The old man glares at Tenma in utter shock, triggering that strike with only 3%. Kid, you are insanely lucky. Tenma humbly rubs his neck. Yeah, sometimes I think so too. Tenma furrows his brow, recalling that insane moment after the crit landed. Not only did my focus skyrocket, but I also entered this bizarre state where I felt like I was literally omnipotent. He curiously asks the old man, is that also an effect of the crit crystal? The old man freezes mid-swing, eyes wide with shock as he turns to him. A feeling where your senses get so incredibly sharp that you can perceive absolutely everything around you, and yet you stayed calm enough not to lose your mind? Tenma scratches his chin in thought and nods. Yeah, exactly. That was exactly how it felt. The old blacksmith gasps in utter shock. That is freaking unbelievable. You actually entered the flow state. Tenma blinks, totally clueless. The flow state? The old man starts breaking it down like a legit professor, The flow state kicks in when you are completely sucked into what you're doing. It is a zone where your perception of time gets totally warped, while your focus and excitement hit their absolute peak. Tenma awkwardly scratches his cheek, nodding along like, uh-huh. Sweating a bit, the old man decides to dumb it down. Basically, it's like you're going into a complete trance. He follows up with a vivid example, like an artist forgetting to eat because they're so obsessed with their painting, or an athlete moving purely on instinct as if their body has a mind of its own during a game. Even a student losing track of time while cracking a killer math problem is a sign of entering the flow state. Point to a system illustration panel. The old man adds that when an awakened user enters the flow state, not only does their focus lock in, but their senses also become ridiculously sharp. A second stat panel flashes as the numbers skyrocket, and he explains just how broken this state is. At the same time, their stats and skill effects shoot up to 120% of their base value. Tenma gasps in shock. Whoa. I've never heard my master or any other awakened players talk about this. Plus, I've never actually met anyone who's successfully stepped into the flow state before. The old man glares and snaps at him. You think the flow state is some cheap trash you can buy at the local market? The number of people who can actually pull this off can be counted on one hand. Keeping his stern tone, the old man emphasizes, it requires the raw skill of the awakened user themselves, a crystal clear mind, and a massive stroke of luck. Miss even one of those, and entering the flow state is totally impossible. Tenma mutters. Damn, I didn't realize the requirements were that insane. The old man puts his hands behind his back, asserting, with absolute confidence, it's no exaggeration to say that entering the flow state is the literal line dividing a true genius from an ordinary person. Out of all the awakened ones across the 5 continents, including Washington, not a single person can just enter this flow state at will. Even Odin himself couldn't do it. Looking back on his fiery youth, hammering away, drenched in sweat, the old man proudly reminisced that he first entered the flow state 2 years after becoming an awakened. The old man's eyes gleamed with admiration mixed with a bit of shock as he looked at the young man. 2 years is already considered pretty fast. But the fact that you did it just 1 month after awakening is just insane. But before the old man could even finish his praises, he noticed Tenma's face had gone completely serious. His eyes were locked on the door, making the old man snap in annoyance. Hey, are you even listening to me? Ignoring the old man, Tenma's face grew incredibly tense. 3 figures with massive mana are approaching. The old man waved off his concern. They're probably just awakened sent by Yuzumi to act as my bodyguards. But Tenma's gaze was sharp as a knife, shutting it down instantly. No way. This violent, chaotic aura feels exactly like a Calamity Beast, not an awakened. With that, Tenma spun around and dashed out the door, calling back, I'm going to check it out. Just in case. Gritting his teeth as he ran, Tenma's mind raced. I already wiped out all the Calamity Beasts inside the barrier, and there's no sign of any new ones being released nearby. I really hope I'm just imagining things. Shaking off any useless thoughts, Tenma flung the door wide open, ready to face whatever threat was lurking in the dark. As soon as Iberia saw Tenma rushing out, she called out cheerfully, Isuki, you're out. While Iosuke frowned with worry. What's wrong? You look incredibly tense. Cold sweat dripping down his face. Tenma replied gravely, I felt a wave of mana. I thought it might be a Calamity Beast. Iberia waved her hand and laughed it off. There's no barrier active around here, so that's highly unlikely. Iosuke confidently chimed in, speaking too soon. Even if it is a Calamity Beast, I've already reactivated the Iron Golem, so we can easily handle any regular beast. But the smile on Iberia's face instantly vanished. She gasped in horror. What the as an invisible surge of power ripped through the air. Before anyone could even blink, the proud Iron Golem, Yosuke's pride and joy of defense, had its chest blown wide open by a devastating blow, shattering to pieces amidst a cloud of thick smoke. Yosuke quickly drew his sword and took a stance, his face completely pale as he gasped. The Iron Golem was taken down before it could even react? From the darkness, the uninvited guests finally revealed themselves. The Flame Demon King smirked dismissively. Only 3 of them? This is going to be a piece of cake. Meanwhile, the system screen popped up, showing a power gap so massive it would make anyone want to cry. Level 37 Crimson Flame Demon King. Demon General. level 87 Frozen Wraith King, and level 54 White Oni. The system clock coldly marked the second day of prophecy at 3:01 a.m., casting the shadows of 3 towering evil entities blocking out the sky. Tenma gritted his teeth, his tense gaze locked onto the enemies. They look way stronger than the ones inside the barrier. He shuddered, especially as he stared at the dark figure leading the way, the one standing right at the front. I've never felt waves of magic this massive in my life. Ignoring the caution of the weak humans, the Wraith King coldly ordered, "I will go capture the target. I'm leaving this place to you guys." His glowing eyes narrowed threateningly as he warned his allies, "No matter what you do not destroy the demon eye." The flame demon played with the blazing fire in his hand, smirking deviously. Yeah, don't worry about it." Iberia asked tremblingly, "Who is the target behind us?" While Tenma broke out in a cold sweat, shocked by another terrifying realization, are Calamity Beasts actually talking? Seeing the Wraith King prepare to glide past, Isuki rushed forward, swinging his sword and shouting, "I won't let you pass." But the Wraith King's figure was like a wind-riding phantom, silently and effortlessly closing the distance between Tenma and Isuki. Isuke's eyes widened in sheer horror, his brain completely failing to process the situation. When did he? Even Tenma turned pale and gasped. Too fast. Refusing to back down, Yosuke spun around to strike. "No matter what, I will stop you." Tenma also dashed in to back him up. "I won't let you get anywhere near Aiden." But the Wraith King merely raised a hand tipped with bizarre, sharp claws, swatting them away as if shooing a fly. A terrifying shockwave erupted, sending both of them crashing hard back to the ground. Yosuke's body slammed hard against a cold, slippery surface. He gritted his teeth in anger. A wall, made of ice? Yosuke kept hacking away at the frozen block, but it was way too damn hard. Before he could even react, Tenma's panicked voice rang out. "Yosuke, watch your back!" From high above, the muscular white demon threw down a punch weighing a ton, its maw wide open to reveal a row of jagged, razor-sharp fangs. Yosuke barely managed to raise his sword in defense. The ear-splitting screech of metal clashing against that beefy fist rang out amidst violent shockwaves. The sheer force of the impact was so insane it sent Tenma flying, tumbling far into the distance. Seeing that, Tenma broke into a cold sweat. But the enemy wasn't about to give him any breathing room to play the caring brother. The fire demon gathered a massive fireball, sneering, "You don't have the luxury to worry about others, punk." With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the blazing projectile. The system interface flashed a deadly alert. Crimson flame bullet. Feeling the terrifying heat rushing toward him, Tenma quickly cast his shield and yelled, "Iberia, get out of here, fast." Iberia scrambled backward in a panic. Meanwhile, the system announced, "Dark Wall activated." The flame slammed violently into the ground and exploded, the blistering heat blasting dirt and debris right behind Iberia. Tenma's proud Dark Wall began to melt and dissolve with a loud hiss under the overwhelming heat of the raging flames. A bright green system window popped up, analyzing the dire situation. Crimson flame bullet detected. A rank. Excessive simulation. Analysis progress. 1%. Tenma grimaced in pain as he endured the scorching heat. Kneeling in the smoke with his severely burned, smoking arms, Tenma cursed himself. If I had used Lightning Burst, I could have dodged it, but I overestimated my Dark Wall. Seeing this, the fire demon burst into a triumphant laugh, mocking the young man's naivety. "Did you seriously think you could block my flames with that pathetic shield? What an absolute idiot." But right after calling him an idiot, he suddenly froze, breaking into a cold sweat as he thought, "Wait, did I overdo it? What if this guy is actually the one who possesses the demon eye?" He immediately used his system privilege to inspect his battered foe on the ground. The display box flashed the words, "Tenma Isuki, human, level 0, fixed." His brief anxiety was immediately tossed into the trash, giving way to a sinister grin that stretched from ear to ear. Level 0? And he's just a lowly human? There's no way this trash is the owner of the demon eye. I can burn him alive without a single worry. Yet, that despised level 0 weakling suddenly slammed his hand onto the ground, causing brilliant blue magic circles to light up. The badass system interface announced, "Deathhound summoned." A massive black dog with blood-red eyes emerged from the realm of the dead. Seeing this, the fire demon took a stance and gathered more fire, a mocking look on his face as he faced the man and beast duo. Planning to use a summon to fight 2-on-1, are we? The Demon King unleashed a colossal pillar of fire that swept across the ground, roaring arrogantly. Even if you summon 10 more of those, you still can't beat me. Covered in dirt and wounds, Tenma looked back at his favorite wolf and thought, I'm counting on you, Aiden. The pillar of fire slammed down, unleashing an explosion that lit up the forest, but the target suddenly vanished, leaving the demon stunned. He dodged that? The Demon King's crimson eyes narrowed suspiciously as he muttered, that summon. Cutting through the sea of fire, Aiden the Black Hound dashed forward at wind-splitting speed, making the demon realize it was heading straight for its target. Ignoring the wolf, the Demon King turned his gaze back to Tenma, sneering arrogantly. Did you really think you could take me on alone? Meanwhile, Tenma kept his head hung low, his arms charred black and battered, playing the weakling perfectly while the system flashed an analysis progress of 36%. He quickly calculated, this guy is totally looking down on me. If I keep playing weak, he probably won't finish me off right away. A sly smirk flashed across Tenma's face beneath his bangs. I can buy some time for the analysis, but there is no way in hell I'll act like a coward in front of some mediocre Calamity Beast. Shaking off his act as a burn victim, Tenma snapped his head up, wearing a wild, arrogant smile as magical sparks of lightning crackled all around him. Yeah? So what? After all, you. Lowering his stance, his eyes flashing with a murderous aura like a true demon god, he threw down a savage provocation. You look weak as hell yourself. The Demon King's face instantly twisted in pure rage, veins popping all over his head. A lowly species dares to act so arrogant? He swung his hand, summoning a massive blaze that lit up the night sky, and roared. I was planning to play with you a bit longer, but I've changed my mind. I'm turning you into ashes right now. Instead of just standing there like a sitting duck, Tenma blitzes right through the sea of fire like a streak of light at insane speed. His brain is still coldly analyzing the situation. The big guy got way bulkier, but his speed hasn't changed one bit. He ducks low, weaving through those deadly tongues of fire to close the gap. This bastard is clearly a skill spammer who relies on long-range attacks. If I can just get up close. The Demon King's eyes go wide with shock as he realizes how fast the gap is closing. What the hell? In one smooth, seamless motion, Tenma unleashes a high-speed strike so fierce it literally blows the surrounding flames away, making the demon gasp that speed. The Demon King's face tenses up, and sweat starts dripping down his neck as he realizes his massive tactical screw-up. The kid closed the distance in a literal blink of an eye. But then, a wicked grin creeps onto the demon's face, bearing sharp, jagged teeth. But Tenma's lightning-infused kick slams down with insane force, only to smash right into a thick shield of fire the demon conjured up at the last second. Tenma's face stiffens in disbelief, his confident smirk instantly fading. A fire shield? Seizing the opening, the Demon King lunges forward, swinging a blazing arm for a split-second counterattack. Did you seriously think I wouldn't know my own damn weakness? The fireball detonates point blank, swallowing Tenma whole in a blinding flash of pure, destructive power. Tenma free falls back to earth, his body smoking pitch black. Grimacing in pain, he grunts, swallowing the bitter pill of reality. Damn right. His body plows through the dirt, skidding a long way back, completely unable to regain his balance. Covered in blood and soot, Tenma's face is a picture of pure frustration. He curses himself under his breath. Damn it! I walked right into his trap. Tenma beats himself up. The guy is a high-intelligence Calamity Beast, so how could he make such a rookie mistake? Meanwhile, the Demon King struts over, mocking him. With that speed of yours, you still can't just shrug off a fatal blow, can you? Yet, Tenma still wobbles back onto his feet. His two charred black as coal arms hang completely limp as he pants heavily. The Demon King laughs triumphantly, savoring the moment his enemy struggles in despair. You really had me fooled for a second there. He shoves his hideous face and glowing red eyes right in Tenma's face, whispering a deadly warning. You know, dying would be a lot less painful if you just stayed down like a good little boy. But instead of shaking like a leaf and begging for mercy, Tenma just hangs his head, pants, and casually grumbles to his system. Man, this analysis is taking forever. The system interface just keeps ticking up percentage by percentage, painfully slow, almost like it's mocking him. Analysis progress. 79%. 80%. 81%. The cold timer ticks down to the second day of prophecy, 3:14 a.m. As the menacing growls of the black dog echo from the distance, Aiden is roaring. Cut to the inside of the blacksmith shop, where the massive, towering shadow of the Wraith King looms right in front of the old blacksmith. He kicks off his threatening monologue. Word on the street is you've forged 3 unique grade relics, 16 epic grade relics, and countless rare grade relics. You're basically the most talented blacksmith in human history. Even staring death in the face, the old man remains ridiculously chill, dryly asking, "Summarizing my entire life's work like that? Are you planning to kill me?" The Wraith King replies in a smug, condescending voice, "Chill out. As long as you're still useful to me, I have zero reason to put you down." The old blacksmith hunches over slightly, secretly hiding his hand behind his back. His eyes narrow dangerously. "I see. Too bad for you, though. I'm not really the type who likes taking orders from anyone." With a fierce, ride-or-die look on his face, the old man whips out a razor-sharp dagger, fully prepared to go out in a blaze of glory against this intruder. But reality is a harsh mistress. In a split second, the old man's entire body and weapon are completely frozen solid in a block of razor-sharp ice before he can even touch a single hair on his enemy's head. Trapped in the ice and unable to budge an inch, cold sweat starts pouring down his face. The old man is horrified as he realizes the sheer, massive power gap. The guy literally encased his body in ice in the blink of an eye. This skill has got to be at least rank A. Floating arrogantly in midair, the Wraith King looks down at the old man like he's just an ant. "Just give up already. Whether you live or die is entirely up to me." Hiding in a blind spot nearby, Iberia is white as a ghost. She covers her mouth, shaking like a leaf as her mind races. At this rate, they're gonna kidnap my dad. What do I do? Should I launch a surprise attack? Just as she's hesitating, a massive black shadow rips through the air right past her face, charging straight into the shop. Iberia's eyes go wide as she recognizes her savior. It's Isuki's Shikigami. Aiden, the black dog, with glowing red eyes and jaws wide open, displaying sharp fangs, leaps fearlessly into the air, aiming straight for the Wraith King's throat. But his opponent barely even glances at him, his eye flashing with a cold, deadly blue light through the slits of his mask. Without even lifting a finger, an icy blast instantly erupts, freezing the midly black dog solid, turning him into a frozen statue with his jaws still wide open. The frozen beast free falls and crashes heavily onto the wooden floor of the blacksmith shop, turning into nothing but a battered, motionless block of ice. The Wraith King glanced at his forced masterpiece, then turned to the old blacksmith, asking in a puzzled voice, "What the hell are those two outside doing? How did they let a Shikigami like this slip right past them? A Shikigami, has backup already arrived?" Witnessing this insane power gap crush every shred of hope, Iberia fell to her knees on the floor, her eyes losing focus from sheer terror. Even a Shikigami that powerful couldn't even get close to him. Despair began to swallow the young girl whole. "There's no way in hell I can win this. In the end, should I just go find Izuki? If I do that, then surely." Her father's harsh scolding from the past splashed over her mind like a bucket of cold water. "One of these days, you're going to get Tenma killed." The image of Tenma with his blackened, smoking left hand flashed before her, jolting her back to the brutal reality. That's right. Isuki was already heavily injured before he even got here. Hanging her head in the shadows of guilt, she let her tears fall, thinking to herself, if he had any strength left, he would have come to save us himself, instead of sending a Shikigami. If I go look for him now, it might put Isuki in even greater danger. Suddenly, the look in Iberia's eyes changed. Her fear gave way to a burning fire of determination. "I can't let that happen. I'll save my dad myself." A glimmer of hope flashed in her mind. That's it. The dragon gear. Casting aside her cowardice, Iberia dashed through the wooden door and into the dark night. With that, even I might stand a fighting chance. It should be under my dad's bed. She ran like crazy, sweat pouring down her forehead, repeating to herself, "Hang on, Dad. I'm coming to save you." Standing inside the forge, the Wraith King, with his sharp hearing, muttered in sheer contempt, "Humph. Looks like someone was hiding. but they chose to run instead of helping out. What a pathetic coward. Meanwhile, trapped in the ice block nearby, the old blacksmith could only scream in his mind to his daughter, "Iberia, run." That's it? He's an opponent that even Tenma and I together would struggle to defeat. Whatever you do, don't come back here. Ignoring the quiet night, a surge of azure mana erupted from the Wraith King once more. Now, I'll take you to our rendezvous point. Back on the raging battlefield outside, the Crimson Flame Demon King, his entire body blazing with fire, declared out loud, "We'll leave the cleanup to those two." Crimson Flame Bullet. Right at that moment, the system screen flashed with the words, "Activating Black Ice Wall." Facing the devastating volley of fire, Tenma gritted his teeth and summoned ice magic to cover his shattered leg, calculating his next move under his breath. "This should let me move around a little bit," the system announced. Activating Roaring Wave. An ear-splitting, massive vortex of fire erupted, sweeping everything away. The Demon King smirked smugly. "Still trying to dodge with that battered body? You really are stubborn, but your speed has dropped significantly," he roared, gathering another massive, deadly fireball. "Let's see how much longer you can dodge." Crimson Flame Bullet. Tenma struggled to dodge the fiery onslaught, grimacing as he muttered, "He's using both hands this time?" The demon swung his arms, carpet bombing him with a rapid-fire barrage of fireballs. Tenma gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead, his eyes filled with absolute tension as he saw the rain of fire coming. Dozens of crimson flame bullets rained down from the sky, completely filling his vision and enveloping his small body. He twisted and flipped through the blinding explosions, gritting his teeth as he complained, "There are too many fireballs to keep up with." Glancing at his blackened arm, he assessed the dire situation. "Normally, I could easily dodge all of this, but in this state." Suddenly, a massive fireball loomed right in front of him. Tenma gasped in panic. "Oh, crap." The explosion slammed directly into him, blowing him backward and sending him crashing through a blinding sea of flames. He gritted his teeth, tanking the flames with his body, while the system coldly announced that the finish line was near. Analysis progress. 90% to 92%. Another fiery impact sent him flying into the air like a rag doll as the system slowly crept up. Analysis progress. 94% to 96%. With his body practically burnt to a crisp in the crimson flames, the system notified, "Analysis progress. 98%. Tenma's mind hazily flashed back. This fire again. Just like back then, back in reality, the Crimson Flame Demon King laughed maniacally through the sea of fire, thoroughly enjoying the carnage he created. He swung his arm to deliver his most brutal finishing blow. Die. Crimson Flame Bullet. Piercing spike. But at the very last second, a swirling azure shield expanded, blocking the fiery blast. The system reports the analysis is at 100%. Tenma mumbles, "Did I make it?" Suddenly, a magic shield barrier erupts with insane power, completely blowing away the Demon King's deadly strike. The Demon King's eyes pop out, his smug smile completely ruined. What the hell is that? System notifications start spamming his screen. Crimson Flame Bullet analysis complete. Obtained Frost Barrier, level 3. Tenma thinks to himself calmly, "Just as I thought. No new skill. The level of my Frost Barrier just went up." The system keeps showing the description. Frost Barrier, level 3. Active effect. Continuously generates ice on the body by burning mana. Can block fire-type skills rank A and below. Passive effect. Defense increases by 15% when blocking rank A or lower fire skills. Currently boosted by 50%. The system generously throws him an insane recovery package, boosting all stats by 50. All debuffs cleared, wounds completely healed. His stats instantly jump from 330 to 380. With his body fully restored, Tenma thinks in utter shock. "Every single one of my stats just shot up by 50 at once?" Tenma stands up straight, a glowing aura of mana swirling around his jacked body. He quickly calculates. This stat boost is like leveling up 4 times for a normal hunter. Not bad. I don't have to fear his fire bullets anymore. Once I close the distance, this win is mine. The Demon King stares blankly at the invisible barrier. "My fire bullets didn't even scratch you?" It's just some A-rank defensive skill. Besides, with your trashed body, you won't be able to keep it up for long anyway. Ignoring the trash talk, a chilling blue aura erupts from Tenma, flaring out like giant, icy foxtails shredding the ground. The Demon King smirks like an idiot. I knew it! He fires up his flames again, arrogantly shouting, "Game over. Time to end this." But as the smoke clears, his smug smile completely vanishes, replaced by pure terror. What? What the? Tenma stands tall, his body completely unscathed beneath his tattered armor. The Demon King screams in absolute panic. Your body was literally torn to shreds just a second ago. How are you completely fine now? Tenma lowers his head, shadows casting over his eyes. He speaks with ice-cold venom. I was going to leave you for later and go save Aiden. Stepping out from the layer of ice, he growls, dripping with pure bloodlust. But your flames brought back some pretty bad memories. I changed my mind. His eerie, blood-red eyes glare through the darkness as Tenma hands down his death sentence. I'm crushing you first. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, violent winds whip up dead leaves across the ground. Yosuke is being pushed back hard across the rough ground, gritting his teeth against the insane impact. Too strong. Remembering how the giant white demon roared as it lunged, Yosuke breaks into a cold sweat. If I hadn't used my gear to block that hit, I would have met the Grim Reaper by now. Stabbing his heavy sword into the ground, dust flying everywhere as he struggles to stop his slide, Yosuke wonders, how far did that thing throw me? The moment he stops, worry for his team hits him hard. Those guys are straight-up monsters. I need to get back there fast. But before he can even take a step, a massive force slams onto the ground right behind him, sending a brutal shockwave ripping through the dead leaves. Yosuke's eyes widen as he glances back in shock. Did that bastard follow me here? The giant white demon, drool dripping from its long, disgusting tongue, roars and charges, ready to rip its prey to pieces. Yosuke grips his gleaming heavy sword, his eyes sharp and lethal. Perfect. This actually makes things a lot easier for Tenma. He narrows his red eyes, his mind racing to analyze the situation. Tenma can run if he wants to, but the real issue right now is Master and Iberia. Yosuke drops into a solid stance. Blue mana flares around his blade as his resolve burns. I'll take this guy down quick and go back to help them. Everyone. Please hold on until then. Cut to the wooden cabin. Iberia is frantically rummaging under a desk holding a small family photo, muttering, I know it's around here somewhere. He lies flat on the floor, reaching deep into the dark space under the bed to feel around. His fingers brush against a cold, hidden compartment. Iberia's eyes light up, wide with hope as he spots the hidden treasure. Found you. Standing up, he grins confidently, completely shedding his earlier tearful, helpless look. With this dragon gear, I can actually fight. Inside the ancient chest lies a badass, spiked crimson armor. The system screen flashes with insane stats. Epic dragon gear. Attack power plus 100, agility plus 100. Epic effect. After 1 minute of equipping, attack and agility increase by 20. Maximum duration is 15 minutes. Donning the badass, form-fitting red dragon scale armor, Iberia's aura completely changes. In his mind, he quietly sent a message. Isuki Tenma, just focus on the enemy right in front of you. Clenching his sharp, armored fist, his gaze became more determined than ever. This time, I won't drag you down. As fiery red mana surged violently around his armor, Iberia recalled his dad's grim warning about the horrific side effects. If the dragon gear is equipped for more than 15 minutes, but without a single second of hesitation, he smashes through the door and dashes into the dark night. No matter what, I'm saving my dad within 15 minutes. The system coldly counts down. Equipment time, 1 minute. Attack plus 120, agility plus 120. Back to the Wraith King and the frozen statue of the old blacksmith floating in midair, the old man mocks him telepathically. Are you really okay with slacking off like this? They're gonna catch up to you. The Wraith King slowly turns around, his deep blue eyes dripping with absolute arrogance. Out of all you pathetic humans, only a special grade savior could ever hope to threaten me. Glancing over at the white devil fighting in Dang Sa, he confidently calculates his next move, but right now, they're distracted by the Demon King. Glaring from inside the ice block, the old man exposes his plot. If they're deploying even Demon King class soldiers, They must have other targets in mind. I'll try to throw him off with a bluff. He asks directly, "Did you guys really go this far just to capture me?" The Wraith King snorts, instantly crushing the old man's ego. "Don't flatter yourself. You're not the only target. We've got bigger fish to fry." The old man smugly thinks to himself, "Aha, so my guess was spot on." Just as he's about to say more, the Wraith King suddenly freezes in midair. His sharp demi-demon senses tell him someone's heading their way. He glares over his shoulder, his voice dripping with pure annoyance. "Seriously? You pesky little insects just don't know when to quit." From the darkness of the forest, a figure clad in glowing red magical footsteps dashes through the branches at a blistering, wind-shattering speed. The old man's eyes widen in shock, utterly terrified for the kid's safety as his heart sinks. Could it be Tenma-kun? But if you're alone, your chances of winning are practically zero. But the one ripping through the night and leaping out is a knight clad in fiery red dragon armor, unleashing a devastating strike straight at the demi-demon. Swinging his magical blade relentlessly, Iberia screams in pure rage, "Give! My dad! Back!" The system continuously updates the lethal timer. Equipment time, 2 minutes. Attack plus 140. Agility plus 140. The Wraith King casually tilts his head to dodge, his voice laced with boredom and blatant contempt. First, a summoned beast. And now it's a bratty human kid? Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the Red Flame Demon King stands dazed, staring in the Wraith King's direction and grumbling. What the hell are they doing over there? His jaw drops, staring blankly at what's in front of him. Breaking into a cold sweat, he mutters. His entire body was clearly burnt to a crisp. As the smoke clears, it reveals Tenma with shredded six-pack abs and a flawless body without a single scratch. The Demon King screams in absolute panic. How the hell did he recover this fast? Trying to suppress his rising panic, the Demon King channels his inner power, unleashing a massive burst of firepower that envelops his entire body, reassuring himself by shouting even louder. Who cares? No matter how many times you recover, the outcome won't change. The crazed Demon King unleashes a massive fire tornado that sweeps across the ground, howling triumphantly. Red flame bullets, rapid fire. Ignoring the sea of flames ready to swallow him whole, Tenma floats proudly in midair and activates his defensive system. Black wall, black ice wall, activated. Savage pillars of fire rain down, triggering a series of massive explosions that tear the ground to shreds. The Demon King sneers, mocking his opponent's stubbornness. How stupid. Taking me head-on instead of running? I'm gonna roast you like a piece of meat. Yet, Tenma calmly strolls out of the smoke, his body clad in a spiky layer of black ice armor, deadpanning at his enemy. Flames like this don't do jack to me anymore. A system prompt flashes with a brilliant achievement. Successfully blocked an A-rank fire skill with black ice wall. Defense plus 15%. Defense 627. Plus 65 from black ice wall. Violent blue lightning crackles across Tenma's entire body as he lunges forward with a chilling, villain-like smile. You're the helpless one here? Like a fish on a chopping board. The synchronized system voice rings out. Lightning breaker, crimson thunder wave activated. The Demon King's jaw drops in shock. What? Watching Tenma close the distance at lightning speed with a smug smirk, he sweats buckets, trying to reassure himself. His speed. It increased again. But I still have my flame wall. Tenma's eyes flashed with a blood-red light of pure murder. He roared, ready to seal the deal. First, I'm gonna beat you to a pulp, then I'll strip away every last shred of your pride. Cloaked in pitch-black lightning, he lunged forward, slamming violently against the Demon King's blazing fire shield, making the self-assured beast mutter, "This brat." Did he seriously forget I have a protective barrier? But before his smug smile could even fully form, his proud shield began to crack wide open under the terrifying pressure of the black lightning. In the very next second, the defense shattered into 100 pieces. Tenma opened his mouth and roared in pure excitement. The system once again biasly buffed his stats. Blocked an A-rank fire skill with black ice wall, defense plus 15%. Defense 684, plus 80 from black ice wall. The Demon King's face turned pale as a sheet, sweat pouring down his face like rain as he realized that level 0 tag was the ultimate scam of the century. Without a moment's hesitation, Tenma swung his leg and delivered an earth-shattering kick straight to the fiend's face, coldly declaring, All right, time to get cooking. Instantly, the Crimson Demon King grimaced in absolute panic, his proud ego completely shattered. I've got to get out of here. If he catches me, I'm dead meat. Realizing he couldn't escape on foot, he shrieked at the top of his lungs, calling his allies to his rescue, White Ghost Spirit King. The moment his cry for help died down, his body was slammed ruthlessly into the rough ground, plowing through the dirt and creating a massive, deep crater. Grimacing, he tried to raise his head from the rubble. Throwing away every last bit of his dignity, he screamed, "Someone save me!" The arrogant demon who had just boasted about roasting others like tender meat was now cowering in fear, desperately crawling to escape the grip of death. Clinging to the last flickering shred of his dignity, he whipped around, channeling his final spark of fire and roaring, "No way in hell am I letting a human kill me." But looking at the deathly dark shadow, with eyes crackling with electricity, the Demon King lost all his strength and slumped onto the ground, his eyes lifeless as he whispered in disbelief, "Just a measly level 0. Pitch black and purple magic energy swirled and gathered in Tenma's hand, manifesting the spectral illusion of a colossal shadow dragon. The system coldly determined the final verdict, announcing, "Shattering critical strike activated. The next attack will absolutely be a critical hit with a 100% success rate." Facing that absolute, crushing pressure, the Demon King, with tears welling in his eyes, terrifiedly uttered the most accurate observation of the entire fight. "Ah, a real monster." He fell backward, giving up all useless resistance, and desperately repeated, "He really is a monster." Ignoring the praise, Tenma swung his arm, blazing with a furious green mana, and unleashed the final, devastating blow. The punch literally shattered the surrounding space, slamming straight into the target and triggering a colossal explosion that ripped the night apart. Dust and rocks flew everywhere, shaking the deep forest to its core. As the smoke slowly cleared, Tenma, flaunting his ripped six-pack, stood tall on the completely destroyed ground. The young man clicked his tongue in sheer annoyance, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he grumbled, "Tesk. Of all times, why did it have to be a critical hit now? I've gone and entered the flow state again." Tenma turned his back to the ruins of the battlefield, his bare back covered in scars, as he muttered with deep regret, "I wanted to make him suffer a lot more." He sighed heavily. Once again, right after a critical hit. Squinting at the glowing green system screen, he muttered to himself, "Does landing a critical hit automatically trigger the flow state?" His eyes reflected a set of game-breaking stats. Stats increased by 120%. Attack, 456. Lightning Burst. Agility, 456 plus 68. Increased by 15% from Lightning Strike level 3. Mana, 456. Defense, Black Barrier, 456 plus 296. Increased by 65% from Black Ice Wall. Total, 2,188. Proudly crossing his arms, Tenma watched the glowing green orb rise from the Demon King's corpse and quietly assessed. With the flow state active and the skill's passive effect, my total stats have already crossed 2,000. Curious, he wondered. Is this the karma from the Calamity Beast I just defeated turning into an orb? Before he could ponder any further, the vibrant green karma orb shot up and flew deep into the dark forest. Tenma furrowed his brows, watching the trail of light as his brain quickly calculated. That karma orb is heading straight toward the monster lair. He scanned the distance, instantly noticing something off. Over there. That's the workshop. The Reaper and Aiden are supposed to be there. Their life signals should have split into two. So why the hell are they still together? Without hesitating for even a split second, Tenma stomped his foot and blasted off like a bolt of black lightning. Sprinting at full speed, he anxiously analyzed the situation. The Reaper is an immortal summon, unless I manually recall it. Don't tell me that's Aiden Sand. Meanwhile, at the forge, a dark figure clad in crimson armor drops from the sky, diving straight at the Wraith King like a spear of pure wrath. Iberia grits her teeth, her face incredibly tense beneath her dragon mask. Even her strongest attack, buffed to the max by her dragon gear, couldn't even scratch his defense. But she's not backing down. She readies herself, getting into stance for the next round. If one blow doesn't do it, I'll just keep striking. Behind her, the demonic Wraith King scoffs coldly, mocking her. You really are a stupid brat, if you still can't see the massive gap between us. That's when her old man screams in a panic, Iberia! His face twists with pure fury and sheer panic as he yells, You absolute idiot! I don't need you to save me. Strip off that dragon armor right now. I told you that armor has some nasty side effects. If you don't take it off this instant, I'm disowning you. Ignoring her dad's empty threat to disown her, Iberia stomps her foot, shattering the stone floor as she gears up to charge. She turns into a streak of blazing red light, tearing through the air while shouting her vow, Even if you disown me, I'm still gonna save you. In this do-or-die moment, her teammate's face flashes through her mind, giving her a burst of motivation. If Isuki Tenma were here, he'd definitely make the same call. Watching his daughter charge straight into a death trap, the old blacksmith's eyes widen in absolute helplessness as he screams, Stop! The Wraith King uses his magic to lift the ice block, holding the old man high up. The old man can only groan in despair. The annoying demon mockingly sneers, So this is what they call family love? Humans really are disgusting creatures with such sickening emotions. He casually waves his hand to sweep away the annoyance. I don't have time to play around with you anymore. A massive, razor-sharp icy hand instantly erupts from the ground, delivering a devastating, crushing blow right to her. Iberia is sent flying, crashing hard into the bushes. She groans, gritting her teeth, while the Wraith King coldly turns his back, telling her, Know your place. The unfrozen half of the old man's face is filled with pure shock and despair as he watches his daughter collapse. As Iberia lies face down in the grass, the system screen ruthlessly counts down her remaining time. Gear active time remaining, 3 minutes. Meanwhile, the system clock ticks over to day 2 of the prophecy, 3:20 a.m. Suddenly, the ice block trapping the black dog cracks all over, accompanied by a flashing, blinding level up alert. Level up, 19 to 20. The ice shatters into a million pieces. The dark beast, Death, lets out a roar that literally shakes the roof, its blood-red eyes glowing as it breaks free from the seal like an absolute boss. Just then, Tenma bursts through the forge door. Spotting his summon, he calls out, Death. He stares at his summon, completely deep in thought. It leveled up again? Just like I thought, Death absorbed all that karmic energy. The wolf dog rubs against him like it's trying to give him a sitrep. Tenma anxiously asks, What about Aiden's sand and that Calamity Beast then? Hearing the update from his summon, Tenma's eyes widen, his pupils shrinking in sheer shock. He charges inside the forge, only to find the entire place completely shattered and frozen solid. Shocked out of his mind, he blurts out, What the actual hell happened here? Staring at the dark purple-blue evil energy still swirling and leaving massive ice blocks in its wake, Tenma analyzes this insane surge of magic. No time to waste. He wraps himself in blue lightning once again, blasting off at top speed. No time to wait for Yosuke. Cut to the battle of the forgotten warrior, Yosuke, who is swinging his massive greatsword, leaving a blazing red slash across the white demon's arm. Immediately, he has to spring backward to dodge a devastating counterstrike from the giant beast. The white demon, with its disgustingly long tongue, uses a mass of squirming tentacles to close the distance on him. Yosuke's blood-red eyes narrow, filled with intense focus. He frowns, analyzing the situation. The wound I just gave it is already completely healed. A Calamity Beast with self-healing. Just the type I hate the most. Suddenly, a streak of green light zips past, catching him off guard. Is that a karmic orb? Did Tenma-kun already take his target down? Damn, then I've got to hold my ground too. With his fighting spirit exploding, Yosuke's greatsword flares up with a crimson glow. As he calculates his strategy, it can regenerate, but it's always using its arms to block attacks aimed at its head and neck. Spotting its critical weak spot, he unleashes a devastating, heavy slash straight at the giant beast's raised arm. Yosuke's glowing red blade slices clean through the white demon's arm, spraying fresh blood everywhere. He smirks, narrowing his eyes. That's definitely its weak spot. Enveloped in a blazing red aura of pure killing intent and magic, Yosuke declares with absolute confidence, Now that I've figured that out, this thing is history. With crazy agility, Iosuke uses his momentum to spring high into the air, swinging his massive greatsword right through the wind, cleanly dodging the beast's deadly tentacle swipe. A crimson light flashes from his blade, drawing a badass arc that completely shatters the monster's defense. In his mind, he's already calculating. First, I'm taking off both of its arms. Isuki's face tightens up, his eyes sharp as daggers and locked in with absolute focus. Its regeneration process takes at least 1 second, which means within that one split second, the white demon staggers back as blood sprays from its severed arms. Isuki grabs this golden chance. Now, its weak point is completely exposed. With his eyes burning red with pure bloodlust, he charges straight at his prey. His massive sword packs a terrifying punch as it slashes straight down, splitting the beast's giant body in half, while a fountain of fresh blood sprays everywhere. The massive, lifeless corpse of the white demon crashes heavily onto the ground, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Isuki mutters, I can't believe I struggled this much against a single dumb calamity beast that can't even talk. Even though he's completely exhausted, he doesn't let himself rest for even a second. He immediately spins around and dashes toward the blacksmith forge, thinking, I need to regroup with Tenma-kun right now. Meanwhile, back at the forge, the Wraith King is gliding around, waving his hand to control sharp iron shards floating around him. He complains about the Calamity Beast. Then, seeing the old blacksmith still frozen solid in the ice block, glaring with pure rage, the Wraith King indifferently speaks up. You seem like you've been wanting to say something this entire time. The demi-demon stands with his arms crossed, mockingly mimicking the classic human please, saying, Go ahead, I'll accept any conditions. Just please, let my son go. The Wraith King's glowing blue eyes flash through the slit of his mask as he coldly mutters, From this distance, I can't control that ice anymore. Besides, you guys will all be under our control soon anyway. He glances over at the little girl who just got blasted away, warning them, but still, I recognize that armor that little brat is wearing the second I saw it. A badass visual of a blazing red dragon with swirling flames appears on screen to back up his words. It was crafted from the demon dragon race, wasn't it? The demon dragons boast an incredibly resilient life force. Even after death, their blood, flesh, organs, and even their scales can develop a mind of their own. Sinister sparks of lightning crackle all over Iberia's blazing red armor as the Wraith King smirks and delivers the final blow. Gear crafted from the demon dragon race still holds their lingering will. Wear it too long, and it'll slowly devour your consciousness. Iberia writhes in agony as she fights against the armor's power, while the demon passes his final judgment, and ultimately, your entire body will be completely taken over. Her small body gets wrapped in spiky scales, looking like she's about to go through a terrifying transformation. The screen explodes with pure murderous intent as fiery text pops up. Dragon gear fully assimilated. Suddenly, the story rewinds a bit to the day of the first prophecy, back when Tenma was heading toward the blue barrier. At that time, Iberia was bowing her head, praying anxiously, Please, Itsuki-san, come back safe. Isuki, walking right behind her, narrows his eyes at the girl and comments, You really look up to Tenma-kun, don't you, Iberia? Iberia turns around and clenches her fists with determination. Yeah, I want to grow up to be just like Itsuki-san. Isuki tilts his chin up and throws a blunt, one-word question right back at her. Why? Leaving Iberia completely stunned and flustered. Huh? What do you mean by why? Isuke's face remains totally calm, but his blood-red eyes are incredibly sharp and carry the weight of experience. I mean, you've met plenty of amazing people before, right? Flashbacks of some absolute heavyweights pass through her mind, like Aiden-san, Daiguren, and Izumi-ni-san. Isuke lowers his voice, pointing at himself. Even I have way more fame and battle experience than Tenma-kun. He looks straight into Iberia's eyes, dropping a truth bomb of a question. So why are you so obsessed with becoming exactly like Tenma-kun? Struggling to take the hit, Iberia stammers, trying to think of a cool comeback. Well, seeing how flustered his understudy is, Isuke gently pats her shoulder with his large hand and laughs it off, saying, I was just curious. Don't sweat it. Iberia's eyes glaze over in deep thought as she realizes, now that I think about it, I've never really questioned it before. In a blurry flashback, young Iberia asks himself, why exactly do I want to be just like Itsuki-san? The memory jumps back 10 years. where a little blonde boy in a cute blue t-shirt is running around the yard holding a wooden sword, cheering. Whoa, this is so cool. As little Iberia innocently swings his wooden sword, his sweet mother smiles gently and asks, Iberia, do you like your birthday present? The kid excitedly chirped a quick, yep. Iberia put his hands on his hips, proudly raised his wooden sword high, and declared with pure determination, all right, I've made up my mind. I'm gonna name this bad boy the Invincible Hero Sword of Justice. Sweating at the absolute cringe of the name, his mom forced a smile and offered a weak, oh, nice. That's a great name. Holding his wooden sword up to the shining sun, the kid grinned from ear to ear and shouted, an Awakener has appeared. Brace yourselves, you monstrous beasts. Full of childhood delusions of grandeur, Iberia skipped right out the front door, shouting, I'm gonna go show everyone. Leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, his blacksmith dad called out with gruff concern, be careful out there. He then turned to his wife, highly skeptical. Does Iberia actually have friends? Smash cut to the town square, where little Iberia was proudly flexing his wooden sword, surrounded by a crowd of neighborhood kids oohing and eyeing. Suddenly, 3 big, mean-looking punks walked up with sly smirks. The chubby one smirked, snickering. Heh heh heh. The biggest kid of the gang swaggered over, holding his hand out with a smug grin. Pretty cool, huh? Hey, let me borrow that for a sec. Iberia immediately clutched the wooden sword tight, backing away in panic, stammering. What? The little thugs closed in menacingly, throwing cheap threats at him. Your dad's that famous blacksmith, right? He can easily make a ton of these anyway. Come on, I'll totally give it back. Cornered and trembling, Iberia hugged the wooden sword to his chest, tears welling up. I just got this. I have to say no, fast. But this is mine. The ringleader leaned down, putting his scary face right in Iberia's, and growled, You're not saying no, are you? The poor kid bit his lip hard, trying to hold back his sheer terror, but he was completely frozen. Finally, with a tearful, shaky smile, Iberia reluctantly handed it over, mumbling, Here. The bullies snatched the toy and bolted, laughing and mocking him as they ran. An Awakener is here. Brace yourselves, you monstrous beasts. Leaving little Iberia head down on the cold ground. A while later, Iberia trudged back home, his blonde hair messy and unkempt. He bit his lip, trying to console himself. They promised that they'd give it back. His mom, who was sitting on the porch reading a book, smiled warmly as she saw him walk in. Oh, you're back, she said in a loving voice. Did you have fun? Iberia forced a bright smile, trying to hide the deep sadness in his red, teary eyes. Yeah, I had a blast. Instantly sensing something was off, his mom squinted at her son, worry washing over her face. Wait. Stepping out of the workshop with his hammer over his shoulder, his dad asked bluntly, Where's the wooden sword? Did those brats take it again? Furious, his mom stood straight up. They took it? That's it. I'm going to get it back. But his dad raised a calloused hand to stop her, speaking in a gloomy yet realistic tone. Forget it. Even if you get it back, they'll just do it again. He slammed his hammer onto the table and turned to lash out at his son with harsh, bitter words. You can't even protect the things you care about, and you don't even have the guts to ask for help. The scolding hit the boy like heavy hammer blows. I don't recall raising such a weakling. Sitting in his pitch-black room, little Iberia huddled under his blanket, sobbing uncontrollably. As tears streamed down his face, he choked back sobs, asking himself, why am I like this? When I look up to Isuki-san so much? Fast forward a few months later at the hospital. His dad was grabbing the doctor by his collar, screaming in absolute rage. What do you mean there's nothing else you can do? The flustered doctor apologized. I am truly sorry. We did everything we could. But your wife's body has always been fragile. His dad glared with mad desperation. So you're saying we just sit here and watch her die? Bowing his head in sorrow, the doctor whispered, Please, just spend what time she has left with her. A heavy, suffocating gloom filled the quiet hospital room as a heartbreaking whisper echoed the grim reality. She doesn't have much time left. Hovering between life and death, the frail, exhausted mother lay in bed, weakly calling out to her son, who stood frozen by her side. Iberia, Seeing his mother look as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, the boy's face twisted with fear. "Mom." In response, his mother just gave a tender smile. She gently took his small, trembling hands in hers and comforted him. "Don't cry." With her fading breath, she looked at her little boy with eyes full of deep, soulful love and understanding. "Your father might call you weak, but I know you're just too kind." But then, her gaze softened with a heavy, harsh truth. "But without strength, kindness can be a cruel thing. You won't be able to protect the ones you love, and in the end, you'll only end up hurting yourself. So, please, promise me." Their hands squeezed tightly together like a sacred vow, and her final words continued to echo, "Be strong, and use that power bravely. I know that one day, Iberia, you'll become a kind, brave, and strong Awakened." Finally, she slowly closed her eyes, using her last bit of fading strength to leave her final wish before letting go. "Please take care of your dad." A sharp, heartless flat line suddenly rang out from the heart monitor, marking the moment her life slipped away as her cold, lifeless hand fell from his grip. With tears streaming down his face, young Iberia gritted his teeth in determination, clenched fists, holding back his agonizing pain as he screamed a heartbreaking vow. "I promise. I will definitely become the strongest, bravest, and kindest Awakened in the world, Mom." Shaking off that tragic past, the flashback brings the young man back to the nagging question that had been lingering in his mind. Echoing through the empty hospital room, "Why exactly do I want to be like Isuki-san?" An image flashes of a jacked, black-haired guy choking and absolutely obliterating a giant werewolf with his bare hands. Iberia thinks to himself, "When we first met, I was literally shaking in my boots from his overwhelming power." Cut to the two of them standing in a windy wheat field, with Iberia rubbing his hands together like a total kiss-ass. "At first, I only planned on making a temporary alliance, but as we spent more time together, I realized Isuki-san is way more than just a strong guy. Seriously, even when surrounded in a ring of crackling lightning, he single-handedly dominated the fight, even when facing over 10 Awakened at the same time. Or that insane moment he charged straight into a giant, fiery stone Calamity Beast like an absolute madman. He's got this crazy, reckless courage and never knows when to back down. And that's not all. He even scooped up an utterly terrified Iberia and rushed him straight out of the danger zone. He looked so incredibly badass. Despite his grumpy, intimidating exterior, he's surprisingly sweet to his teammates. Back in reality, Iberia stands there, staring at Isuki's broad, reliable back, as he realizes his ultimate truth. "The reason I want to be just like Isuki-san is." Meanwhile, Isuki turns around with a raised eyebrow. "Yo, Iberia, you still overthinking that?" Iberia's face suddenly turns dead serious and unusually determined. "Isuki-san is incredibly strong and brave, but he also has the kindest heart, because he's exactly the kind of Awakened I've always dreamed of becoming." Knowing his own limits, Iberia scratches his head, chuckling self-deprecatingly at his own uselessness. Tenma-kun would probably be so touched if he heard that. For a weak, talentless coward like me, becoming an Awakened like Isuki-san is probably just a pipe dream. But, despite his bruised, dirt-caked face, he flashes a bright, genuine smile from the bottom of his heart. He beats his chest, proudly raising his voice. "If I can just fight side by side with Isuki-san, then that's honestly more than enough for me." Just as his heroic speech ends, we're snapped back to the present, where a massive, heavily armored, spiky Iberia monster appears, huffing and puffing, scorching steam from its mouth, looking like it's ready to eat its opponent alive. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, the glowing red armored beast stands arrogantly on a high cliff, when a deep, skeptical voice suddenly calls out from below, "Iberia?" At the sound of its name, the monster's sharp, spiky head immediately snaps around, baring its jagged, razor-sharp fangs, its blood-red eyes glowing fiercely through the dark. Down below, a shirtless Isuki flexing some seriously ripped muscles is standing casually with his hands in his pockets, looking up with a completely deadpan expression, staring right at the colossal beast towering over him. The terrifying beast locks its glowing red, savage gaze right onto its target, its jagged jaws parting slightly as it exhales a heavy, deadly breath thick with bloodlust. The tense, breathless silence stretches across the quiet forest under the faint moonlight as the system marks the fateful moment, the prophecy of Day 2, at 3:31 a.m. Not flinching for a second, Isuki narrows his eyes, his sharp jawline tightening with confusion as he silently sizes up the situation. Iberia? Why the hell is he wearing the dragon armor again? Wait, that's not it. But the only answer to his question is the menacing hoofs of the dark, armored dragon, with waves of pitch-black energy constantly spewing from its fanged jaws. Isuki's emerald eyes narrow to slits, glinting with the sharp focus of a seasoned predator. He instantly spots the anomaly. Iberia's reaction is way too off. What's more, staring at that wicked, spiked armor and the dark aura swirling around him, he makes a solid call. The dude looks way different than before. Then, out of nowhere, a bunch of creepy-ass sounds start rumbling from deep inside the beast's throat, spitting out some ancient, distorted, demonic gibberish that echoes through the air. But seriously, how the hell does Isuki, with his literal nerves of steel, not realize how dangerous this is? He just blinks cluelessly and asks the dumbest question ever. Huh? What did you just say? And by the way, where is everyone? Totally triggered by his cheeky-ass attitude, the beast snaps. It opens its massive maw, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Its furious power explodes into a raging gale, and that roar alone whips up a massive shockwave storm, turning the sky pitch black, tearing the ground to shreds, and blasting everything straight at our lone, tiny protagonist. Lightning fast, the giant black shadow lunges forward, swinging a massive claw sharp as a razor, ripping through the air to slice Isuki in half without a shred of mercy. But plot twist, instead of getting crushed into absolute mush, our shirtless boy just casually raises his bare hands, catching the beast's devastating strike like he's grabbing a damn baseball. Gripping that massive armored arm, Isuki glares with pure rage, his glowing blue eyes burning with deadly intent, as he roars to snap the dude back to reality. Wake the hell up, Iberia. Flexing some straight-up illegal strength from his small frame, Isuki flings the armored beast backward, sending it skidding, ripping up the rocky ground beneath. The monster growls as it screeches to a halt, pitch-black drool dripping from its jagged teeth. It starts muttering those creepy, deadly symbols again, like it's chanting some dark-ass curse. It stretches out its razor-sharp claws, and a wave of dark energy swirls together, forming a lethal, razor-sharp vortex. The system interface pings, activating wind blades. With a violent swing of its arm, the beast unleashes a massive crescent-shaped wind slash. Packing enough raw power to tear space apart, it flies forward at absolute breakneck speed. But facing this absolute death blow, Isuki's face is literally stone cold. His eyes suddenly flare with a blinding neon blue, and his personal system coldly counters, activating mana perception. As the giant magic crescent slash tears through space toward him, Isuki curses under his breath as he realizes a bitter truth. This is clearly a wind-type mage's skill. He instantly tilts his body to dodge it. Getting seriously pissed off now, Isuki powers up. Arc lightning crackles wildly around his ripped muscles as he scowls, coldly muttering, "I don't know if this is some side effect of that dragon armor, or if you're being puppeted by some evil spirit, Iberia," he commands with absolute authority. But for now, just sit the hell down. His system flashes instantly, activating Thunderstrike. A massive bolt of lightning splits the sky, slamming straight down onto the target. Moving fast as a pissed-off bolt of lightning, our boy launches himself into the air and dives straight down, grabbing the armored beast's fanged maw in a vice grip. The monster thrashes like crazy, hot steam blowing from the gaps of its sharp teeth as it struggles in pure, helpless rage. Pinning the beast flat to the ground, Isuki's expression darkens as he sizes up the situation. This mana signature is definitely Iberia's, no doubt about it, but I never would have guessed he'd actually attack me. Then, his eyes suddenly flash with the fiery crimson of absolute fury, growling each word with overwhelming killing intent. What the actual hell happened here? Suddenly, mixed with its heavy, brutal breaths, a faint, agonizing voice croaks out from deep within the demonic armor. "Isuki, kill me." Hearing his loyal fanboy's desperate plea for death, Isuki's pupils shrink, cold sweat drips down his temple, completely shell-shocked. But that tiny, broken shred of humanity only flickers for a second before dying out. The monster pulls a quick 180. It opens its mouth with a deafening screech and flings its savior right off. Seizing the chance, Its massive, razor-sharp armored claw thrusts forward with a deadly strike, aiming to pierce right through Isuki's defense. In that absolute split-second, do-or-die moment, a massive greatsword flies in, parrying the deadly claw, followed by a frantic scream that tears through the air. Watch out! Right behind the blade, a hulking figure in silver armor plunges from the sky, like a meteor, crashing straight into the battlefield. The heavy landing completely tears up the grass, sending shockwaves rippling through the dirt. Standing tall, Dashik's face is tense with extreme anxiety as he frantically yells, "Isuki, Iberia is..." But Isuki interrupts him in a deep voice. "I know. The worst-case scenario has already happened." Not giving them even a single second to catch their breath, in the distance, the beast immediately curls its spiked body into a ball, turning into a savage, blood-red tornado, hurtling right at them. The raging vortex tears the ground to shreds, forming a massive barrier of wind that traps both men right in the center of the deadly storm. Staring at the swirling, chaotic mess, Itsuki scowls, analyzing. At this rate, Iberia has completely lost control. Meanwhile, Jo-suk stands nearby, delivering a cold verdict. He's been completely swallowed by that dragon armor. Even caught in the eye of the storm, Itsuki keeps his cool, confidently spitting out, "Just as I thought. It's a side effect. We need to rip that damn thing off his body right now." Crushing that hope, Jo-suk furrows his brow, his eyes filled with sheer helplessness. It's useless. It's already completely fused with Iberia's body. As terrifying memories rush back, the captain recalls in a choked-up voice, "I've seen an Awakened have their body stolen by the dragon armor before." Gripping his sword hilt, Jo-suk drops a harsh truth that shatters any hope of saving him. It'll never peel off, unless the user dies. Hearing this like a sudden thunderclap, Itsuki's pupils tremble violently. Completely stunned, he mutters in utter denial, "No way. That's impossible." Gritting his teeth, Jo-suk makes the ultimate brutal call. "We have no choice but to put Iberia down ourselves." Pointing his razor-sharp sword straight at the bloodstorm, he resolutely takes on the heavy burden. "I'll be the one to end this. If you can't stomach it, then get the hell out of here." But, completely unlike his frantic panic from earlier, Itsuki steps forward, his voice turning ice-cold and dead serious. "I'll do it." Jo-suk instantly reaches out to block him. "No! I can't let you carry such a horrible sin on your shoulders." Brushing his hand aside, the young man abruptly pivots the conversation, dead set on his plan. "Aiden was kidnapped by that ice-type Calamity Beast, right? I'll have Dede chase them down, so please go save the kid." But as he faces his stunned comrade, Itsuki's blue eyes flare with deep sorrow. The system displays the command, "Summoning Death's Abyss," while he bows his head, pleading from the bottom of his heart, "Please. There are still things I need to say to Iberia in private." Faced with Itsuki's stubborn persistence, Jo-suk lets out a heavy, weary sigh, closing his eyes in defeat as he steps back. "Fine. I'm counting on you. If Iberia escapes, he'll only get stronger and more crazed. So no matter what happens, you must finish him off right here." Taking the command, Itsuki doesn't waste another word. Transforming into a streak of blue light, he shoots up into the sky, tearing through the night with a loud shout, "Let's go, death!" The moment the two clash, the glowing red monster roars, digging its claws deep into the ground to break hard, tearing the street into deep, smoking trenches. Without giving its enemy a second to breathe, it opens its jagged, fanged mouth wide, and the system coldly chimes, "Wind blades." Instantly, a razor-sharp, invisible tempest erupts, sweeping everything in its path. Facing the incoming surge of killing intent, Itsuki remains completely unbothered, his cold eyes flashing with a precise calculation. He just unleashed his skill, but overlimit failed to trigger, and the price for that gamble is a flesh-slicing gash across his cheek, splattering fresh, bright red blood right before his eyes. And yet, despite the bleeding, the muscular, bare-chested young man still stands as firm as a mountain. He smirks, seeing right through the monster's inner struggle. "You really don't want to hurt me, do you, Iberia?" Exposed, the beast lets out a crazed roar. It crosses its armored arms, channeling all of its raw fury into a massive, suffocating surge of energy. Instantly, the system cold-heartedly flashes a deathly warning. Heavenly wind blades activated, signaling a devastating wrath about to rain down. From high up, thousands of massive wind blades shred through the night, interlocking into a deadly, slashing web, aiming to shred the young man to pieces. Neither dodging nor caring to defend himself, the young man closes his eyes tight and stands there, taking the hit. He lets countless invisible blades stab and tear his bare body to shreds. Dripping in fresh blood, his body battered and broken, Itsuki just grits his teeth and silently walks straight through the storm of blades, staring at his savior being tortured for his sake. From the glowing red eyes of the brutal beast, crystal clear tears stream down its spiky armor, accompanied by a roar of pure grief and rage. Right as the battlefield reaches its peak tension, the scene abruptly cuts to the dark hideout of the villains, where a henchman kneels to report. We have successfully captured Aiden, Lord Ringa. But the Crimson Flame Demon King and the White Demon have been killed by the humans. Hearing that his lackeys got wiped out, the leader with a bizarre symbol marked on his forehead doesn't even bat an eye. Raising his pitch-black claws, he sneers cruelly. There's no shortage of fighters at that level. Just grabbing that ID is more than enough. But then, some lackey pops up with more bad news. Looks like Lord Saru Sokoma is actually struggling out there. The boss immediately brushes it off with a smug smirk. Whatever. Doesn't matter. We never expected him to actually wipe out Izumi Ento anyway. His only job is to stall those special grade saviors. Suddenly, this creepy freak, wearing a hood with a bunch of bloodshot spider eyes on his face, pipes up, pointing out that Sarasokuma is actually only fighting one single special grade guy. Sparking some interest, the leader raises an eyebrow. Oh? So besides Wajinja, there's actually another human who can stall Sarasokuma all by himself? What's his name? The multi-eyed creep loudly reads off the intel. According to our mole, that guy possesses the strongest physical body. His name is Hayton Akira. And to prove he's not just all talk, the camera snaps back to the brutal battlefield, where that absolute beast of a man is throwing a monstrous punch, unleashing a blood-red shockwave that completely obliterates everything in its path. The two insane forces collide, triggering a massive explosion that grinds the earth to dust. The shockwave blows everything to pieces, carving out a massive, endless canyon, dyeing the sky blood red and tearing through every single obstacle in its way. Staring blankly at this absolute madness, the green-haired special grade breaks into a cold sweat, stammering in shock. What on earth is this? This fight started yesterday afternoon, and it's still going? Even my own wounds have practically healed by now. Amidst the blinding, earth-shattering explosions, he mutters in sheer, absolute awe. I can't believe I'm witnessing a god-tier fight like this from so close. Suddenly, tearing through the dust cloud, a massive white demon ape with glowing red eyes roars like crazy and charges right in. The system panel pops up, confirming a maxed-out danger level. One of the 8 demon kings, Sarasokuma. Watching every heartbeat of the fight, the glasses-wearing girl is sweating buckets from pure tension. She bites her lip, muttering, "That guy is taking direct hits that could easily blow up the entire earth." Unable to just stand by and watch, she charges forward like a straight-up arrow, her determination burning. If he goes down, there's no one left to stop that colossal disaster. I have to do something. But after just a few steps, a black-gloved hand calmly drops onto her shoulder, forcing her impulsive rush to a screeching halt. Turning around, she sees the guy standing right there, speaking in a casual but insanely confident tone. Don't sweat it. Hayden isn't weak enough to die from simple tickle attacks like that. And as if to prove his point, right on top of the cliff, Hayden throws a mind-blowing punch straight at the Demon King, with a force so insane it literally splits the massive rocky mountain behind them in half. The green-haired guy's jaw completely drops as he screams in utter panic. What kind of ridiculous, god-tier level is this? Witnessing that absurd power, the casual guy reminds the frozen glasses girl. All special grades are basically monsters standing at the absolute peak of humanity. So don't be stupid and underestimate them. And sure enough, the second he finishes his sentence, the giant arm of the demon ape starts trembling violently, forced backward by an overwhelming power surging from below. Realizing it's actually getting overpowered, the Demon King's hideous face twists in pure frustration as cold sweat starts pouring down. In stark contrast to his opponent's colossal size, the buff guy below is casually lifting the beast's giant arm into the air with just one hand like it's absolutely nothing. Staring at this mind-boggling scene, the calm guy nods. Wow, it's been a really long time since I last saw Hayton's second form. This makes the glasses girl turn to him in utter shock. Second form? Answering her question, a terrifying dark aura suddenly starts erupting from Hayton's body, his muscles bulging to their absolute limit as his eyes glow a menacing blood red, looking like a straight-up demon. Breaking into a cold sweat, she quickly analyzes him. His energy is totally different from before. It's like he's turned into a completely different person. The masked guy calmly drops a brutal truth. Once he enters this state, all of his stats undergo an absolute explosion. But the catch is, he becomes insanely aggressive and downright brutal. And as if to prove his words, Hayton lets out a spine-chilling roar, his dark aura exploding and dyeing the sky pitch black like a wrathful god descending. Without a second thought, he slams a devastating, earth-shattering blow straight down. The destructive force completely crushes the demon ape, triggering a massive blast that flattens everything in sight. The system coldly details the blood-stained record of this absolute madman. The moniker given to him in this terrifying state is, tearing through the thick dust cloud, Hayton blitzes forward at god speed, leaving the illusion of a roaring, bloodthirsty beast in his wake. The tyrant, fast as lightning, he unleashes a brutal punch straight into the Demon King's chest, sending fresh blood and chunks of flesh flying everywhere. Taking a fatal hit, the giant beast stumbles backward, its massive body collapsing in pure agony. Meanwhile, the guy who just pulled off that crazy move landed silently, sliding across the stone ground with a force that literally sliced through the air. Slowly, he stood straight up, his ripped, blood-drenched back radiating an overwhelming, sky-piercing aura that completely dominated the entire battlefield. But when she saw him suddenly walk away, the girl stammered, "Wait, where is he going?" Shrugging, the old man took a wild guess. Maybe he. Hearing that, the girl with glasses let out a sigh of relief, smiling in admiration. Man, I thought he was just gonna go on a mindless rampage till the end. Who knew that even in this state, he could still keep his cool? A special grade is really on another level. She nodded along and added, if he just kept attacking without giving a damn about friend or foe, then no matter how strong he got, he'd be nothing but a walking disaster. If that were the case, he'd never become a true special grade protector of humanity. The moment he touched down, the tyrant swung his arm and threw an absolute beast of a punch, completely obliterating the obstacle blocking his way. His eyes, burning with pure bloodlust, rolled back in madness, fierce, relentless, and absolutely showing no mercy. At the same time, the tyrant's blood-splattered face contorted, his sharp glare showing he was pushed way past his limit. Amidst the rubble, the shirtless young man rested his hands on his knees, gasping for breath, exhaustedly wondering, why the hell am I even here? Looking up at the flattened corpse of the demon monkey in the distance, he muttered, the enemies. They've all been cleared out, so why did that psycho show up? Clutching the bleeding wound on his chest, he slumped down onto a rock, chuckling dryly at his teammates' over-the-top enthusiasm. He still loves sticking his nose into other people's business, doesn't he? But trouble wasn't done with him yet. Suddenly, the night sky ripped wide open, revealing a massive, blood-red rift that looked like a demonic eye lurking above. Totally clueless about the looming disaster, the girl with glasses looked up at the night sky, placing a hand on her chest and sighing in relief. Looks like everything is finally taken care of this time, right? Is that so? Neto questioned her back with a knowing look. Just now, you risked your own life trying to heal them, didn't you? Startled, the girl replied, yes. He continued to point out her sudden change. Normally, instead of risking your life for a slim chance of victory, you'd be the first to suggest a retreat. It's really unlike you to lose your cool. You're starting to act more and more like Tenma-kun, you know. Having her secret exposed, her cheeks flushed bright red. She quickly turned her head away and denied it flat out. That's not it at all. Trying to cover up her embarrassment, she anxiously changed the subject. Speaking of which, I wonder how Tenma-kun is doing lately. They're also in the forest right now, but with high-level awakeners like Yusuke-san with them, they should be fine, right? But like a slap in the face to that optimistic feeling, the scene cuts to Iberia holding his head and crying his eyes out, screaming in sheer panic, Itsuki-san, why didn't you dodge? Floating in midair, Itsuki calmly ignored the barrage of energy beams piercing his juggernaut body, spitting out a crazy philosophy. Physical pain paralyzes the mind. That's why I'm purposely not dodging any of your attacks. Covered head to toe in blood, the shirtless young man closed the distance, staring straight into the razor-sharp jaws of the armored beast, waiting to devour him whole. With death staring him right in the face, he reached out his hand, fiercely grabbing the beast's snout, using nothing but pure strength to stop its savage bite. Whispering his buddy's name with deep sorrow, Iberia, Isuki raised his other hand, aiming it right at his opponent's face as the system coldly activated a skill. A dark orb spun violently in his palm, radiating a destructive power. He growled, delivering his final judgment. This is the end. Without a moment's hesitation, Isuki shoved that destructive orb straight into the glowing red armored beast's maw at zero range, point-blank distance. The dark energy exploded, brutally tearing through the target and blasting downward to form a massive pillar of dark light that ripped the ground apart. Then, everything fell dead silent. Left completely powerless, the giant beast slowly let its spiky head slump. The sound of the end echoed a dry metallic clang, cutting through the night. Piece by piece, the demonic armor shattered, clattering onto the blood-soaked ground. Stripped of its demonic shell, the beast completely collapsed, falling powerlessly onto the young man's broad, bare shoulder. The armor around its neck crumbled away, revealing Iberia's familiar blonde hair. Back in human form, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, as Iberia gasped out remorseful, sobbing words. Tears streamed down, mixing with the blood on his face. The boy cried out in the agonizing regret of someone who had always felt worthless. I just didn't want to be a burden to you, Itsuki-san. Hearing that, the kid bowed his head, brushing away his self-doubt with a line so genuinely sincere it was spine-chilling. I've never thought of you as a burden, not even once. Hearing those words of absolution, a painful, bloody, yet radiant smile broke out on Iberia's battered face. Really? In response, a gentle, comforting voice replied, Yeah, we're just good at different things, that's all. Summoning his absolute last drop of strength, Iberia gripped his savior's arm tight, whispering the bitter truth he'd just uncovered. I barely heard it, but that Calamity Beast, it didn't want to kill my dad. It wants to control him. The light in his eyes was fading fast, but his trust remained deeply rooted. If it's you, Isuki-san, you can definitely save my dad from its clutches. I'm leaving him in your hands. Hearing his friend's final words, the massive, pitch-black silhouette of the evil puppeteer flashed through the youth's mind. The infamous Calamity Beast who had orchestrated this entire goddamn tragedy. His restraint completely snapped. Tears streamed down his face, but his green eyes burned with a razor-sharp, terrifying level of killing intent. I'm gonna tear that bastard apart with my bare hands. As if he was only waiting for that promise, Iberia's heavy eyelids slowly shut, while fresh blood continued to drip down his chin. The final smile lingering on his lips was incredibly peaceful. It was as if he was saying, after such a tragically short life, I'm just happy. Because in the end, I got to talk to you again. Clutching the rapidly cooling body of his comrade, the young man whispered a heartbreaking command into the empty air. Double E. I'm counting on you. Amidst the tragic scene, the cold, ruthless system handed down its fateful notification. The prophecy. Day 2, 3:33 a.m. Iberia has died. The camera abruptly cuts to a fiery lair, where a mysterious demon sits cross-legged on a throne, mocking humanity's struggles. Not bad, brat. But this is only the beginning. His evil face twisted into an ear-to-ear grin, promising an absolute nightmare of a future. I'm going to destroy every single thing you hold dear, in a way that is way more twisted than this. Leaving those bone-chilling threats behind, the camera pans across the pitch-black, silent forest, where a few tiny figures are hurriedly making their way through the dense, misty trees. As he pushes the leaves aside, a blue-haired swordsman grumbles in frustration. Man, I thought everything would be smooth sailing after we beat that Calamity Beast. Who knew we'd have to escort Ijumi-san this deep into the mountains? He glances at his battered teammate being carried along and clicks his tongue. This was supposed to be a two-person job, but he can't even stand up. Suddenly, the spirit butterfly Gyokuchu flaps its wings, glowing intensely. The glasses-wearing Chowha gasps in warning. Gyokuchu just detected an incredibly bizarre emotional wave. Pointing straight ahead, she cries out nervously. The source of the wave is right up ahead. Over there, the silhouette of a man holding a corpse is quietly kneeling under the moonlight. Reacting instantly, the blue-haired guy draws his sword with a sharp scrape, thrusting his chin out aggressively. Who goes there? Is it another humanoid calamity beast? Taking a step forward, Xiao Ha squints into the darkness. A sudden wave of familiarity makes her heart skip a beat. That back. As the curtain of darkness parts, instead of some monster, a tragic sight greets them. She gasps in utter shock. "Makun?" Hearing her voice, the young man turns his head. His face is smeared with blood, and his blank, hollow green eyes whisper, "Xiao Ha-sensei." Speechless at her student's battered state, Xiao Ha's eyes widen in absolute horror. What on earth happened here? Suddenly, a tall figure steps out from the thick brush, accompanied by a massive hellhound with glowing red eyes. A familiar, calm, deep voice breaks the tension. "I will explain." The blue-haired guy jumps, gripping his hilt tighter as he darts his eyes around. Wait, there's someone else? Stepping into the moonlight, his gleaming silver armor radiates absolute authority. The man proudly declares his name the special grade savior, Josuke Bokuto. Recognizing him, the blue-haired guy's eyes widen as he fires off a critical question, connecting all the pieces of this horrific night. Wait, aren't you Eidinger's guardian? Why are you here? In the quiet of the night forest, the shadow of their brutal enemies once again looms over their minds. Faced with the swordsman's sharp question, Josuke's expression darkens. His voice drops as he delivers the brutal truth. About Azumi-san, to this battle. Swallowing his helplessness, Josuke bitterly admits defeat. We lost. And right then, the ruthless system updates the tragic scoreboard of this fateful night. The Prophecy. Day 2. 3:34 a.m. The prophesied battle ended with the worst possible outcome. 50% of Northern Continent Sector 7 has been destroyed. The legendary blacksmith, Aiden Hitz, was kidnapped, and his son, Iberia Beat, is dead, leaving the ruined battlefield behind. A monotone voice droned on, recounting the chain of catastrophic events that followed his master's abduction. Inside a rundown wooden cabin, Rozuk sat with his arms crossed and fingers laced together, grimly recalling the enemy's sheer cunning. He said, "I ordered death to track the magical trail left behind by that calamity beast." As an image of the giant hellhound snarling at the silver-armored knight flashed by, he continued to recount their failure, but we only found its damn decoys. The more he thought about it, the madder he got. Rozuk gritted his teeth in sheer anger, his eyes burning with frustration over being played. That calamity beast is incredibly sly. It anticipated being tracked and deliberately left behind countless clones, making it impossible for us to pinpoint its real location. Interrupting the report, Nento asked with a worried look, "Tenma-kun, how is he doing?" Ageha glanced through the slightly open door, painfully sharing her favorite student's condition. "They're mostly just surface scratches, so the bleeding has already stopped. But that stubborn kid keeps refusing my treatment." Her eyes fell, filled with a deep sense of dread. "And I can feel it. The fire of revenge burning inside him is raging hotter than ever." She muttered like a grim prophecy. "If this keeps up, his heart is going to be completely swallowed by hatred." Inside the dark room, Tenma sat, slumped on the edge of the bed, motionless as a soulless statue, while the giant hellhound stood guard beside him. His lifeless eyes were glued to the picture frame on the desk, where a warm family photo smiled happily, almost mocking his brutal reality. In the photo, the golden-haired kid, Iberia, was smiling brightly, having never tasted the cruelty of this world. Memories came rushing back, hitting him hard as he remembered the day they first met. The kid, Iberia, had run up to him, pointing at his own chest as he introduced himself. "My name is Iberia. What's your name?" Then, there was that day he was totally exhausted, and that frail kid, without saying a word, carried him on his back, trudging through a battlefield littered with monster corpses. Or that life-or-death moment when that idiot hugged him tightly, screaming a naive yet chillingly sincere promise, "I'll never leave you, Isuki-san." And during those silly, idle moments, Iberia would grin ear to ear, demanding the right to name his summons. "Don't you know? Summoners can name their summons whatever they want. Do you want me to name yours?" I'm super confident in my naming skills. Every shattered piece of those memories felt like a blade slicing straight through his heart. Isuki slowly turned his head, his green eyes bloodshot with pure rage, bloodlust radiating from his heavily scarred body. Without a word, he took heavy steps toward the door, dropping an ice-cold command. "Let's go." Death. At his master's command, the giant hellhound opened its jaws, and let out a fierce roar as the system stat window popped up, confirming the power of a true predator. Hellhound, B rank, level 20. Stats: Attack, 350. Speed, 300. Defense, 200. Magic, 150. Fueled by a burning rage for revenge, Isuki walked out of the room, each step heavy with deep resentment. We're going to hunt down that Calamity Beast and crush it with our own hands. A crimson glow flared in his eyes like someone pushed to the brink of insanity, with absolutely nothing left to lose but a bloody thirst for slaughter. But the moment he stepped into the main hall, his footsteps ground to a halt. Right in front of the exit, Nento Lulu stood there, her black and white outfit completely blocking the only way out. Seeing the sudden appearance of the higher-ups, Isuki knit his brows in confusion. Sensei? Everyone. What the hell is going on? The three of them, Rosuke, the blue-haired guy, and Ageha stared at him with mixed emotions, half pitying and half scrutinizing. The blue-haired guy narrowed his eyes, scanning the young man's blood-soaked body, evaluating him in his mind. So this battered kid is the second disciple of Izumi Sansao. Connecting the rumors, he thought. Word is? He set up a blue barrier all by himself and took down a Calamity Beast above level 30. He even personally killed his own friend. He's definitely got skills, but he's obviously a cold-blooded, heartless bastard. Ignoring the judging glares, Nento looked straight at him. Are you seriously planning on going there? Hearing that, he replied with unwavering resolve, leaving no room for retreat. I'm going to find that ice-type Calamity Beast and rescue Aiden-san. But instead of giving him the green light, Nento raises his arm to block his path and throws a bucket of cold water right in his face, saying, "No way." Getting hit with that sudden cold shower, Itsuki's blue eyes widen in pure rage as he snaps. Why? All his bottled-up frustration is on the absolute verge of exploding. Instead of flinching, Uncle Birdcage casually explains like some model bureaucrat, "You're still not a savior. The Savior Union has already classified this incident as a special grade threat." Glancing out the window, he coldly continues reading out the regulations. To join the rescue operation, you must be at least a rank 2 savior. As for you, turning to look straight at Itsuki, he drops a brutal reality check that completely shuts the kid down. You don't even have a license yet. True to the hot-headed teenage MC playbook, Itsuki tenses up, flexing his muscles with veins popping all over his face as he roars, "Are you telling me that if I'm not a savior, I don't even have the right to help? I promised Iberia that I would definitely save Aiden-san. Even if you object, I'm still going." This boss-defying stunt leaves the green-haired guy next to him wide-eyed with shock. This guy, how does he dare talk to Izumi-san like that? Meanwhile, Choha worries to herself, "Dad, you didn't have to be so brutally honest. Do you even understand Tenma-kun's mental state right now?" Ignoring the chatter, Uncle Birdcage unleashes some next-level talk no jutsu, hitting the young boy right in his guilt. Is it going to be okay if someone dies because of you? That question hits Itsuki like a splash of ice water, completely freezing him on the spot, looking as clueless as a deer in headlights. Seeing that his strike hit home, the old man shifts to a heart-to-heart mode, admitting his own mistake. "I get how you feel. This happened because of my own blunder. I believe that Calamity Beast was only targeting me, so I neglected Aiden's protection." Continuing his basic lecture, he logically analyzes the situation. But after going through all that trouble to capture Aiden, they won't kill him so easily. With your current power level, challenging that Calamity Beast is basically just throwaway suicide. Itsuki can only hang his head in silence, his fists clenching tight in sheer, absolute helplessness. But right after, the old man pulls a classic carrot-and-stick move, looking out the window at the breaking dawn. "But you have limitless potential. Surpassing the special grade isn't just some pipe dream." Turning back to his stubborn student, he makes a solid promise. "If that happens, I'll tell the Union to let you handle Aiden's rescue yourself." Hearing a glimmer of hope, Itsuki immediately snaps his head up, his eyes showing he's hooked line and sinker. "So, what can I do right now to surpass the special grade?" Finally cutting to the chase, Uncle Birdcage drops his main pitch. "Join the Apex training camp." Itsuki blankly repeats the name that sounds both high-end and like a pyramid scheme, Apex training camp. Seeing that his student is completely clueless, the old man patiently explains, The awakened ones who rank in the top 10 of the Savior Union's national tournament qualifiers will be invited to the Apex training camp in Nikasu, hosted by the Union. A promotional slideshow of some super cool-looking characters pops up. Powerhouses like Taiga Jin and Hayato Akira have all survived that brutal training. Those who make it through become the core force protecting humanity. And this year's camp starts in 3 days. Looking at his student, who is deep in thought, the old man continues his pitch. If you safely clear the trials of the Apex training camp, you won't just get a high rank in the main tournament. He emphasizes exactly what Isuki needs the most. It's also a shortcut to becoming a special grade savior. Without even a second thought, Isuki confidently declares, like he's just scored a major deal. Got it. I'm joining the Apex training camp. Nodding in satisfaction, Uncle Birdcage turns around and says, well then, first we need to do something about that banged up body of yours. Instantly, Chua steps up, her hands glowing with a gentle green light, starting to heal the stubborn boy. While getting his HP patched up, Isuki turns to Chuha curiously. Chuha-san, do you know anything about the Apex training camp? Chuha replies, while keeping up the healing, her voice a bit surprised. I do, but why the sudden question? Don't tell me you're planning on joining? Isuki cluelessly asks back, is there a problem? Sensei said it's the perfect place to level up my strength. Frowning, Chua explains a rather unpleasant truth. Yeah, that's true. Only the absolute geniuses among geniuses can join the Apex training camp. The healing light on Itsuki's chest suddenly glows brilliantly as Juha's voice drops low, explaining exactly why. She recalls the memory of an incredibly powerful warrior, her voice filled with bitterness. People who were praised as geniuses their entire lives. Only after joining that Apex training camp, then the image of that same warrior crouching in a dark corner, completely broken, flashes in her mind as she lets out a heavy sigh. Did they realize they were just ordinary people? And their minds completely shattered. I've seen way too many people end up like that. Her eyes turn razor sharp and dead serious as she gives him a heartfelt warning. It's a playground for geniuses, but it's also their graveyard. An image of a colossal monster standing over the corpse of a participant flashes back. She emphasizes more than anything that the training is brutal and the trial levels are insanely high, which is why fatal accidents happen every single year. She thought her warning would make the kid back down, but to her surprise, Itsuki just smirks with pure excitement. Well, that sounds absolutely perfect. Juha flinches hard, almost stopping the healing process because she is so shocked. Itsuki stands up, his body now fully healed, and drops some pure battle maniac logic. I was actually worried I wouldn't find a worthy opponent. Turns out, that worry was completely pointless. When facing weak Calamity Beasts or half-baked Awakeners, my ultimate copying skill doesn't even activate. His eyes flash with a blue light of pure determination. I can only get stronger by fighting powerful Calamity Beasts on the thin line between life and death. Besides, fighting those strong Calamity Beasts is the duty of us Awakeners. Hearing that epic, high-key speech, Juha suddenly freezes, her cheeks turning a strange shade of pink. Itsuki, with his negative infinity EQ, turns around, looks at her, and asks a totally clueless question. Juha-san, your face is completely red. Are you totally wiped out from healing me? Having her secret feelings called out like that, Juha panics, frantically waving her hands and stammering an excuse. And no, using a skill for too long just makes your body heat up. Do you seriously not even know something that basic? She turns her face away, clutching her chest, her heart pounding like crazy as she thinks to herself, this is the first time I've ever heard my own heartbeat this loud. Her face is burning red, steam practically venting from her head as she curses herself in her mind. What the hell am I even thinking? Once Itsuki puts his jacket back on, Juha tries to regain her cool. All right, your wounds are pretty much completely healed. Itsuki nods. Thanks, Juha-san, he says, turning to walk away. Seeing this, she quickly asks, wait, where are you going? As Itsuki's shadow stretches into the night, he replies with a cold, yet moody tone to say my goodbyes. The scene shifts to a quiet forest, where Itsuki and Josuke stand before a freshly dug grave. The atmosphere instantly turns dead cold. A close-up reveals the tombstone engraved with the words, Iberia Heath, Level 0. Below it, lies a bouquet of yellow roses and the unfortunate kid's sword, a combination that couldn't possibly look any more tragic. Jo-suk turns to him, his voice filled with guilt. "I'm sorry for dragging you into something so cruel." But Itsuki just replies calmly, "Don't sweat it. It was my own choice." Jo-suk asks with concern, "Are you really leaving?" Itsuki nods firmly, not forgetting to paint a bloody, high-octane picture of his future. "Yeah, I'm going to join the Apex camp and level up my skills, so that one day, I can kill that Calamity Beast with my own 2 hands." In return, Itsuki asks his teammate, "What about you?" Though, this prompts Jo-suk to open up about his own rough past. "If I hadn't met Master, I would have been killed by a Calamity Beast a long time ago, and I never would have become an Awakener." He looks down at his gear, his voice dropping low. This armor, these weapons. Jo-suk stands tall, his eyes burning with the resolute gaze of a saint as he takes an oath. "Even my very life was given to me by Master. So no matter what it takes, I will find him." Suddenly, Itsuki thrusts his fist toward Jo-suk, breaking the solemn vibe with a total bro move. The camera pans out to show the 2 men preparing to fist bump in front of their deceased friend's grave. Itsuki looks straight at Jo-suk, making an absolute ironclad promise. "I'll become a savior and help you rescue Aiden-san, Jo-suk-san. Until then, you better not go and die on me." Touched by this sudden, heartfelt declaration, Jo-suk looks away slightly, thinking to himself, "Man, I look so pathetic in front of this kid." But then, a soft smile plays on his lips as he bumps fists, returning the promise. "Yeah, I'll be waiting." The moment those 2 fists collide, a blinding flash of light erupts, officially marking the birth of an absolute troublemaking duo with insane potential. Scene change. Cho-ha is reporting back to her dad with a super proud face, just as you'd expect when talking about Tenma. Just a few hours ago, he was totally wrecked, both physically and mentally, yet he recovered so fast. Though, honestly, he's probably just temporarily burying all his negative emotions deep down. Behind the iron visor of his helmet, her dad's eyes flash. Cho-ha, continuing her expert-level psychological analysis, adds, "So, that one day, he can finally let it all out." Standing in the middle of a gloomy forest, the old man gives his orders. "There are too many suspicious things about this attack. I'm going to gather the commanders from every continent and call a meeting." Before flying off, he doesn't forget to hand over babysitting duties to his beloved daughter. "While I do that, I'm counting on you to take care of Tenma." Cho-ha immediately puffs out her chest, flashing a confident smile that totally fails to hide her sheer excitement. "Leave it to me, father." And just like that, whether from pure joy or something else, she suddenly freezes like stone on the spot with a super awkward, blushing smile plastered on her face. Isuki, whose EQ is still rock bottom, scratches his head and asks, "What's up, Cho-ha-san? You seem unusually happy." Once she unfreezes, the 2 head out. Isuki asks curiously, "Sensei, where are we going this time?" Cho-ha immediately clears her throat, acting all mysterious. "Ahem. That is highly classified information, so my lips are sealed." She suddenly stops, throws her hands on her hips, and strikes a dramatic pose, marking her territory. "My dad asked me to look after you. From now on, I'm your guardian. Got it?" Isuki mumbles in protest. "A guardian? I'm not a kid, you know." But in the end, he reluctantly gives in. "Fine." Isuki then asks, "So, what are we doing now?" Cho-ha points straight ahead, her voice dripping with excitement. "Isn't it obvious?" She extends her hand, officially kicking off their wild road trip. "We're heading straight to Nagasu to join the Apex camp." Isuki plays along, enveloped in a green aura. "Roger that." And here's a memory fragment of some unlucky bastard. A dark shadow with blood-red eyes lunges out of the smoke and dust, moving fast as lightning. Some poor guy doesn't even have time to process what's happening before taking a devastating punch right to the face, shattering his glasses to pieces. The unfortunate bastard collapses to the ground, completely knocked out cold. Towering behind him is a massive, imposing figure covered in lightning, with glowing red eyes burning through the darkness, looking terrifyingly familiar. A glowing red fist, brimming with sheer destructive power. And back to reality. The unlucky bastard who took that brutal punch is now wrapped in white bandages from head to toe like an Egyptian mummy. screaming in absolute agony from his hospital bed. Seeing her precious baby boy wailing like a toddler, a fancy-dressed lady rushes over to hug him, babying him like a 3-year-old. "Don't be scared. Mommy's right here." Tearfully, her face distorted with a mix of heartbreak and boiling rage, she gently asks, "Did you have another nightmare about the monster who did this to you?" Clinging to his mom, the guy gnashes his teeth, tears and snot running down his face as he spits out a venomous vow. "That bastard. I'll make him pay back the pain he caused me 100 times over. I'm going to drag him through a living hell." Right then, a cold, ruthless glint flashes in his mother's eyes as she confidently drops some massive news to comfort her favorite son. "Don't you worry. Your big brother is back. He'll make sure to get revenge for you." Speak of the devil. A massive dark shadow suddenly looms over the hospital bed, making our mummy boy look up in awe. The newcomer speaks in a low, sinister voice that sends shivers down your spine. "Raji, that must have hurt like hell." The camera pans out to reveal a ridiculously muscular giant of a man standing tall next to his mother, his face completely shrouded by a thick, suffocating aura of killing intent. Seeing his top-tier backup arrive, Raji lights up like a fish back in water and starts bawling his eyes out again. "Brother, my enemy. Please, you have to punish him." The big brother smirks, his white teeth gleaming through the shadows as he growls, confirming his target. "You said his name is Isuki Tenma. The one who put you in this state?" "Exactly. He's just a family-less orphan. Word has it he placed first in the preliminaries, but his level is still rock-solid 0. He doesn't even compare to a fraction of your strength, brother." Hearing the words "first place," the big brother literally catches fire. A flaming red, demonic aura of pure killing intent erupts from his entire body. He mutters, "First place in the preliminaries. Then he's definitely going to show up at the Apex camp." He cracks a savage, ear-to-ear grin, laying down a totally edgy revenge plan. "In that case, I will crush him into dust right there." While some psycho is out there cursing him day and night, plotting his murder, our main character, Isuki, is chillin' and going camping without a single care in the world. Meanwhile, his babysitter Cho-ha gazes up at the sky. Sighing in relief, she announced, "We're finally here." Right before their eyes stood a massive glass dome building that looked like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. Isuki stood there totally stunned, his jaw hitting the floor as he gasped, "Whoa, this is insane. It's completely different from what I was expecting." As the two of them blended into the crowd heading toward the main entrance, Isuki mumbled under his breath, "Yeah, Cho-ha-san wasn't kidding." Everywhere he looked, there were giant dudes clad in shiny gold armor hauling massive shields, and high-tier players casually walking around with terrifying skeletal monsters. Isuki sized up the cocky rookies walking around. Every single one of them looked smug as hell, flexing like they owned the place. Suddenly, Cho-ha stopped in her tracks, pushing up her glasses with a dead serious look as she warned him, "I can't go inside with you, so you're on your own from here." Isuki gave a quick nod and replied, "Got it." She pulled out a sleek, futuristic bracelet and handed it to him. "Here's your registration bracelet. I was keeping it safe for you. You're gonna need it for this training camp." The kid reached out to take it, tossing out a dry, half-hearted thanks. Staring at the bracelet resting in Isuki's hand, she couldn't help but add one last earnest warning. "Seriously, try not to do anything that stands out. You definitely don't want a target on your back." Completely brushing off her worried advice, the stubborn teenager turned and walked straight into the glowing portal, tossing back a lazy shrug of a reply. Yeah, I know." Watching his arrogant back fade away, a cold sweat began to beat on Choha's forehead. She let out a heavy sigh, muttering to herself, knowing Tenma's attitude, "How could I not worry?" Stepping into the reception lobby, Isuki sauntered up to the registration desk and grunted with peak politeness, "Yo, I'm here to sign up as a participant." Behind the desk sat a totally drained employee with messy stubble, chewing on a toothpick like he hadn't slept for days. Without even bothering to look up, he lazily stuck out his hand and grunted, "Hand over the bracelet." Isuki played along, placing his registration bracelet into the palm of the incredibly rude receptionist. The guy carelessly tossed the bracelet onto a device. Instantly, a floating blue light swept over the band, scanning the data. Isuki's green eyes narrowed slightly as he quietly sized up the lazy clerk. Even the front desk guy is over level 40. This elite camp really is on a whole different level. Just then, the system screen popped up, displaying stats that looked utterly pathetic, yet strangely mysterious. Name, Tenma Isuki. Level, 0. Class, Disruptor of Order. Skill, Rank, Special Grade. Catching sight of that big, fat 0, the receptionist let out a mocking smirk. Rolling the toothpick to the side of his mouth, he muttered with pure disdain. A level 0 actually got in here? I bet this brat used some serious connections to cheat his way through the preliminaries. He glared sideways at the waiting teen, thinking to himself with smug satisfaction, too bad connections don't mean jack squat in this place. If you don't have the real muscle to back it up, getting absolutely crushed is only a matter of time, kid. Maintaining his top-tier, one-star service attitude, the clerk waved his hand dismissively and barked, "Hey, once you pick your room, go pay the lodging fee." Hearing this sudden bombshell, Isuki completely froze for 5 seconds. Cold sweat started pouring down his face as he stuttered in utter disbelief. "Wait, we have to pay to stay here?" The clerk gave him a side eye loaded with contempt, spitting out a harsh truth. "Kid, this isn't a charity." Isuki's face instantly darkened, like storm clouds were rolling in. He hung his head, crying internally in absolute despair. "Cho-ha, why didn't you warn me about this? I don't have a single penny." Seeing him frozen like a statue, the clerk finally spoke up, acting all reasonable and wise. "Look, you passed the preliminaries, so you've got to have some points on you, right?" Isuki blinked blankly, repeating, "Points?" Thinking he'd run into a total rookie, the clerk started explaining the basics of the camp's currency. Your wealth in this place is determined by the points you racked up during the preliminaries. For example, if you scored 1,000 points in the prelims, that amount gets converted and transferred to you the second you step inside. As a series of holographic guides flashed, showing either a life of luxury or pure misery based on points, the clerk added, "You can also grind for more points by completing quests. Points are basically cash here. You need them to buy food and other essentials." Isuki rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, before it finally clicked. "Ah, so points are the lifeblood around here. I grabbed a ton of points during the prelims, so I should be fine." While he was calculating in his head, the receptionist tapped his fingers impatiently on the desk, snapping, "Hey, chop chop, pick a room already. You're holding up the line." With the guy rushing him, Isuki snapped his head up and dropped a question that shook the clerk to his core. "How much for the most expensive, luxury room?" The receptionist's eyes went wide as a bunch of room options flashed through his head. Standard rooms are 35 square meters for 100 points a month. Premium rooms are 75 square meters for 500 points a month, and a 200 square meter villa is 2,000 points a month. Meanwhile, Isuki was weighing his options, glancing at his bear-sized pet, sleeping like the dead. A regular room would have been fine for just him, but death is tagging along with me, too. There's no way we'd fit in some cramped little room. After weighing the pros and cons, our boy made a major money-burning decision, saying, "I'll take the villa." The receptionist's jaw dropped. He suddenly tried to talk him out of it like some caring big brother, saying, "Wait, what did you just say? Look, kid, you might have a ton of points right now, but you shouldn't just blow them all. Points are literally drained by everything in daily life around here." Ignoring his heartfelt advice, Isuki rested his hand on the counter, replying in the coldest tone imaginable, "Just process it quickly, please." Seeing the stubborn kid wouldn't budge, the receptionist grumbled under his breath while clacking away on his keyboard. "Humph, you clueless brat. Don't come crying to me later." Reluctantly, the guy handed the activated bracelet back to Isuki. "Here you go." Before the kid could leave, the receptionist didn't forget to warn him about an important rule. Once you enter the camp, everyone's stats are hidden, and you won't be able to check other people's names, skills, or levels either. Isuki nodded, saying, "Got it." Watching Isuki's retreating back, the receptionist rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "Choosing a villa, huh? Just how many points did that kid rack up in the qualifiers, anyway?" Overcome with curiosity, he dragged his mouse across the computer screen. And then, his eyes rolled back, cold sweat broke out all over, and his jaw dropped, leaving him utterly speechless. "Wait, what?" Rubbing his eyes repeatedly, he muttered in sheer panic. This has to be a system glitch, right? His points. The computer screen displayed a mind-blowing number, 106,600 points. The receptionist gasped in absolute horror. Over 100,000 points? He slumped back in his chair, his soul practically leaving his body as he compared it to his own pathetic stash. I only have 1,600 points. Meanwhile, outside, Isuki was strolling through a crowd of sketchy-looking people, realizing, man, kids these days are seriously terrifying. As he was walking, he suddenly froze, his face turning dark. Oh no. He started scratching his head in frustration, bean-sized sweat drops running down his face, cursing his own goldfish brain. I forgot to ask where the villa is. Sighing, our filthy rich but incredibly forgetful protagonist spun on his heel. No choice but to head back to the reception desk. But the second he turned around, he was blocked by two guys who seemed way too friendly. Isuki looked up at the strangers, coldly asking, "What do you want?" One was a big, beefy guy, and the other was a blonde kid grinning from ear to ear. The big guy spoke first. "Hey, we're Awakeners from the southern continent. Just got here yesterday. You look a bit lost, huh? How about we show you around? Where are you headed?" Seeing these supposedly nice guys offering to help, Isuki didn't hesitate. "I'm trying to get to the villa district. Do you guys know where it is?" The big guy scratched his head, saying, "The villas? I think it's over that way, right?" The blonde kid chimed in. Yeah, right over." But the moment they heard the word villa, both of them froze. Their eyes went wide, and their jaws dropped as if they'd just seen a ghost. Isuki tilted his head in confusion. "Is something wrong?" The blonde kid waved his hands frantically, stammering, Wait a second. I'm just trying to remember the exact spot." Seeing them exchange shady looks and whisper to each other, Isuki furrowed his brows with suspicion. "Why are you acting so sketchy just trying to remember a place? Are you planning something?" Suddenly, a clear, crisp voice rang out from behind them. A smoking hot girl wearing cat paws, with a black cat perched on her shoulder, made her entrance. She introduced herself with total authority. Northern Continent Qualifiers, Rank 5. Akagami-san. The black cat on her shoulder also spoke up to expose them. "It's those guys again. They're trying to scam points out of another newbie under the guise of giving directions." The cat paw girl smirked knowingly, glancing toward their target. "I wonder which idiot is about to become their next victim." But then, taking a closer look at the victim, her purple eyes suddenly went wide with shock. "That guy is." Meanwhile, the big dude and the blonde kid still had no clue that death was standing right in front of them. She recognized him instantly, the monster who racked up over 100,000 points in the qualifiers. She licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Now, this is getting interesting. Meanwhile, the two scammers were still whispering to each other. The big guy was pretty skeptical. He lives in a villa? Maybe he's the preliminary champion of some continent or something? The blonde kid immediately brushed it off, saying even a champion would never waste 2,000 points just on a place to stay. Continuing his analysis with the smug look of an experienced scammer, he added, "He's probably just some spoiled rich kid who has no idea what points are actually worth." The big guy asked blankly, "What do you mean by that?" The blonde kid's eyes flashed with a cunning glint as he confidently concluded, "These sheltered rich kids raised in glass houses are always weak as hell. He's the perfect prey." He tilted his chin up, arrogantly declaring, "We're going to take every single point he has." Meanwhile, Isuki had totally lost his patience, turning to walk away. "You guys don't remember? Fine, then I'll just find it myself." Seeing his prey about to slip away, the kid quickly threw his arm around his partner's shoulder, laughing sheepishly as he called Isuki back. "Oh, right. I remember now. I'll take you right to it." And just like that, the unlikely trio began their journey to find the villa under the brilliant glow of the sunset. From a distance, two older-looking guys were standing around, watching the drama unfold. One of them immediately recognized the notorious scammers. "Aren't those the outcasts of the southern continent, Fumiya Futaki and Ichitora Sano? Looks like that kid in the middle has fallen right into their trap." The other guy clicked his tongue, showing pity for the victim. He already looks weak as it is, and now he's about to lose all his points. Poor guy. However, among the crowd of onlookers, a burly guy carrying a hammer suddenly recognized the victim. Narrowing his eyes to get a better look, he muttered to himself, Wait, isn't that the kid who asked those weird questions before the prelims? Of all people, he had to get caught by those two. The hammer-wielding giant, who turned out to be Gakue, the third-place finisher of the Northern Continent's prelims, turned away, not giving a damn anymore. Whatever. Not my business. I only have one goal anyway, and that's to surpass that guy, Isuki Tenma, the Northern Continent prelim champion. Talk about walking straight into a disaster. Finally, the two scammers successfully led Isuki to the villa area. The blonde kid gestured toward it. Here's the villa. Isuki looked at the modern mansion in front of him and casually muttered, "Wow, it's huge." But while he was still checking it out, the two scammers showed their true colors, flanking him on both sides with sinister grins stretching from ear to ear. The kid rubbed his hands together, cracking his knuckles, as he said in a sly voice, "All right, now pay up for the guide fee." Isuki turned around, acting totally cooperative. Since you guys brought me all the way here, I guess it's only fair I give you a little tip." Seeing their prey being so unexpectedly easy, both of them stood there dumbfounded, thinking, wait, what? Is it really this easy? Isuki casually raised his wristband and asked with total innocence, "How much do you guys want?" The big guy was about to blurt out a modest amount, at least 500. But the kid quickly covered his mouth and yelled out greedily, "You idiot! Make it 1,000. Give us 1,000 points." Isuki knit his brows, seemingly hesitating. 1,000 points? That's a bit much. But sure, why not? The big guy asked dumbly. Wait, seriously? The blonde kid leaned close to his partner's ear, whispering gleefully while Isuki was fumbling to transfer the points. He's actually paying 1,000 points just for directions. Not only is he weak, but he's also brain dead. Isuki then asked, "So, how do I transfer points to someone else anyway?" Realizing their prey was an absolute pushover, the two decided to change the deal. The big guy blocked his path, growling, "Sorry, but this took way longer than expected, so you're gonna have to pay extra." The kid chimed in, "Yeah, exactly. That'll be 5,000 points in total." The big guy threatened, "And if you don't blame us for getting rough." Both of them charged forward, the big guy, raising his shield to cover himself, baring his teeth in a creepy grin. "If you don't have enough, then hand over everything you've got." Faced with this blatant extortion, Isuki only lowered his head slightly and muttered coldly, "I get it now." He slowly raised his head, his face shrouded in shadow, revealing only his blood-red glowing eyes. His voice turned terrifying. "So, you guys are just extortionists, huh?" Seeing their prey pull a complete 180, with a dark red, murderous aura flaring around his body, the kid startled and stumbled backward, stammering, "What the hell is wrong with this guy?" It's like he suddenly became a completely different person. Still cluelessly brave, the big guy roared, "So what? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so damn careless. Hand over those points right now, or else you're gonna regret this." Isuki took a step forward, his entire body cloaked in a blazing red aura. His voice was cold as ice. "Right now, I am extremely pissed off. So whatever happens next, don't complain." Refusing to be outdone, the blonde kid unleashed surges of purple lightning all over his body, roaring, "I'm rank 6 in the Southern Continent qualifiers. There's no way in hell I'm losing to a piece of trash like you." He tenses up, gathering a massive ball of lightning in his hand, and charges straight at Isuki. "What an idiot. I'll turn you to dust with my lightning punch. B rank skill, lightning fist." Right as the lightning punch is about to land, Isuki doesn't even bother to block, letting the guy's fist smash straight into his body. The system screen immediately pops up. Successfully absorbed B rank lightning element skill, using lightning roar. Speed plus 10%. Absorptions, 2 out of 5. Speed, 475. Increased by 25% from lightning roar. The blonde-haired guy, who claimed to be rank 6, stares in absolute horror, sweat pouring off him like crazy, his tongue hanging out like a dead dog. The guy didn't even move. Before he can even react, he takes a thunderous slap right to the face, flying backward in a perfect arc. His giant accomplice standing nearby hasn't even processed what just happened yet. He just stands there jaw dropped, watching his buddy fly like a kite with a broken string, totally terrified. So fast. Even though I was focusing with everything I had, I still couldn't keep up with his movements. Immediately, he flexes his right arm, muscles bulging and blue veins popping out in a grotesque display, deciding to go all in. Against a speed-type opponent, I'll finish him in one blow. C rank skill. Body fortification. Right arm. With his arm swollen to the size of a pillar, he charges forward to unleash a heavy blow. However, Isuki effortlessly catches the punch, then tenses his own arm, his muscles bulging just as impressively. The big guy's eyes widen in absolute terror as he realizes his opponent has the exact same ability, the power to morph his own body. He's just like me, a rule breaker. Refusing to back down, he flexes his other arm, reinforcing both of them. Let's see you block this. A rapid-fire barrage of giant fists rains down, forming an airtight net of attacks. But to Isuki, who just got a massive speed buff, those punches are mere child's play. He effortlessly counters with his own punches, his lips curling into a mocking smirk. Too slow. He unleashes a barrage of punches at an even more terrifying speed, leaving the giant with no choice but to raise his arms in a desperate attempt to block. A split second later, he shrieks in agony, as both of his reinforced arms are easily snapped like twigs. He stumbles back, staring at his mangled arms in utter horror, stammering in sheer disbelief. No way. This is impossible. My reinforced arms have an attack and defense stat of nearly 300. What the hell are you? Isuki instantly appears right in front of him, leaning down to whisper a cold, devastating truth. Even with your reinforcement, your stats can't even touch mine. The giant collapses to his knees, completely losing his will to fight, and stammers in absolute despair. You're no ordinary cadet. Who are you? What continent did you come from? A dark purple aura erupts around Isuki. He deepens his voice, officially introducing himself like the Grim Reaper. Isuki Tenma, from the northern continent. He raises his fist, ready to finish him off. The system screen suddenly displays a critical notification. Critical parry shattered. The next attack will be a 100% guaranteed critical hit. The big guy senses the terrifying murder lust emanating from the incoming fist. Sweat pours down his face, his eyes roll back, and he stammers in sheer panic, "Stop. Please stop." Isuki halts right in front of the guy, his fist stopping just a few centimeters from that terrified face. He thinks to himself, if that critical punch had connected directly, his head would have literally exploded. That was way too close. I almost went past the point of no return. He pulls his fist back, his cold eyes staring down at the two trembling fools on the ground, before spitting out a chilling command. Get lost. Hearing those words, the two scammers scramble to their feet and run for their lives, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Run! He's a total monster!" From the roof of a nearby building, the cat-eared girl, Akagami-sen, had witnessed the entire scene. She crosses her arms. If I'm not mistaken, they're ranked 5 and 6 from the southern continent. And here I thought he'd actually have to struggle a bit. But in the end, it was nothing but an absolute, overwhelming victory for him. That man is truly terrifying. Suddenly, a voice blares over the camp's PA system. Attention all candidates. Please gather at Apex Square immediately. The entrance exam will begin in a few minutes. Hearing the announcement, the cat-eared girl stretches, getting ready to join the fray. Let's go, kitty. It's time to get to work. The black cat on her shoulder lets out a soft meow in response. Hearing the announcement, Isuki looks up at the speakers and mutters, "The entrance exam." According to Juha, 50% of the participants will be weeded out during this stage. He strides toward the square, his long shadow casting over the road as his determination burns brighter. I have to give this everything I've got.